Chapter 219. A lake. What a big, artificial lake. Randy sighed with a voice filled with complicated emotions. Then, he exchanged glances with Jim. Located at the junction of the four empires, the Red Earth wasteland could be used as a commodity trading hub of the four empires. Throughout history, who knew how many ambitious and ruthless people had their eyes on this place? However, due to the lack of water and food in the Red Earth wasteland, in the end, no hero was able to establish a foothold here. But now, Yang Feng purified a large amount of land, opened up farmland that could grow food, and created a huge lake, solving the biggest problem of water shortage in the Red Earth wasteland. It was already foreseeable that the Miracle City would soar in the future. Jim looked at a neatly leveled plot of land with signs inserted in it, and asked curiously, "What are those places?" Clive said with a smile. The Miracle City is located at the junction of the four empires. It can become a commodity trading hub of the four empires. These plots of land are for the chambers of commerce that will settle in the Miracle City in the future. These plots of land are not cheap. Each of them is worth more than 100,000 gold coins. When the leaders of the small merchant groups heard that, they were first delighted, but then withered. For these small merchant groups, 100,000 gold coins was still too much of a burden. The eyes of the leaders of the medium and large merchant groups lit up, revealing a trace of excitement as if they had spotted their prey. With the speed of development of the Miracle City, it would definitely grow stronger and stronger in the future. Besides, transnational trade had always been the most profitable business. The Miracle City, located at the transportation hub of the four empires, would definitely become popular in the future, Clive said with a smile. Master Ian has already spread the news through other channels. Reportedly, some merchants and aristocrats of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire are very interested in the Miracle City. When they heard that, the leaders of the merchant groups no longer hesitated, and their eyes flashed with determination. Jim suddenly regretted asking such a question. With this question, he gained countless competitors in an instant. "Sir Commander Clive, can you let us take a look at these plots?" "Yes, Sir Commander Clive, please let us take a look at these plots," the leaders of the merchant groups said passionately. Looking embarrassed, Clive pondered for a while and then agreed. "All right." The leaders of the merchant groups immediately poured into those plots, their eyes filled with greed as they searched for their favorite plots. Even Jim twisted his fat body and dove into those pieces of land with an agility that didn't match his figure. His eyes shone with greed as he searched for the piece of land he liked. As long as he bought a piece of land, he could definitely sell it for a large sum of money in the future. As for the delivery and collection of the slaves, the leaders of these merchant groups handed it over to their subordinates. Although the divine priest of the god of contracts was expensive, once the contract was signed, both parties were unlikely to violate the power of the god of contracts. After a few hours, the leaders of the merchant groups regrouped and headed towards the city lord's mansion under Clive's escort. Tony! Sapphire Commerce Group's Tony! As soon as Jim entered the reception hall that was specially used to entertain the leaders of the merchant groups, he was slightly taken aback, and his pupils shrank. There were already more than 200 people gathered in the reception hall. All of them were well-dressed and had rich faces. Jim didn't know most of them, but the few he knew were big merchants of the Morance Empire. Tony of the Sapphire Commerce Group was a person in charge of a territory with wealth no less than that of Jim's super merchant group. With a glass of red wine in his hand, Tony came over with a smile. "Jim, Randy, you're really not good friends. Since you found such a big business opportunity, why didn't you call me? It's really disappointing." Jim's chubby face trembled, and he said with a smile, "Haha, Tony, didn't you go to the Blue River Manor for a vacation? I couldn't get in touch with you for a while, so I didn't call you. By the way, what's the origin of those people?" Tony smiled and didn't pursue the matter. He looked at the rest of the people, his eyes flashed with apprehension, and he whispered, Many of those guys are barbarians from the Titan Empire. The people of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire basically called each other barbarians. Numerous wars had broken out between the two empires. However, neither empire could do anything to the other. Jim asked with a puzzled expression, "How did those barbarians get the news?" Tony replied, "Someone went to the Titan Principality and released the news that a person called Master Ian established a miracle city in the Red Earth Wasteland and that there was a huge business opportunity. Furthermore, he swore in front of the clergyman of the God of Contracts that everything he said was true. The stray dogs were attracted." Jim sighed slightly and said with some regret, "It seems that our Master Ian isn't simple. The power he wields is far beyond our imagination." If there were no competitors, Jim and the other caravan leaders could still join forces to negotiate with Yang Feng. But once the merchants of the Titan Empire came, Jim's caravan would have no chance of joining forces. Although merchants had no borders, but the people of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire looked down on each other. Jim had no friendship with the merchants of the Titan Empire, so there was no way for them to join forces. The merchants of the Titan Empire also stared coldly at Jim and the others. In the tavern, there were clearly two large groups. In addition, there were also some merchants from other lesser principalities who came to take risks, but they didn't amount to much. At this moment, Yang Feng slowly walked in from the side of the tavern. All eyes focused on Yang Feng. "Thank you for attending this banquet. I am Ian, the master of the Miracle City." Yang Feng looked at the hundreds of merchants from the Morance Empire, the Titan Empire, and some lesser principalities, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Artes did a good job." Yang Feng's words had just fallen when bursts of applause sounded in the tavern. "You must have seen the plots of land that the Miracle City is going to sell. I am confident that within 10 years, the Miracle City will be built into a giant city with a population of more than 500,000 people. Besides, this place will become the trade hub of the 4 empires. Every inch of the land will be worth its weight in gold. If you have a plot of land you like, you can pick up a pen and paper next to you, write down the plot of land you like and the price you are willing to pay, and then put it into the black box. The Miracle City will immediately do a calculation, and the land will go to the highest bidder." Yang Feng clapped his hands, and beautiful maids filed out from both sides with smiles on their faces, each holding a black box in their hands. Jim smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart, "What a ruthless move. In this way, if you want to buy the plot of land you like, you can only offer a high price." The surrounding merchants picked up a pen and paper, and began to write down the plot of land they wanted to buy. Jim pondered for a while, then took a piece of paper, wrote down the plot of land he wanted to buy, and threw it into the black box. Standing on a dais, Yang Feng watched this scene with a smile on his face. Just by selling the land, Yang Feng made a huge profit. Moreover, when the merchants bought the land, they would have to construct it and make use of it, which would attract many workers. With more people, the consumption rate would slowly rise, forming a huge virtuous cycle. Although Yang Feng brought a huge amount of wealth to the Feisua Plain, but if the Miracle City only allowed people to enter and not leave, then he wouldn't be able to support it. A grain merchant couldn't help but ask, "Master Ian, your Miracle City already has a food source. What about us grain merchants in the future?" Each of the breadfruit trees, improved by Yang Feng, could produce an astonishing amount of food. The grain merchants were worried that they wouldn't be able to make a living in the future. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Don't worry. Within 2 years, according to the price I agreed with you, you can transport as much food as you have. I'll take it all, as long as there's no problem with the quality. The population of the Miracle City would only increase, so it wouldn't be too much to stock up on food." 2 years after the Miracle City was fully developed, Yang Feng would still need to import a lot of food. The grain merchants heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile on their faces. The merchants wrote down notes and threw them into the black boxes, which were then collected by the beautiful maids. By the way, let me tell you another piece of good news. I'm not only a wizard, but also an alchemist. Recently, I've refined some gadgets in my spare time, so please come and have a look. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and a warrior walked in with a fine steel sword. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Please elect a few people to take a look at this fine steel sword to prove that I haven't tampered with it." The merchant groups of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire quickly elected 10 highly prestigious merchants, including Jim, Tony, and Randy, to go on the dais. After carefully examining the fine steel sword, Jim waved it a few times, and then said very cautiously, "There's nothing wrong with this fine steel sword. It's an excellent imperial military sword. This sword has been maintained very well. There is no damage to it." The other 9 people took the sword and carefully examined it for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Chapter 220. Military standard fine steel swords weren't inferior swords. On the contrary, they were well made and of excellent quality. Compared to the scimitars and swords used by many adventurers, they were of much better quality. The quality of military weapons had always been far superior to that of civilian weapons. "This is an enchanted sword I forged. Give it a try, Jim." With a flick of his wrist, a sword with a thin blade engraved with mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's grip, and he handed it to Jim. Jim took the sword and waved it slightly. A pale green magic radiance and a pale red magic radiance buffed Jim's body, making him feel lighter. At the same time, there seemed to be endless power surging out of his body, causing him to reveal a trace of ecstasy. "These really are magic weapons. My body has been blessed with 2 spells, increasing my agility and strength." The eyes of the merchants of the 2 empires turned bloodshot and flickered with endless greed as they stared at the magic sword in Jim's hand. On the Feisua plane, due to the weave, it was easier to cast spells than on other planes. However, it was dozens of times more difficult to search for the source of spells. Apart from the Weave Church and a few ancient mage organizations, there weren't many alchemists to be found, and magic items were few and far between. Once the magic sword in Jim's hand was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Yang Feng said faintly, "Reggie Chi." The warrior Reggie urged his chi and poured it into the standard sword in his hand, causing the standard sword to radiate chi radiance. According to the understanding of warlocks, chi cultivated on the Feisua plane was a powerful life force that could be used to strengthen various weapons and armor. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Jim, chop at the tip of the sword. Wait a moment, let the others test the sharpness of the sword." With the magic sword infused with a dozen grams of divine blood steel, Jim chopped at the tip of the standard fine steel sword of the Morince Empire and easily cut off the fine steel sword blessed with chi. Seeing this scene, the merchants all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by the sharpness of that magic sword. Magic swords were just long swords that could be enchanted with magic. They were not necessarily sharp enough. That magic sword could already be regarded as a peerless sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud, even without being enchanted with magic. Now that it could be enchanted with magic, it could be said to be a heaven-defying sword. The magic swords collected by many noble families were only of this standard. Jim fondled the long sword admiringly and exclaimed in ecstasy, "Good sword, what a sharp treasured sword! Jim, get out of the way. Let me try." Randy pushed Jim away impatiently, snatched the magic sword from Jim's hand, and slashed at Reggie's steel sword that had been strengthened with combat energy. Dang! With a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Reggie's hand was sliced off. Randy's eyes also revealed a trace of excitement. "Good sword, it's indeed a peerless sword." Tony's eyes lit up and he snatched the magic sword. "It's my turn." The 10 merchants took turns to try out the magic sword and praised it profusely. Even though the magic sword could no longer be enchanted with magic by the 5th person, but they were still very satisfied. to be enchanted with 8 level 0 spells a day, to be extremely sharp, and to be able to cut through iron as if it were mud. Such a treasured sword was definitely a rare treasure. I name this treasured sword Warrior's Edge. Every year, at this time, I hold an auction here and auction 5 of these treasured swords. If you're interested, you can come and participate in the auction at this time every year. Yang Feng smiled. With a flick of his wrist, 5 Warrior's Edge appeared in his hand. Lena came over with a smile on her face, took the 5 Warrior's Edge sheathed in an exquisite scabbard, handed 4 of them to a maid behind her, and looked around, saying, "I am Lena, the Miracle City's Internal Affairs Manager. I will now be acting as the auctioneer. The starting bid for this Warrior's Edge is 100,000 gold coins, and each bid increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. The auction begins now. 150,000 gold coins." Just as Lena's words fell, Jim impatiently quoted a high price. Hearing the sky-high price, the venue went silent for a while. At the time, Yang Feng had bought hundreds of slaves in the slave market for tens of thousands of gold coins. For a magic sword, Jim offered a sky-high price of 150,000 gold coins, which shocked everyone. A middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire said flatly, 300,000 gold coins. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked and the venue went silent. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins going once, 300,000 gold coins going twice, 300,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold, this magic sword is yours. Numerous gazes were focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire, and their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. 300,000 gold coins was definitely not a small sum. For the middle-aged merchant to be able to take out so much liquid funds without batting an eyelid, he was definitely someone from a super-large merchant group. Lena said with a smile, "The auction for the second Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now. 110,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins." Just as everyone was quoting prices, the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire still said flatly, 300,000 gold coins. The entire venue went silent once again, gazes full of complex emotions and hatred focused on the middle-aged merchant. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins going once, 300,000 gold coins going twice, 300,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold, this magic sword is yours. Lena said with a smile, "The auction for the third Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now. 300,000 gold coins." Just as Lena's words fell, the middle-aged merchant directly opened his mouth, blocking the desire of those merchants who were trying to increase the price. Jim hesitated for a moment, his gaze fell on the 2 remaining magic swords, and he gritted his teeth and quoted a price. 310,000 gold coins, 320,000 gold coins, 330,000 gold coins. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to be ignited at once. The price of the magic sword rose steadily until it reached 500,000 gold coins, when it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the Titan Empire. The corners of Lena's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sincere smile, and she said, "The auction for the fourth Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now." The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire quoted a terrifyingly high price in an attempt to deter the rest, 400,000 gold coins, 410,000 gold coins, 420,000 gold coins. The price of the Warrior's Edge suddenly rose steadily. Without stopping, it directly broke through 500,000 gold coins, all the way to 610,000 gold coins, when it was bought by the red-eyed Jim. The corners of Lena's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sincere smile, and she said, "The auction for the last Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now." A merchant from the Titan Empire, His eyes bloodshot, directly quoted a price: 600,000 gold coins. This magic sword, which could cut through iron as if it were mud, was very popular in the martial Titan Empire. Many greater aristocrats liked to collect such peerless swords. If they could meet a bigwig who liked this kind of sword, it would be normal for it to reach 1,000,000 gold coins. The poor of the Feisua Plain were very poor, but greater aristocrats of the various empires could even afford to raise tens of thousands of private soldiers. Such peak greater aristocrats were not short of money. Such a peerless sword could definitely help those big nobles recruit top powerhouses such as Sky Knights and Heavenly Knight. Randy's eyes were bloodshot as he said, 610,000 gold coins. Tony also directly went all out and roared, 650,000 gold coins. 700,000 gold coins. The competition for the last warrior's edge was extremely fierce. In the end, it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the Titan Empire for the sky-high price of 800,000 gold coins. At this time, the gazes of the greater merchants focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire, their gazes brimming with admiration. The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire had a very unique vision. At the beginning, he bought the two magic swords at a sky-high price in the eyes of the greater merchants. Now it seemed that the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire had made a fortune. His profits had nearly doubled. Lena said with a smile. Master Ian is also a grandmaster pharmacist and can refine a variety of potions. When you come next year, you should be able to buy a variety of mystical potions at the auction. I think that you won't be disappointed when you come next year. Grandmaster pharmacist. After hearing this, the greater merchants inhaled a mouthful of cold air. They looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a gold mine emitting the radiance of gold coins as it walked. Potioneering was also a branch of magic. On the Feisua Plain, because wizards would forget the spells they memorized the day before, they had to memorize spells repeatedly, wasting a lot of time. Therefore, there were very few wizards who studied potioneering. Every kind of magic potion had mystical powers. Some magic potions could dispel many curses. Some magic potions could curse others. Some magic potions could inflict strange poisons that even divine spells would find difficult to dispel. Some magic potions could restore youth for a short period of time. Some magic potions could restore people's energy. Every kind of magic potion was a rare treasure. Generally, only the royal families of empires as well as some greater aristocrats had some magic potions. Just a magic potion could make the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland a holy land in the eyes of many people. They had come from far away. Chapter 221. Yang Feng said with a smile. Presumably, everyone knows that what the miracle city lacks the most is people. Henceforth, if anyone brings 500 slaves to the miracle city alive, you can buy a magic elixir from me. Of course, I'll also give you a satisfactory price for those slaves. I won't let you come empty-handed. The middle-aged merchant of the Titan Empire, who spent 300,000 gold coins to buy the two magic swords, stood up and said, Master Ian, I'll return to my country and organize the supply. I'll definitely satisfy you. Yang Feng said with a smile, If you satisfy me, I'll also guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Master Ian, don't worry, I'll go back and organize the supply. Yes, I'll also go back and organize the supply. The merchants who came from all over the world were very excited and shouted loudly. The banquet came to a successful end. Amazing! Just the 5 magic swords have earned us more than 5,000,000 gold coins. Master, you're really amazing. Inside a room, Lena stood behind Yang Feng, massaged his shoulders, and said with a look of worship on her face, More than 5,000,000 gold coins, this was definitely a huge sum of money. It was enough to buy all the slaves and various supplies brought by the Rijek City's allied merchant group, and still have a lot left over. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, How much was the land sold for? Lena looked at Yang Feng with a look of worship on her face, and said softly, "A total of 21,680,000 gold coins. That piece of land with nothing on it could be sold for so many gold coins just by sticking a sign on it." Lena couldn't quite believe it. After all, the land was worthless before. Yang Feng sighed somewhat regretfully. "Unfortunately, the sale price was too low. The price is still a bit low. If it wasn't for the sake of quickly attracting more merchants to stay in the Miracle City, Yang Feng wouldn't have sold the plots so easily. Real estate was a windfall among windfall profit." Lena's eyelids twitched and she was somewhat speechless. The prices marked on the plots of land were already astonishingly high in her opinion. But listening to Yang Feng's tone, the plots of land were sold cheaply, which made her somewhat incredulous. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he mused, "With so many gold coins and the time is almost up, we must start preparing for the next step." 50 miles to the west of Miracle City, under a flat red land, it had been excavated and built into an extremely spacious, 100-meter deep underground base. The underground base was filled with all kinds of mysterious runes that were used to block all kinds of probing. Even if it was a god-level powerhouse, they would have to use their incarnation to personally come to this area and use their divine power to see through the underground base. A Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold was built 100 meters underground. Although the Mechanical Legion couldn't appear on the Feisua plane, but the huge computing power of the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer and the ability to synthesize all kinds of elixirs were what Yang Feng needed. Yang Feng reclined in the chair of the portable fortified stronghold's main control core and raised his head to look at the sky. In the air, pictures of beautiful female half-blood beastmen kept flashing, and below those pictures were their resumes. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Based on all the information, it's her. The projection also stabilized in midair, revealing a beautiful blonde woman with a pair of lion ears. At the same time, her eyes were burning with unyielding fury, making her an unforgettable sight. The Red Earth Wasteland was located at the border between the Kasama region and the Beastman Empire. In the Beastman language of the Feisua Plain, Kasama meant hybrid. In fact, the Kasama region was a place that the Beastmen despised as a hybrid area. The land in the Kasama region was extremely barren and could only produce some sour and unpalatable berries, potatoes, and some unpalatable root. There was a kind of people living in the Kasama region, and they were hybrids between beastmen and humans, half-blood beastmen. In fact, half-blood beastmen were the product of a tragedy. Once the two human empires invaded the territory of the Beastman Empire, they would plunder many Beastman beauties. When the Beastman Empire's armies invaded the territory of the human empires, they would also be merciless and plunder a large number of human beauties. Half-blood beastmen born under this tragedy weren't regarded as compatriots by humans and beastmen, but as filthy and sinful existences. According to the customs of the Beastman Empire, once half-blood beastmen were born, they would be directly thrown into the Kasama region and abandoned. The half-blood beastmen in the Kasama region would silently accept the newborn half-blood beastmen as their compatriots. As if cursed by the gods, the offspring of half-blood beastmen and other races would also be half-blood beastmen. The offspring would be treated with contempt and even hostility by the many races of the Feisua Plain. Behind a hillside in the Kasama district, there was a half-beastman girl with golden hair and blue eyes. She had a golden ponytail and was about 1.85 meters tall. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and her legs were slender and beautiful. Her appearance was very beautiful, but she had a heroic aura. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and she had a pair of lion ears. She held a wooden sword in her hand and continuously brandished it. Drops of sweat slowly dripped from the forehead of the half-blood beastman girl, nearly drenching her clothes. Even so, she didn't slack off in the slightest. She practiced a set of the most basic swordsmanship. Even that set of swordsmanship was incomplete, but she still did not give up. She chopped, flicked, stabbed, lifted, and slashed with her sword. Every sword move was extremely serious, enough to make many martial arts practitioners blush with shame. Suddenly, the face of the half-blood beastman girl turned pale, her breathing stagnated, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that sprinkled on the ground. The set of swordsmanship was incomplete. The half-blood beastman girl practiced this set of swordsmanship so hard that she unknowingly injured herself. Without the guidance of a great teacher, it was extremely difficult to practice swordsmanship. At the time, although Yang Feng had the inheritance of the Black Cottage, but he still went to great lengths to join Warlock College Antalya in order to get the guidance of a great teacher and a huge amount of cultivation resources. A 12 or 13-year-old half-blood beastman girl with a sallow complexion, a pair of cat ears, and slender limbs that looked like they could be easily snapped ran over and said with a look of horror on her face, "Big Sister Catherine, it's bad. So many wolf cavalrymen are attacking our village." Catherine's pretty complexion changed, her eyes flickered with endless anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Wolf cavalrymen? Is the winter hunt starting so soon? Those bastards!" The so-called winter hunt was when the beastmen of the Beastman Empire would sweep through the Kasama region from time to time during winter. They would plunder the food of half-blood beastmen and capture the beautiful half-blood beastmen for their own enjoyment, or sell to human slave merchants in exchange for various supplies. Because many half-blood beastmen were the offspring of handsome men or beautiful women, they were generally not ugly. Although they couldn't compare to elves, who were all handsome men and beautiful women, but the proportion of beautiful women was still much higher than that of humans. Half-blood beastman female slaves were also very popular among humans. Whether it was the Beastman Empire or the Human Empire, they had never regarded half-blood beastmen as their compatriots. Therefore, when it came to killing half-blood beastmen, they didn't show the slightest bit of leniency. It was as if they were harvesting chives, harvesting one batch after another. Catherine's eyes almost spewed flames of anger, and she said while stressing each syllable, "Little Sister Kitty Kitty, hide here. I'm going to find a way to rescue Aunt Gina and the others." Without waiting for Kitty 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 to reply, Catherine tightly grasped her only weapon, the wooden sword, and rushed towards the hillside. Once she rushed out of the hillside, she arrived at the small mountain village where Catherine lived. At this time, huge wolves could be seen running amok in the small mountain village. Many of the huge wolves were biting and chewing on the half-blood beastmen in the small mountain village. Blood splattered everywhere, and the entire mountain village was filled with screams and wails. The humanoid werewolf warriors were dragging the half-blood beastman women in the mountain village, laughing wildly and humiliating them without the slightest scruple. "You beasts!" When Catherine saw the miserable scene that resembled hell on earth, anger surged in her heart. She waved the wooden sword and stabbed at a werewolf warrior. "Haha, there's a beautiful chick here. This time we really struck it big. If we catch her and sell her, our family will have food to last through the winter." The werewolf warrior had the cultivation base of a senior warrior. His eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. He swung the scimitar in his hand, and with a casual shake, he sent Catherine's wooden sword flying. He reached out and grabbed Catherine's head, and just like that, he forcibly pressed Catherine to the ground. No matter how Catherine struggled, she couldn't break free from the werewolf warrior's grasp. "And a lion race half-blood beastman, haha. Maybe one of your parents is a member of the royal family. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to F***ck you now. This way, I can also play with a half-blood beastman with royal bloodline. You might even be the daughter of a prince or princess." The werewolf warrior smiled malevolently, and began to tear off Catherine's clothes. His eyes were filled with undisguised lust. Why did the heavens do this to us half-blood beast men? Why? We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't come to this world of our own free will. Why are you doing this to us?" Catherine's eyes were bloodshot, and she howled mournfully. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down from her resolute and courageous eyes, showing that she was already at the peak of grief and indignation. Since Catherine could remember, this hellish scene had been repeating over and over again. This filled her heart with the desire to become stronger and caused her deep pain. Now, she was almost in despair. Chapter 222. Good child, you half-blood beastmen aren't wrong. What's wrong is that you half-blood beastmen don't have a god protecting you. Along with a slight sigh, Yang Feng, shrouded in sacred light, stepped into the void and walked over, looking like the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world. When Catherine saw Yang Feng walk out midair, it was as if she saw a glimmer of hope in the depths of a dark and despairing hell. The eyes of the Wolfman warrior flashed with a glint of graveness. He grabbed Catherine and threw her aside, then faced upwards and issued a shrill howl. "Enemy attack, the other party is a human wizard!" The Wolfman warrior had just issued a shrill howl, when Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of it, and a sword ray flashed at its neck. What a fast sword! The last thought flashed in the mind of the Wolfman warrior. Immediately after, its head flew high, and a mouthful of hot blood sprayed out of its body. The drops of blood sputtered towards Yang Feng, but were ricocheted after coming into contact with the life force field protecting him. Not a single drop of blood stained him. The wolf cavalrymen were battle-hardened elites. After hearing the warning of their comrade, they immediately picked up their weapons and ran towards their battle-wolves. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and the level 0 spell arcane projectiles bombarded the heads of the wolf cavalrymen like raindrops. When the wolf cavalrymen were hit in the head by the level 0 arcane projectiles, as if hit by a heavy hammer, they bled from their facial orifices and fell to the ground. The eyes of a dozen huge wolves flickered with a sinister glint. Their figures flashed, and they madly pounced at Yang Feng. When the dozen-plus wolves appeared in front of Yang Feng, he blurred into motion. Instead of retreating, he charged into the wolf pack and slashed at the wolves with the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand. After a dozen grams of divine blood steel were added to an ordinary fine steel sword, it could slice through iron as if it were mud. The secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel was extremely sharp. Wherever the sword rays passed, the hard bones of the huge wolves were easily sliced apart as if tofu. The sword rays interweaved, and the dozen huge wolves were turned into countless pieces, with blood spraying everywhere. So strong! Is he a god who has come to save us? Catherine's beautiful eyes reflected Yang Feng's figure, her heart brimming with excitement and worship. In her still slightly immature mind, a powerhouse like Yang Feng was a top powerhouse in the world, and gods were nothing more than this. When the wolf cavalrymen saw how terrifying Yang Feng's strength was, they immediately howled, mounted their giant wolves, and scattered. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly when he saw the wolf cavalrymen flee in all directions. He cast spider web to trap 8 of the most ferocious wolf cavalrymen, and then stopped his pursuit. The biggest advantage of the wolf cavalry was their high mobility. If they couldn't beat them, they would choose to escape. It was very difficult to annihilate them. Catherine got up and stared at Yang Feng. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Sir Wizard, are you here to capture us?" Over the years, the people that appeared in the Kasama district were either human slave hunters or the ferocious beastmen winter hunt army. Kathleen asked with a hint of fear in her voice. Catherine knelt in front of Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of unswerving determination, and she implored, "If you want to capture us, then capture me. I can be your slave, and I can also be your test subject. I only beg you to let the other people in our village go." Yang Feng looked at the sensible half-blood beastman girl who was willing to sacrifice herself, sighed slightly, and reached out to help her up. Good child, get up. I'm not here to capture you. I'm just a great wizard Ian who pursues the truth and walks on the path to godhood. If you want to obtain enough power and knowledge to protect your people, to prevent half-blood beastmen from being humiliated, to stop being called bastards, and to live with dignity on this land, come to this place to meet me tonight. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, a ray of light entered Catherine's forehead, and a message was imprinted in her mind. Yang Feng handed Catherine the sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand. His body collapsed, turned into countless specks of light, and disappeared. When Catherine saw Yang Feng disappear before her eyes, she became absent-minded. If she hadn't seen the sword in her right hand, she would have thought that everything was a dream. When Catherine's gaze fell on the 8 wolf cavalrymen bound by spider webs, her eyes practically spurted flames of anger, and she strode over. At this time, the remaining dozens of half-blood beastmen of the half-blood beastman village gathered together, staring at the 8 wolf cavalrymen with eyes full of hatred and fear. A wolf cavalryman bound by spider webs glared and threatened fiercely. Fuck! You lowly bastards, why don't you let us out right now? If anything happens to me in your village, our Copper Wolf tribe will definitely send soldiers to slaughter all the people in your village. Yi Zichen thought. Even the dozen villages around you are no exception. Let us go and we'll spare your lives. The eyes of the remaining dozens of half-blood beastmen flashed with a touch of fear. The brutal Copper Wolf tribe had massacred a lot of villages. Some of these half-blood beastmen had wandered into this village from villages that had been massacred. A middle-aged man with a pair of dog ears and an ordinary appearance hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's release these few werewolf masters." Another half-blood beastman with wolf ears also hesitated, and said unwillingly, "Yes, let them go." The eyes of a somewhat good-looking young woman with a pair of cat ears flashed with hatred, and she screamed mournfully, "Don't let them go! Kill them! These bastards let their giant wolves eat my husband and child. I want these bastards to pay with their lives. I can't let these bastards off. Are you still men? These bastards had their wargs eat our people, they bully and humiliate our women. You still want to let them go? Are you still men, are you still human?" When they heard the hoarse roar of the cat-eared young woman, the half-blood beastmen lowered their heads, and their eyes flashed with shame and helplessness. The eyes of the middle-aged man with a pair of dog ears teared up, and he almost shouted, "Human! Are we half-blood beastmen still human? In the eyes of everyone in this world, we half-blood beastmen are just slaves, natural slaves. I also want to be a dignified person, but we were born to be slaves, this is our fate. Do you want to implicate the lives of dozens of people in our village in order to vent your anger? Besides, those dozens of villages are hundreds of lives. The dead are already dead, but we still have to live." When they heard the tragic words, many half-blood beastmen wept with tears in their eyes. They also wanted to be human and live with dignity, but the whole world of the Feisua plain rejected them. The whole world thought that they were bastards, natural slaves. They wanted to resist, but they didn't have the power to. No one would teach half-blood beastmen magic and martial arts. Without knowledge and inheritance, they could only fall behind. They didn't even have the power to resist. One of the wolf cavalrymen trapped in the spider web spat out a mouthful of saliva and sneered, "Tui! A lowly slave will always be a lowly slave. No. In this world, no one is a natural slave. As long as we don't think of ourselves as slaves, then we will never be slaves. These bastards must die." With the sword forged from divine blood steel in hand, Catherine walked over from the side, took a step forward, and slashed at the wolf cavalryman. A sword ray flashed, and the wolf cavalryman, who was extremely arrogant a moment ago, was cut in two. Its sinister head revealed a trace of astonishment. It never expected that it would be killed by a half-blood beastman like Catherine. Before anyone could react, Catherine brandished her sword and killed the 8 wolf cavalrymen one by one. The blood gushing out of the wolf cavalrymen splashed all over her, making her look full of a heroic, bloody, and bewitching temperament. She looked like a goddess of war who killed her way out of a sea of blood. With a look of horror on his face, the middle-aged half-blood beastman knelt on the ground, shivered, and accused with grief and indignation. "Catherine, you killed them! You actually killed them! It's over, it's over! It's over, we're screwed! We're screwed! The strength of the Copper Wolf tribe isn't something we can resist. That human wizard doesn't appear at any time. He just acted on a whim and saved us. But he can save us for a while, but he can't save us forever. Now that you've killed these 8 werewolf masters for a moment of pleasure, you've sown the seeds of calamity for our village." When the half-blood beastmen saw this, they were both delighted and afraid, not knowing what to do. From the bottom of their hearts, they naturally wanted to kill the 8 ferocious wolf cavalrymen. But when they thought of the consequences of killing the 8 ferocious wolf cavalrymen, they were terrified. Catherine's beautiful eyes blossomed with radiance, and she barked, "Have you ever thought about why we half-blood beastmen are so miserable? We were born to be regarded as slaves, and can be hunted and killed wantonly like livestock." The half-blood beastmen fell silent. They had been pondering this question since they were born, but they hadn't come to a conclusion. Catherine said loudly, "That's because we half-blood beastmen don't have a god of our own. Without the protection of a god, we are bullied and humiliated. Not long ago, a great god was finally willing to take pity on us half-blood beastmen, and sent an emissary to help us. That human wizard is a divine emissary sent by that great god to save us half-blood beastmen." Chapter 223. Interesting. This Catherine is really outstanding. She can adapt to the situation. I just gave her a little poke and she could react like this. That's amazing. Every race has its geniuses. She should be a half-blood beastman genius. If there is a Bolu, then there is a horse. Horses are common, but Bolu is rare. It's quite interesting to be a Bolu. Above the clouds, sitting on the magic carpet, Yang Feng looked at the holographic scene projected by the holographic projector, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The middle-aged man with dog ears was taken aback, and then whispered, "Is there really a god willing to take pity on us half-blood beastmen?" Expectant and hopeful gazes focused on Catherine at once. Catherine's thoughts revolved and she said loudly, "That's right, the name of the great god is Ian. He will send a divine emissary to guide us half-blood beastmen out of our predicament and no longer be slaves to others. We half-blood beastmen are not natural slaves." "Great! That's great! Thank you, great god Ian!" "Praise you, great god Ian!" The half-blood beastmen praised loudly with tears streaming down their faces. Pure faith power diffused from them, and then gradually dissipated because they couldn't find a target to attach to. In the sky, Yang Feng cast a secret method and looked at the faith power that appeared and then collapsed and dissipated from the half-blood beastmen, and he sighed slightly. What a strong faith power! I'm afraid that each of them has reached the pinnacle of shallow believers and is infinitely close to true believers. Suffering is really the best way to harvest faith power. Believers were divided into 6 classes: non-believer, pseudo-believer, shallow believer, true believer, fanatic, and saint. In addition to non-believers, even pseudo-believers would provide a trace of faith power when they silently recited prayers. Under normal circumstances, with the same prayer time and the same soul strength, the faith power provided by 100 pseudo-believers was only comparable to that provided by one shallow believer. The faith power provided by 100 shallow believers was equivalent to that provided by one true believer. The faith power provided by 100 true believers was equivalent to that provided by one fanatic. The power of faith provided by 100 fanatics was equivalent to the power of faith provided by one saint. Of course, if a creature's soul was strong enough, then the power of faith they provided would also be stronger. Therefore, there were many species that did not have a lot of numbers, but their individual souls were strong enough. Their gods were also very powerful. The half-beastmen race had suffered a lot. Without the protection of the gods, they were one of the most vulnerable races. Yang Feng chose half-blood beastmen because this race, which had suffered hardships, was more likely to give birth to devout believers who could provide large amounts of faith force. In the plain of Tyrandot subcontinent, those vampires were being hunted by humans. They also suffered a lot. They were full of pious hope to give birth to a god of the vampires. That kind of strong obsession made most of them existences above the level of true believers. Coupled with their soul strength that far surpassed that of ordinary people, they were able to allow the blood clan King Rarit to ignite his divine fire and evolve into a demigod. Under Catherine's reassurance, the half-blood beastmen began to clean up the village and bury their loved ones. At the same time, they skinned the giant wolves and began to cook them. Although the giant wolf meat was not tasty, but it was rare meat that they could obtain. Time passed slowly. The sky had just turned slightly dark. Catherine took the sword forged from divine blood steel and quickly went to the place where she and Yang Feng had agreed to meet. After arriving at the place, Catherine began to practice the swordsmanship that was full of mistakes under the weak moonlight. This was the only martial art she could learn. Don't practice it. You're practicing the wrong swordsmanship. If you continue to practice it, you'll only ruin your body. Under the weak moonlight, Yang Feng, shrouded in a faint sacred radiance, slowly walked out from the side. Master Ian, thank you very much for saving the people of our village. Catherine prostrated herself on the ground, kowtowed 5 times, and expressed her thanks to Yang Feng. This was the highest form of thanks given to her by a former slave by a half-blood beastman. Yang Feng said, "Get up." Yes. Catherine stood up at once, looked straight at Yang Feng with a clear and firm gaze, and said, "I want to get enough power and knowledge to protect my people, so that half-blood beastmen will no longer be humiliated, no longer be called bastards, and can live with dignity on this land. Please teach me what to do. I'm willing to pay any price. As long as I have it, you can take it. I'm a wizard who pursues the truth and walks on the path to godhood. I need you to become the pope of my church and spread my faith among half-blood beastmen. Half-blood beastmen who are willing to believe in me and don't violate my doctrine will receive my protection. Half-blood beastmen who receive my protection will receive food that can be preserved fruits, clean water, a safe residence, and live with dignity. Anyone who tries to capture you will be my enemy. My army will tear those enemies to pieces. Catherine, are you willing to become the pope of my church and spread my faith among half-blood beastmen? This is a path full of thorns and sacrifices. I alone won't be enough. I need the entire half-blood beastmen to continuously struggle and make countless sacrifices. Only then will there be hope for success." Shrouded in sacred light, Yang Feng spoke slowly like the embodiment of a god. "I'm willing," Catherine said without hesitation. Half-blood beastmen were discriminated against on the Feisua plain, with no one passing on knowledge about power to them. Now that someone finally got an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a knowledge crystal appeared in his hand, which flew towards Catherine. This is a knowledge crystal that can be practiced until the demigod rank martial art Lion King battle scripture. Crush it and you'll master this martial art. Yang Feng didn't lack secret methods that could be practiced until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. In the Tyrandot subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups all had secret methods that could be practiced until the Starry Sky Warlock rank, and there were even 3 secret methods that could be practiced until the Moonlight Warlock rank. However, the 3 secret methods that could be practiced until the Moonlight Warlock rank were all ancient secret method. The requirements were too high, and he couldn't achieve them. The Lion King battle scripture was one of the 3 secret methods that could be practiced until the Moonlight Warlock rank. This was a secret method that human warlocks learned from the Fesua Plains Beastman Divine System's Lion God Arkath, and then improved upon it. This was one of the reasons why Yang Feng chose Catherine, a Lionman half-blood Beastman girl. Kathleen reached out and grabbed, directly crushing the knowledge crystal of the martial technique. That was the secret technique of the Lion King battle scripture. The next moment it entered her mind. Not long after, a huge phantom of a lion suddenly appeared behind Catherine, emitting a powerful pressure. This was the power inherited from her bloodline, and now, it was finally stimulated by the Lion King battle scripture. When Yang Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not bad, the power of her bloodline is beyond my imagination. It seems that either her father or mother is a divine descendant with God's bloodline flowing through them. I've struck it big this time. Catherine let out a roar towards the sky, and a wave of war lion chi gushed out from her body. Her figure flashed, and she executed a complete set of Lion King fist technique in the open space. Boom! After Catherine executed the complete Lion King fist art, she finally slammed her fist into the ground and blasted open a small fist imprint. Catherine's figure shook slightly, and she arrived in front of Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with adoration and gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for teaching me the Lion King battle scripture. Catherine will never forget your kindness." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and another knowledge crystal flew into Catherine's hand. The Lion King battle scripture is the signature martial art of lionmen of the Beastman Empire's royal family. Except for lionmen, the effects of cultivating it aren't good for other people. I'll teach you the radiant battle text. Any beastman can cultivate this martial art. If you cultivate it to the pinnacle, you can become a legend rank warrior. Catherine alone wasn't enough to support the entire half-blood beastman race. Most people could cultivate an inherited martial art, which was the foundation for the prosperity of the race. Although the Radiant Battle Text's grade wasn't as high as that of the Lion King battle scripture, but for the entire half-blood beastman race, it was much more precious than the Lion King battle scripture. Catherine crushed the knowledge crystal and memorized the Radiant Battle Text's cultivation method. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Feng. Although she didn't say any words of thanks, but her beautiful eyes were filled with unswerving determination. This is the Monarch's Sword. It can bless you with 4 spells: Inspire Courage, Monarch's Dignity, Extraordinary Physique, and Monarch's Power. This is the Monarch's Armor. It has a formidable defensive power and is blessed with 9 spells: Warping Force Field, Fire Resistance Enhancement, Water Resistance Enhancement, Wind Resistance Enhancement, Earth Resistance Enhancement, Ice Resistance Enhancement, Light Resistance Enhancement, and Darkness Resistance Enhancement. The future of half-blood beastmen needs you to use these 2 weapons to forge it. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng handed Catherine a secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel and a secret treasure armor forged entirely from divine blood steel. In terms of material quality, the secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel already surpassed that of many legend-rank secret treasure swords. Its only shortcoming was that the magic attached to it wasn't strong enough. The same was true for the secret treasure armor forged entirely from divine blood steel. However, to the current Catherine, this was definitely a godly weapon-level treasure. Chapter 224. After Catherine left the hillside, she quickly returned to her village, and gathered all the people in the village together. After Catherine gathered everyone, she immediately announced, "We can't stay here anymore. We have to leave and migrate elsewhere." Dick, a half-blood beastman with a pair of tiger ears, gave a long sigh and said, We don't have much food. Besides, where are we going to migrate to? There's no place for us half-blood beastmen to survive. Bitterness welled up in the hearts of the half-blood beastmen present. Chuck, a tiger tribe half-blood beastman with a pair of tiger ears, a sturdy figure, and a 60% resemblance to Dick, suddenly pointed at a half-blood beastman with a pair of lion ears standing next to Catherine and asked, "Catherine, who is he? Why haven't I seen him before?" The half-blood beastmen also looked strangely at the lion-man half-blood beastman Yang Feng standing next to Catherine. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "Hello, I am one of the divine emissaries sent by the mighty god Ian to help you. My name is Caesar." After he finished speaking, frightening Sky Knight rank chi spread from Yang Feng, making it hard for the many half-blood beastmen present to breathe. After warlocks used secret methods to condense a soul seed and establish a spirit sea, the power they obtained was named life energy by warlocks. It could simulate a variety of powers, and chi was no exception. Most of the half-blood beastmen present weren't even knights and hadn't cultivated chi. As such, they couldn't resist Yang Feng's imposing aura. Divine emissary! There really is a god who wants to help us. Thank the heavens have finally opened their eyes. When the half-blood beastmen felt the formidable aura released by Yang Feng, tears streamed down their cheeks and they muttered. When Chuck sensed the bottomless and frightening aura released by Yang Feng, he couldn't help but feel dispirited. He was well aware that with his strength, he would never be able to practice cultivation to Yang Feng's level. When Dick saw this, he no longer doubted Yang Feng's identity. The dozens of people in the half-blood beastman village weren't enough for Yang Feng to kill. If Yang Feng wanted to capture all of them and sell them as slaves, then they wouldn't have the strength to resist. These half-blood beastmen couldn't think of anything that could be plotted against them. After displaying his power, Yang Feng smiled and retreated to Catherine's side. Yang Feng needed to control half-blood beastmen through Catherine. After all, there were too many things that Yang Feng needed to do. In fact, every deity would have countless subordinates to share their burdens. Otherwise, even if they had divinity, they would be exhausted and would not have the time to train and enjoy themselves. Catherine's beautiful eyes flickered with expectation, and she said loudly, "Red Earth Wasteland." With his tremendous divine power, the great god Ian built a city for us half-blood beastmen in the Red Earth Wasteland and purified a huge piece of land. There we have food to eat, clean water, and a safe place to live. We can live with dignity there and no longer be anyone's slave. A city that belongs to us beastmen. Wonderful! If that's the case, that would be great! The beastmen all cried tears of joy. A city that belonged to half-blood beastmen, this was the dream of half-blood beastmen for thousands of years. However, this was just a dream that no one had ever been able to realize. This was because they had no knowledge and no power. No one was willing to impart knowledge and power to these pitiful half-blood beastmen, because they were the product of tragedy and were despised by everyone. Catherine said with a solemn expression, "However, the city that belongs to half-blood beastmen can only be entered by believers of the great god Ian. If you want to enter the city with me, then you must believe in the great god Ian, the sole god of us half-blood beastmen. Those who are unwilling can leave now." "I am willing to believe in the great god Ian." "Me too." None of the half-blood beastmen present refused to believe in Yang Feng. In the face of the pressure of reality, they just wanted to live well. No matter which god gave them a way to live, they would believe in that god. This is an idol given to us by the god Ian. We need to pray to him every day to become his believers. At the same time, he will send divine emissaries to bless and protect us. Catherine took out an idol with a face 80% similar to Yang Feng's, yet it was shrouded in a layer of misty light, making it hard to see clearly, and placed it on the table. "Now, let's carry out a prayer ceremony. Learn from me." Catherine clenched her hands, closed her eyes, and silently recited a prayer. Great Lord Ian! You are the ruler of half-blood beastmen, a supreme divine being. You are the monarch of light. You are the sower of fear. Great Lord Ian! You are the invincible god of war. You are the guardian of the good and the weak. Great Lord Ian! We offer you our most pious faith. From now on, after death, we will return to your divine country. We will become your shield and resist all harm for you. We will become your sword and slash all enemies for you. Great Lord Ian! May your divine country become a star in the sky. Under Catherine's lead, the half-blood beastmen began to earnestly learn her posture, and prayed earnestly and devoutly. Pure faith power diffused from the half-blood beastmen and entered the idol created by Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the faith power condensed on the idol, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I've finally taken the first step. Most of the people in the human race already had faith. In this world where gods constantly performed miracles, there were practically no non-believers among humans. Even among human slaves, many still had a god they believed in. If Yang Feng wanted to spread his faith among humans, it would be very difficult. The suffering half-blood beastmen were his best choice. After the prayer ceremony was completed, the dozens of half-blood beastmen present felt as if they had undergone a complete transformation. Their heart, spirit, and spirit were all different. Before this, these half-blood beastmen were hopeless existences that couldn't see the light. Now, however, they saw the light of hope. Dick's eyes blossomed with endless anger, and he asked, "Catherine, can you contact the surrounding villages and towns and take them to the city you spoke of?" Catherine smiled and said, "Half-blood beastmen who are willing to believe in our Lord are our dearest compatriots and can go to that city." Dick's eyes flashed with worry, and he said, "Since our Lord is so generous and great, I believe that all half-blood beastmen will believe in him. But the biggest problem now is the winter hunt. The wolf cavalrymen are just the vanguard of the winter hunt. According to convention, the large-scale winter hunt is about to begin. The winter hunt was when the beastmen of the Beastman Empire would sweep through the Kasama region from time to time during winter. They would plunder the food of half-blood beastmen and capture the beauties of half-blood beastmen for their own enjoyment or directly sell to human slave merchants in exchange for various supplies. The winter hunt wasn't just a matter of the Copper Wolf tribe, but the main force of the entire Beastman Empire. They would hunt in the Kasama region. In front of the main force of the Beastman Empire, all of the half-blood beastmen's resistance would be crushed into powder. Among the half-blood beastmen, there were also ox half-blood beastmen, tigermen half-blood beastmen, lionmen half-blood beastmen, and elephantmen half-blood beastmen. These half-blood beastmen were born with divine strength, and their battle prowess far exceeded that of ordinary humans. There were also half-blood beastmen who resisted in the Kasama region, but they lacked weapons, cultivation techniques, and various inheritances of knowledge. They simply couldn't resist the attack of the main force of the Beastman Empire. The half-blood beastmen who resisted were slaughtered by the hundreds, and then hundreds more were thrown into the Kasama area, leaving them to fend for themselves. They wouldn't let those half-blood beastmen consume the food of the Beastman Empire. The main force of the Beastman Empire was definitely the existence that all half-blood beastmen hated and feared the most during the winter hunt. When the half-blood beastmen heard this, their eyes revealed worry. Catherine said in a deep voice, "I have a way." All eyes were focused on Catherine, filled with anticipation. Catherine looked around and said in a deep voice, "Before the winter hunt officially starts, the only threat to us is the Copper Wolf tribe. I'll take people to assassinate the chieftain of the Copper Wolf tribe. As long as we assassinate him, the vanguard of the Copper Wolf tribe will collapse without a fight. In this way we can gain 10 days of time. 10 days is enough for us to contact many tribes. Which brother is willing to go with me to assassinate the chieftain of the Copper Wolf tribe?" "I'm willing." Contrary to everyone's expectations, a person took the lead and said loudly, gazes focused on that person, revealing looks of surprise. Yang Feng was also very surprised, because that person was the dog-eared middle-aged man Kun, who had bitterly advised everyone not to kill the 8-wolf cavalrymen. Heh, I know what you're thinking. My wife and son died tragically at the hands of those beasts. Don't I hate those beasts? It was just that in the past, we didn't have the strength to resist. Now that a god is willing to shelter us, I, Kun, am willing to risk my life for the sake of the half-blood beastmen. If I'm lucky enough to survive in the future and arrive at the place where my lord promised my race to rest, then I'll dedicate everything I have to my lord. This is the promise of me, a dog-eared half-blood beastman, half-blood beastman. Kun tore his tattered clothes and forcefully grabbed at them. His chest was immediately dripping with blood, and he cried out hoarsely, "My blood is also hot!" Chapter 225. Is this the power of hope? Yang Feng silently looked at the blood on Kun's chest. His rock-hard mind was slightly shaken. I'm willing to go with you. Me too. After a moment of silence, none of the 56 half-blood beastmen in the room cowered. Regardless of gender or age, they all spoke silently. Catherine made a prompt decision. The number of people needed for the assassination should be few, not many. Caesar, Khan, Chuck, and I will be going for the assassination. Dick, organize the people and contact the surrounding villages and towns. We don't have much time, every minute is precious. Without any quarrel or hesitation, Dick nodded silently. At the border of the Beastman Empire and the Kasama region, there was a small city, the Frozen Rock City. The Frozen Rock City was the bridgehead of the Beastman Empire's winter hunt. This time, as the winter hunt's vanguard, the Copper Wolf tribe was stationed here. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. Catherine took Yang Feng's group of 3 to the front of the Frozen Rock City. Kun looked at the brightly lit Frozen Rock City from afar, and his eyes flashed with worry. Catherine, what do we do now? It looks like it's heavily guarded. Due to Yang Feng killing part of the vanguard, the defenses inside the Frozen Rock City became much tighter. At the entrance to the city stood 2 teams of fully armed wolfman warriors. Above the Frozen Rock City, teams of werewolf warriors were constantly patrolling, ready to reinforce the warriors below at any time. The entrance to the city was covered in torches. Above the city wall, there was a thick torch at regular intervals, brightly illuminating the city. Catherine's gaze congealed slightly, and she said, "Caesar, you speak." Yang Feng said with a light smile, "Everyone, follow me. Let's kill our way to the headquarters, and then behead the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe." Chuck frowned and said coldly, "That's easy for you to say. We don't even know how many soldiers there are in the Frozen Rock City or where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe is, so how can we kill them? Besides, how can the 4 of us kill our way in?" Even though he had acknowledged Yang Feng's identity as a divine emissary, Chuck was still very jealous of him. This was mainly because the beastmen were ignorant and did not know the importance of a divine envoy. If it was in the 4 great empires, no one would dare to be so rude to an oracle sent by a god. The ignorant are fearless. This was the principle. Kun also focused his gaze on Yang Feng, wanting to see what Yang Feng had to say. He didn't think that the 4 of them could break into the city and kill the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. "This is a treasure given to me by God. A long sword that could cut through any weapon and a full body armor that could block almost any weapon. And God is watching us. He will guide us to the location of the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe." Yang Feng smiled faintly and flipped his hand, and 2 copper boxes appeared in front of Chuck and Kun. On top of the 2 copper boxes, there was a magic sword forged from divine blood steel. Yang Feng said lightly, "Put your hands on the box and you'll get the divine warrior armor bestowed upon you by God." Without hesitation, Kun put his hand on the groove on top of the copper box. Bronze-colored magic radiance flickered, and pieces of armor flew out of the copper box and landed on Kuhn's body, covering every vital part of his body. Only some of his joints were exposed. There were 16 energy grooves on the divine warrior armor, each of which was inlaid with a superior magic stone. An incomparably powerful life mana emanated from the divine warrior armor and entered Kuhn's body, stimulating his body's potential and causing him to burst forth with aura. Qi. This is the power of Qi. Kuhn was slightly taken aback, and then his eyes flashed with ecstasy and he praised. Great God Ian, praise you! Upon seeing this, Chuck also put his hand on the copper box, put on the divine warrior armor, and was stimulated to give birth to Qi. The divine warrior armor looked like it had a lot of components, but in fact it was extremely light. Each divine warrior armor weighed only 2.5 kilograms and was forged from divine blood steel. Because it was enchanted with lighten, brute strength, inspire courage, and several other spells, it wasn't heavy at all. On the contrary, the wearer would feel as light as a swallow and extremely nimble. These two divine warrior armors were the original versions of battle armor that Yang Feng had developed by combining warlock knowledge and Shizu technology. As long as the wearer had a strong enough body, they would possess formidable offensive and defensive power. On the battlefield, they would be just like a humanoid tank. Yang Feng waved his hand, and 2 gold boxes appeared in front of him and Catherine. Catherine reached out and pressed her hand on the groove of the golden chest. Countless golden armor plates flew out of the golden chest and surrounded her, forming a female warrior covered in golden armor. She wore a mask, and her facial features could not be seen clearly. Follow me. Yang Feng took the lead and stealthily moved towards the section of the frozen rock city's city wall. Catherine's group of 3 followed behind Yang Feng. When they reached the edge of the city wall, Yang Feng took a deep breath, tapped his foot on the ground, flew up, and easily landed on top of the city wall. The frozen rock city's city wall was only 6 meters tall. It couldn't stop an expert like Yang Feng. Yang Feng shook his hand, and a rope extended from the top of the city wall. Catherine's group of 3 quickly reached out and grabbed the rope. Yang Feng shook the rope slightly and erupted with Sky Knight rank power in a flash, sending Catherine's group of 3 flying towards the top of the city wall. In midair, Catherine didn't panic. She operated her Qi, twisted her tender body slightly, turned her feet to the ground, and stomped on the ground, stopping her forward momentum. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. He took a step forward and pressed his palms on the abdomen of Chuck and Kuhn. A gentle force gushed out of his palms and caught the 2 of them. During his time on the Feisua plane, Yang Feng could only rely on himself most of the time without the terrifying battle prowess of his mechanical legion. He forced out his potential. If Yang Feng had just left the Tyrannid subcontinent, it wouldn't have been an issue to slap Chuck and Kuhn into mincemeat. However, he definitely wouldn't have been able to use his strength so effortlessly. Originally, Yang Feng was just an ordinary warlock who had accumulated all kinds of rare resources and elixirs. But now, after his tempering on the Feisua plane, he could feel himself constantly transforming, becoming stronger, and grasping various knowledge more flexibly. When Chuck and Kuhn landed, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, lifted Chuck and Kuhn, and jumped down from the top of the city wall. Catherine also jumped down from the top of the city wall. Once they entered the frozen rock city, the 4 people formed a battle formation. Yang Feng was at the forefront of the formation, Chuck and Kuhn protected his flanks, and Catherine was in the rear, bringing up the rear. Without hesitation, Yang Feng took the 3 people and plunged into the frozen rock city. Inside the frozen rock city, Yang Feng, as if aided by a god, avoided one squad of Beastman patrol warriors after another, leaving Chuck and Kuhn full of admiration. They truly believed that Yang Feng had the guidance of a god. There was a small castle in the center of the frozen rock city, which was the city master's mansion. Since the Frozen Rock City was the bridgehead for attacking the Kasama region, half-blood beastmen would from time to time find ways to attack the Frozen Rock City and assassinate its high-ranking officers. Therefore, the city master's mansion was transformed into a small castle. The small castle's city wall was 7 meters tall. The city wall was brightly lit, and teams of wolfman warriors exuding an iron-blooded temperament were patrolling. The small castle was guarded by the trusted subordinates of the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. They were valiant warriors who had gone through countless battles, and each of them possessed formidable battle prowess not weaker than human knights. "Follow me." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching glint. His figure shook, and he took the lead, rushing towards the entrance of the small castle like a humanoid tank. "Charge!" Catherine ordered. Kun and Chuck looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and followed behind Yang Feng, rushing towards the small castle. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Atop the city wall, a wolfman warrior saw Yang Feng dressed in a golden armor at a glance, and he faced upwards and issued a shrill howl. As expected of elites, the werewolf warriors on the castle quickly made their preparations. 20 archers of the Copper Wolf tribe immediately stepped out and shot at Yang Feng. The 20 arrows turned into a rain of arrows and shot towards Yang Feng. Dang! Dang! Amid crisp sounds, the 3 arrows that hit Yang Feng's gold armor were ricocheted away. Braving the rain of arrows, Yang Feng rushed to in front of the gate of the castle. The magic sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand flickered with sword light, and he slashed the castle a dozen times in a row. "Break!" Yang Feng gave a furious roar and punched the gate of the castle. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gate was instantly torn into pieces, and countless fragments flew in all directions. "The gate is broken! The gate is broken just like that?" Kun and Chuck were dumbstruck, hardly daring to believe their eyes. "Yes. If we follow him, we might really be able to kill the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe." Next, hot blood welled up in the hearts of Kun and Chuck, and they were filled with hope. Catherine's beautiful eyes flickered with an extraordinary splendor, and she looked at Yang Feng's back full of worship, as expected of Master Ian. Chapter 226. Breached. The gate was breached. Fuck! How could the gate be breached just like that? When the Wolfman warriors saw the gate breached, they were dumbstruck, not daring to believe their eyes. Yang Feng's group of 4 took the opportunity to rush into the castle and madly rush towards the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. "Block them! Block them!" A guard leader roared loudly and rushed towards Yang Feng's group of 4 with 50 Wolfman warriors. Yang Feng rushed towards the guard leader and slashed at him with a resplendent sword ray. The guard leader bellowed, and Earth Knight rank chi erupted from him in a flash. The fine steel sword infused with chi flicked at Yang Feng's sword. Ding! Under the horrified gaze of the guard leader, the fine steel sword in his hand broke into 2. The sword ray slashed down and instantly sliced the guard leader in 2. After slaying the guard leader, sword rays flashed around Yang Feng, and the Wolfman warriors near him were sliced in 2 along with their armor. Kun and Chuck, who were responsible for guarding Yang Feng's flanks, although they didn't know martial arts, but relying on the sharp magic swords and the divine warrior armor with astonishing defensive strength, they withstood the attacks of the Wolfman warriors and killed the Wolfman warriors one after another. Catherine also madly brandished the ruler's sword and killed the Wolfman warriors one after another. Blood spattered all over her, yet she didn't waver. Amidst the frantic fighting, she gained a deeper understanding of the Lion King battle scripture that Yang Feng imparted to her. As if a sharp knife cutting through tofu, Yang Feng led the 3 people to easily cut through the 50 Wolfman elite warriors, and then rushed towards the room where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe was located. Along the way, there were no more organized troops blocking in front of Yang Feng. After killing a dozen guards in a row, Yang Feng's group of 4 rushed into a room. Inside the room, on the carpet, there were 4 naked corpses of half-blood beastman girls. Each of the 4 half-blood beastman girls was very beautiful, and they were only 15 or 16 years old. In the room stood a middle-aged wolfman with a pair of wolf ears, a furry wolf tail on his butt, a medium build, a face as if carved by a knife, and a cold and cruel temperament. Standing in the middle of the room with a blood-stained scimitar in his hand, the middle-aged wolfman stared coldly at Yang Feng's group of 4. That wolfman raceman did not panic in the face of danger and said very calmly, "The 4 of you, how dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Ahriman, the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, a hereditary baron of the Orc Empire. If you dare to kill me, the Orc Empire will never stop hunting you down. Who sent you to assassinate me? I can pay you double the amount you paid. No, I'll pay you 3 times the amount, and then go kill the person who sent you. Kill him, and I can promote you in the Orc Empire, make you aristocratic barons of the Orc Empire, and give you hereditary fiefs and great wealth." On the Feisua plain, aristocratic titles and hereditary fiefs were things that many people yearned to obtain. Many martial path powerhouses and formidable wizards would serve human empires for aristocratic titles and hereditary fief. Martial path powerhouses had tyrannical strength and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, their next generation might not be able to learn their martial arts. Aristocratic titles and hereditary fiefs were the foundation of a family's inheritance and wealth. Unfortunately, I only want your head. Yang Feng's gaze swept past the naked corpses of the half-blood beastman girls, and his gaze became extremely frigid. His figure shook, and he strangely appeared in front of Ahriman and slashed at him with his sword. "A bunch of clowns, I just don't want to waste my strength. Since you're courting death, then I'll send you on your way." Ahriman snorted coldly. In a flash, frightening firmament night rank Shi erupted from him, and he took a step forward and slashed at Yang Feng with a tyrannical blade. In the Orc Empire, the law of the jungle prevailed. For Ahriman, who respected the strong, to be able to become the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, he was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress the pack of wolf cubs in the tribe. Ding! The blade and sword collided, and the fine steel blade in Ahriman's hand broke into 2. Yang Feng's magic sword slashed down, and Ahriman's head was sent flying. The moment Ahriman's head was sent flying, his eyes flickered with incredulity, as if he couldn't believe that he was insta-killed by a sword. "Your martial path strength might be good, but unfortunately, your weapon is too poor." Yang Feng grabbed Ahriman's head, who died with everlasting regret, and said faintly. Extremely hot blood spurted out of Ahriman's chest. Before it came into contact with Yang Feng, it was bounced off by the life force field protecting him. In real combat, weapons and equipment were extremely important, and could even play a decisive role. Ahriman's martial path strength might be even stronger than Yang Feng's, but he was insta-killed by Yang Feng, because he didn't know that the magic sword forged from divine blood steel in Yang Feng's hand was actually so sharp. A powerful weapon could instantly increase a martial artist's battle prowess by several times. This was also the reason why Yang Feng's 5 magic swords could be auctioned at sky-high prices. Kun's eyes flowed with tears, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Formidable faith power diffused from him. "We actually did it! We actually assassinated the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is a miracle bestowed upon us by the gods. Praise you, mighty god Ian! Praise you!" Yang Feng felt the faith power coming from Kun and was slightly surprised. "True believer! Not bad, I really couldn't tell that this Kun was a good seedling." Yang Feng took out a spear, inserted Ahriman's severed head on it, and strode outside. "Ahriman is dead. The frozen rock city has been captured." Yang Feng had Kun carry Ahriman's severed head, and shouted when he saw people. When the Wolfman warriors saw Ahriman's severed head, their morale began to collapse, and they became polarized. Eyes bloodshot, some Wolfman warriors madly rushed at Yang Feng and company, before being killed by Yang Feng and Catherine. Even more werewolf soldiers broke down and fled the city lord's manor. Yang Feng and company killed their way to the city master's mansion's prison. Catherine took the lead. After killing a dozen-plus Wolfman warriors, she broke into the prison. I am Catherine, a divine chosen sent by the mighty god Ian to rescue us half-blood beastmen. I am a lion-man half-blood beastman. I'm here to rescue you. Anyone who is willing to believe in my lord, the mighty god Ian, can be redeemed. Who is willing to believe in my lord, Ian? As soon as Catherine broke into the prison, the gold visor fell off, revealing her heroic and beautiful appearance as well as lion-man half-blood beastman characteristic. Shrouded in a layer of sacred light, she shouted. I am willing to believe in the mighty god Ian, save me! I am also willing to believe in the mighty god Ian, save me! In the prison, there were hundreds of handsome young men and women who were captured by the Copper Wolf tribe. When the young men and women in the cages saw Catherine shrouded in a layer of sacred light, as if they had seen a god, the young men and women wept and pleaded. Yang Feng's group of 3 stepped forward, slashed open the cages with their swords, and liberated the hundreds of half-blood beastmen inside the cages. Catherine said solemnly, "Pick up the weapons you can and follow behind us. You need to protect your own lives." The hundreds of half-blood beastman youngsters silently picked up the weapons of the slain prison guards, and then followed behind Catherine. Yang Feng said, "Let's go to the granary. Once we burn the granary, we can leave." Catherine nodded slightly, then turned to the half-blood beastman youngsters and said, "Follow behind us." The half-blood beastman youngsters silently followed behind Catherine. Under Yang Feng's lead, the group of people killed their way towards the granary of the frozen rock city. Along the way, the Wolfman warriors who stuck their heads out were chopped into pieces by Yang Feng. The half-blood beastman youngsters went up and picked up their weapons. "You really came. I guessed that your next target would be the granary of the frozen rock city. You lowly half-blood beastman bastards. When you see Uncle Randy, why aren't you on your knees? Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a group of 200 wolf cavalrymen armed to the teeth rushed out of the granary. The arrogant and tall Wolfman expert in the lead glared at the hundreds of half-blood beastman youngsters and bellowed. In a flash, frightening Sky Knight rank chi gushed out of him. Under the pressure of the Sky Knight rank expert, the half-blood beastman youngsters revealed looks of fear. Sky Knight rank experts had already stepped into the ranks of extraordinary life forms. There was an essential gap between them and ordinary life forms. Their imposing manner wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. "Randy, I have killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe. His head is here. If you surrender now, it's not too late. Otherwise, only death will await you." Yang Feng lifted Ahriman's head, shook it at the Copper Wolf tribe's cavalrymen, and shouted loudly, "Chief Ahriman's head! Is Chief Ahriman really dead?" When the wolf cavalrymen of the Copper Wolf tribe saw Ahriman's head, their hearts shook at once. Ahriman, who possessed the strength of a firmament knight, was the #1 expert of the Copper Wolf tribe. For such an expert to die tragically at Yang Feng's hands, Yang Feng's strength could well be imagined. Taking advantage of the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen's shock, Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed towards them. Go to hell. The Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were extremely ferocious. 2 wolf cavalrymen slashed at Yang Feng. Without dodging, Yang Feng rammed into them like a humanoid demonic beast. Ding! When the 2 fine steel blades slashed at Yang Feng's gold armor, they were ricocheted away. The perlicures of the 2 wolf cavalrymen trembled, and the 2 fine steel blades flew out of their hands. With flashes of sword rays and surging of chi, the 2 wolf cavalrymen were instantly shaken into countless pieces of flesh and blood that splashed about. Amid the mist of blood, Yang Feng appeared in front of Randy and slashed at him with his sword. Randy's complexion changed dramatically. although he still had more than 100 subordinates around him, but at this moment, he was the only one facing Yang Feng's tyrannical sword strike. Randy mustered his chi, bellowed, and raised his sword at Yang Feng's sword. As long as he could block this sword strike, the wolf cavalrymen around him could swarm Yang Feng and cut him into pieces. Ding! Under Randy's horrified gaze, his sword was cut in two as if tofu. The sword ray slid along his neck, and his head flew high into the air. A large amount of blood gushed out of his headless corpse and scattered in all directions. In the midst of the wolf cavalrymen, Yang Feng erupted with firmament knight-rank chi and roared into the sky. "I killed Randy! Which one of you wants to die?" Dumbfounded, the wolf cavalrymen couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, intimidated by Yang Feng's imposing manner, they didn't act rashly for a moment. Yang Feng's blood boiled and divine energy of massacre surged. Sword rays flashed in his hand, and sword rays extended into the surroundings. In the wake of the sword rays, wolf cavalrymen were torn apart and turned into countless pieces. Under Yang Feng's frenzied slaughter, the wolf cavalrymen began to divide. Some wolf cavalrymen angrily rushed at Yang Feng, wanting to avenge Randy. Even more wolf cavalrymen lost their courage and dispersed. After killing dozens of wolf cavalrymen in a row, there were no more wolf cavalrymen left in front of the granary. Only Yang Feng remained, standing proudly in the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "So strong! So strong! Sir Caesar is so strong! Can we half-blood beastmen also give birth to such an expert?" This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the half-blood beastman youngsters, and their hearts were filled with shock. Kun gazed at Yang Feng's back, his heart surged, and his eyes flashed with fanaticism. Divine Emissary Caesar is really strong. Only such an expert can be called a divine emissary. There's finally hope for us half-blood beastmen. Chapter 227. Yang Feng treaded on the blood-stained road and arrived in front of the frozen rock city's granary. With the flash of a sword ray, the gate of the granary made of steel collapsed into countless pieces, revealing large tracts of grain inside. When the half-blood beastman youngsters saw the large tracts of grain inside the granary, their eyes practically glowed green, and they swallowed their saliva several times. The living environment in the Kasama region was extremely harsh. The half-blood beastman youngsters basically only had some sour berries, wild vegetables, and some edible roots to barely fill their stomach. It was the first time they had seen so much grain. Kun said with some reluctance, somewhat respectful, "Sir Caesar, can't we find a way to transport this grain back?" Catherine's big, expressive eyes also stared straight at Yang Feng. "Yes. Take it back." The half-blood beastman youngsters also spoke one after another. Yang Feng said faintly, "No, we don't have that much time. Let me tell you another piece of bad news. According to the oracle of the mighty god Ian, the bloody lion monarch Lawrence is already on his way here with 20,000 elites of the bloody lion slave-hunting group." Kun's complexion changed greatly, his eyes flashed with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Lawrence! It's that fiend!" Catherine's beautiful eyes were filled with endless anger. At the same time, fear shrouded the abyss of her beautiful eyes. "Lawrence, that bastard! He's here! Lawrence! That fiend is here! It's actually that fiend!" The faces of the half-blood beastman youngsters were drained of blood, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. The blood lion monarch Lawrence was the uncle of the current emperor of the Beastman Empire, and he was conferred the title of Grand Prince. He was extremely cruel, and had presided over winter hunts against half-blood beastmen several times. Others presided over winter hunts and would release water to raise fish, so they wouldn't kill people indiscriminately in the Kasama region. As for the blood lion monarch Lawrence, he was extremely cruel and vicious. At that time, he slaughtered all the resistance forces in the Kasama district, including those who surrendered, and massacred the villages where the half-blood Beastman resistance forces had been active. Even the Beastman villages that did not participate in the rebellion were massacred indiscriminately, making the people of the Kasama district tremble in fear and hate them endlessly. Yang Feng said solemnly, "Only by burning the food can we stop their advance. Otherwise, they will only continue to hunt us down for food." Kathleen nodded silently. Yang Feng took out an oil can, poured kerosene on the grain in the granary, lit a torch, and threw it into the granary. The flames immediately rose up in the granary, and the tongue of fire quickly spread across the granary. "The granary is on fire! It's over! What should we do? Lord Ahriman seems to have been killed. What should we do now?" Within the frozen rock city, the werewolf troops fell into chaos. After Ahriman was killed, there was no one else in the Copper Wolf tribe who could convince the masses. When some ambitious experts of the Copper Wolf tribe saw the flames rising in the granary, they knew that they couldn't continue. They immediately led their troops to escape from the frozen rock city and fled towards the Copper Wolf tribe. Whoever could escape to the Copper Wolf tribe first would gain a huge advantage. Yang Feng took the hundreds of half-blood Beastman youngsters to the armory and opened the door. After everyone picked up a few weapons, they swaggered out of the frozen rock city. In front of the nameless village where Catherine lived. Standing at the gate of the village, Dick looked in the direction of the frozen rock city from time to time, his eyes filled with anxiety. Was I too impulsive? 4 people want to go to the frozen rock city to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is simply an impossible miracle. Just the position of the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe is hard to determine. Dick gazed into the distance, the wrinkles on his eyebrows seemed to have increased. He smiled bitterly and sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. Even if it's a life-saving straw, we have to firmly grasp it. We have no way out." A middle-aged man with a pair of cat ears and an aged face slowly walked over and said with a bitter smile, "Yes, Dick, we have no way out. All we can do now is pray to the great god Ian to bless them." 4 people going to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe in the heavily defended frozen rock city sounded like a fairy tale. After the half-blood beastmen calmed down from their excitement, it was normal for them to be worried. Dick asked, "Burrow, how is it? How did the villages react?" Burrow smiled bitterly and said, "They basically agreed to go with us. However, there's a precondition. If Sir Caesar can assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, then they'll go with us. If not, then they'll just do what they did in the past, try to find a place to hide, resign themselves to fate, and pray that they can escape the winter hunt." The half-blood beastmen's resistance to the winter hunt was just to find a place to hide, resign themselves to fate, and try to avoid the winter hunt. After all, the time for the winter hunt organized by the Beastman Empire was limited. After catching a certain number of beastmen, they would withdraw from this place. It was also a huge cost to feed the 10,000 to 20,000 elite troop. It was impossible for the Beastman Empire's army to stay in such a barren area like the Kasama district for a long time. Dick suddenly asked, "Why did Sir Caesar assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe instead of Catherine?" Burrow said flatly, "We watched Catherine grow up. Don't we know how strong she is? Even if she received the guidance of the gods, it's absolutely impossible for her to have the strength to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe." Dick was silent for a moment, then gave a long sigh and nodded slightly. "That's... Someone is approaching our village." Burrow's expression suddenly tightened. He stared into the distance, and his eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he said, "I'll go back to the village and have everyone hide." "No need. It's Caesar, it's Sir Caesar, they're back alive. My son, Chuck, is alive. Thank God. He's finally alive." Dick's eyes widened, his body trembled, and his speech became somewhat incoherent. Tears of excitement flowed down from his eyes. Ha ha! They're back alive! Ha ha! I'll go back and tell everyone the good news. I'll go back and tell everyone the good news. Burrow was also incoherent with excitement. As if he had turned into a young man, he rushed into the village. Sir Caesar is back. Sir Caesar and them are back alive. Everyone, come out. Sir Caesar and them are back alive. As soon as Burrow rushed into the village, he shouted loudly. What, Sir Caesar and them are back alive? They're back alive? In other words, they assassinated the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. More than 100 half-blood beastmen poured out of the village, many of which were representatives of other villages. These days they felt like a year in the village. Now that they heard the news of Yang Feng's party, they were extremely excited and rushed out of the village. When the half-blood beastmen rushed to the entrance of the village, they saw Yang Feng and Catherine walking side by side, followed by Kun and Chuck, and followed by hundreds of armed half-blood beastman youngsters. Kun raised the spear with Ahriman's severed head high and shouted, "We're back! Sir Caesar has killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is his severed head. Long live the great god Ian! Long live the great Sir Caesar!" They did it! They actually did it! They killed him! They actually killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is a miracle. Only with the guidance of a god can such a miracle be realized. There's finally hope for us half-blood beastmen. When the half-blood beastmen saw the spear with Ahriman's severed head, tears of excitement immediately streamed down their cheeks. Long live the great god Ian! Long live the great Sir Caesar! Long live the great god Ian! Long live the great Sir Caesar! Bursts of cheers came from the crowd. Yang Feng could clearly perceive traces of faith power diffusing from the half-blood beastmen, and then being absorbed and condensed by the idols he created. Dick slowly walked up to Yang Feng, prostrated himself on the ground, tears streaming down his face, yet said solemnly, "Great divine emissary Sir Caesar, thank you very much for bringing hope to us half-blood beastmen." Countless tears flowed down from the eyes of the half-blood beastmen. The more than 100 half-blood beastmen came up to Yang Feng, prostrated themselves on the ground, and expressed their most sincere gratitude with tears streaming down their cheeks. For countless years, the suffering race of half-blood beastmen had never seen hope. Even when the half-blood beastman resistance army appeared, they were easily suppressed by the beastman empire and human slave hunters. Now, a god dispatched a divine emissary. Almost miraculously, a trifling 4 people assassinated Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe, who was in the frozen rock city and was guarded by several thousand wolfman warriors. This finally gave the half-blood beastmen a glimmer of hope. When the half-blood beastman youngsters saw this, tears streamed down their cheeks, and they prostrated themselves on the ground in front of Yang Feng. Chuck hesitated for a moment, then finally sighed slightly and prostrated himself on the ground in front of Yang Feng, no longer having any thoughts of competing with Yang Feng. In the battle to assassinate Ahriman, he had already witnessed Yang Feng's mystical abilities and formidable strength. Such a person was not someone he could compare to. He was also a half-blood beastman, and he longed for the freedom and dignity of half-blood beastmen. Chapter 228. As long as you are willing to piously believe in the great god Ian, then the great god Ian will bless you just like this. Yang Feng pointed with his finger and cast the level, one spell divine illumination. A heart-warming sacred light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone present, warming them up slightly. Yang Feng then flicked his finger, and a large amount of super-recovery elixirs made from a combination of alchemy and Shizu technology turned into a fine mist that mixed with the sacred light. Under the effect of the super-recovery elixirs, the half-blood beastmen only felt a burst of warmth, and then became more relaxed. Many people were pleasantly surprised to find that many of their internal injuries had disappeared. Healing divine spells were a must-have divine spells for churches to preach. Only with healing theurgy could churches develop rapidly and gain more believers. As Yang Feng wasn't a god, he could only simulate the effects of healing divine spells through the combination of alchemy and Shizu technology. Many half-blood beastmen were shedding tears of happiness under the holy light. This was the first time they had been healed by a divine spell, and the first time they felt the power of a god. Now, I will teach you the first tome of the radiant battle text that the god Ian wanted me to teach you. Shrouded in sacred light, Yang Feng began to explain the first tome of the radiant battle text to the half-blood beastmen. Originally, Yang Feng intended to have Catherine teach him this martial art. But now that the opportunity was right, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. The scene was silent. Apart from Yang Feng's voice, there was no other sound. Every half-blood beastman eagerly listened to Yang Feng's every word, full of piety. All half-blood beastmen knew how precious martial art knowledge was. Any martial art was a secret of the major races and the foundation of their foothold. No one would teach martial arts to half-blood beastmen. The error-ridden swordsmanship that Catherine practiced was something that a half-blood beastman slave paid a great price to secretly learn. Half-blood beastmen, who had suffered countless hardships, had a thirst for knowledge that far surpassed that of other races. Yang Feng looked around and his gaze fell on Kun. Okay, I'll stop here for today. Any half-blood beastman who is willing to believe in the great god Ian can practice this radiant battle text. Kong Un, get up. Kun got up and said respectfully towards Yang Feng, Yes, Caesar Darren. Yang Feng handed Kun a knowledge crystal with the radiant battle text recorded on it. This is a knowledge crystal, it contains the next few levels of the radiant battle text. Crush it. Kun crushed the crystal, and the knowledge regarding the radiant battle grimoire entered his mind. After Kun opened his eyes, he became even more respectful and said, Thank you, Sir Oracle, for teaching me this martial technique. Yang Feng said, From now on you and Catherine will master the complete radiant battle text cultivation method. As long as one's strength reaches a certain level and is willing to worship my lord, you can teach them the continuation of this martial skill. Kun's eyes flashed with unswerving determination as he said respectfully, Yes, Sir Oracle. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said solemnly, Okay, get up. Right now, the most important thing was to immediately contact all the half-blood beastmen to carry out the Great Migration. The great god Ian has issued a divine decree. The Bloody Lion monarch Lawrence is already rushing over with 20,000 elite troops of the Bloody Lion slave hunting group. The Bloody Lion monarch Lawrence. It's that fiend. Fuck! Go inform everyone, the fiend is here again. When they heard the name of the Bloody Lion monarch, the complexions of the half-blood beastmen changed, their bodies trembled, and their eyes flashed with fear and anger. Under Dick's arrangements, the half-blood beastmen from the nearby villages quickly returned to their villages and began to mobilize the half-blood beastmen in the villages. The story of Yang Feng's embodiment of Caesar leading 3 people into the frozen rock city, and then assassinating Chief Ahriman of the Copperwolf tribe quickly spread in the Kasama district along with the half-blood beastmen from the villages and the half-blood beastman youngsters he rescued. As if a plague, a large number of half-blood beastmen rushed over from all directions, gathered into a torrent, and dragged their children towards the bloody wasteland. Before long, more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen emerged from the corners of the Kasama region, joined the huge torrent, and headed towards the Red Earth wasteland under Yang Feng's lead. A few days later, Dick found Yang Feng and said with a worried expression, Sir Caesar, we're almost out of food and water. What do we do? Some panic has spread among the crowd. Without new food and water, I'm afraid that the team won't be able to sustain itself. The most frightening thing about the Red Earth wasteland was that there was no food and water. Although the Kasama region was barren, but there were still some berries and water. In the Red Earth wasteland, shrubs were very scarce. As for water, it was even more scarce. With a confident look on his face, Yang Feng got up and said faintly, "I see, let's go. We want food. We want water. Give us some food. I want to drink water." In the huge half-blood beastmen migration team, many half-blood beastmen squeezed in front of Dick's army of half-blood beastman men and pleaded. Due to the haste, many half-blood beastmen only brought some food and water. After a few days, they couldn't hold on any longer. The half-blood beastman warriors could only barely stop the half-blood beastmen from rushing over. Otherwise, it would lead to a huge riot. "Sir Caesar is here. The divine emissary Sir Caesar is here." All of a sudden exclamations came from the side. The half-blood beastmen's gazes focused on Yang Feng. The noisy half-blood beastmen quieted down at once and focused their longing gazes on Yang Feng. Yang Feng's embodiment of Caesar broke into the frozen rock city and killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe amidst the heavy defenses. After being spread by word of mouth, Yang Feng's embodiment of Caesar broke into the frozen rock city, insta-killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe, and killed half of the people in the frozen rock city with his breath. Due to such rumors, the half-blood beastmen were both respectful and fearful of Yang Feng. "Sir Divine Emissary, we didn't cause trouble, nor do we want to cause trouble. However, my child hasn't drunk water for 2 days. I just want her to drink some water. I beg of you, be merciful. If there is any punishment, bestow it on me. Let my child go, and don't drive us away." A half-blood beastman with many wrinkles on his face knelt in front of Yang Feng and pleaded bitterly. The half-blood beastman girl, who was about 13 or 14 years old and could be vaguely seen to be a beauty but whose lips were somewhat cracked due to the drought. The half-blood beastman girl knelt in front of Yang Feng and pleaded bitterly. Now that the half-blood beastmen were in the Red Earth wasteland, there was no way out. Once they were driven away from the main force, only death would await them. "Sir Divine Emissary, we were wrong, don't drive us away. Sir Divine Emissary, we were wrong. Spare us this time." The half-blood beastmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng, imploring. "Silence." Yang Feng frowned slightly, then erupted with a frightening firmament knight-rank aura in a flash and barked, suppressing the voices of the half-blood beastmen. "You weren't wrong. I promised you that as long as you believed in my lord would give you preserved fruit, food, and clean water. If I didn't do it, then I would be the one at fault. I'm very sorry, I didn't realize that you were already in such a predicament. I'm sorry. As a divine emissary, I failed in my duty." Yang Feng bowed slightly, saluted the half-blood beastmen, and apologized. Under the effect of the Level 2 Warlock rank secret method, the more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen heard Yang Feng's voice. "Now, please come with me. The mighty god Ian has responded to my plea and agreed to show us his power so that we no longer lack food and clean water." Shrouded in sacred light, Yang Feng treaded on air, deviated slightly from the main road, and headed southwest. The half-blood beastmen followed behind Yang Feng and headed southwest. After walking for about 1 kilometer, Yang Feng pointed at the ground with the exquisite and luxurious scepter in his hand, and said solemnly, "The mighty god Ian said that a water source will appear here to quench the thirst of my believers." Yang Feng's words had just fallen, when a large amount of red dust suddenly rose from the boundless red earth, revealing a huge pond full of water. Seeing this scene, the half-blood beastmen were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Apart from the Rhine River, there was practically no other water source in the Red Earth wasteland. Yet now, with a few words from Yang Feng, a huge pond appeared in front of the half-blood beastmen, which was simply a miracle. Yang Feng pointed at the surroundings of the pond with the exquisite and luxurious scepter in his hand, and said solemnly, "The mighty god Ian said that a treasure tree will appear here to quench the hunger of my believers." Breadfruit trees grew out of the earth around the pond, matured quickly, and turned into trees full of breadfruit. The dozen or so breadfruits suddenly split open, releasing a fragrance unique to breadfruits that filled the area. Long live the mighty and benevolent god Ian! Shocked by this scene, the half-blood beastmen prostrated themselves on the ground, and said in unison. Chapter 229. This is the water and food bestowed upon you by the mighty god Ian. Before enjoying the water and food, let us pray. Standing in the void, Yang Feng was shrouded in a sacred radiance. His words became enigmatic, full of mystery and holiness because of the miracle he just displayed. After seeing the miracle displayed by Yang Feng, the confusion in the hearts of the half-blood beastmen disappeared, and they were filled with hope for the future. They knelt on the ground, clasped their hands in front of their chests, closed their eyes, and began to recite prayers towards the idols. Mighty Lord Ian, extremely rich faith power diffused from the half-blood beastmen and entered the idols. Yang Feng looked at the faith force, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. So many true believers. Sure enough, miracles are the fastest way to attract believers. These miracles were naturally small tricks that Yang Feng had prepared beforehand. The pond that appeared out of thin air was a result of Yang Feng transporting the pond's water here, and then covering it with a membrane and a layer of nano-robots resembling red clay. As for the breadfruit trees, they were the breadfruit tree seeds that Yang Feng had treated with spells at the cost of thousands of magic stones. The breadfruit trees could only grow for a day before they withered. However, paying such a huge price in exchange for more than thousands of true believers, Yang Feng still felt that he had made a huge profit. Every once in a while, the gods of the Feisua plane would display some miracles to show their existence in order to expand their influence and gain more faith power. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with worry. Unfortunately, the bloody lion monarch Lawrence isn't a simple character. He came so fast. The Frozen Rock City. The Frozen Rock City, which was more than half burned by Yang Feng, had changed greatly. There were huge barracks and tents everywhere. Above the tents there was a huge banner with a bloody lion embroidered on it. The Bloody Lion Monarch's Knights were the elite army commanded by the Bloody Lion Monarch Lawrence. Every single one of the 20,000 Lion King cavalrymen was a member of the Lion tribe. Every single one of them was an expert who had been through hundreds of battles and cultivated Do Chi. The Bloody Lion King Knights were the most powerful elite army in the Orc Empire. In addition to the Bloody Lion King Knights, there were also dozens of troops stationed in the barrack. Each troop had about 300 to 2,000 people. Although the Orc Empire was called an empire, it was actually heavily influenced by the tribal system. The Lion tribe and the Tiger tribe were the two most powerful tribes in the Orc Empire. They could only command those tribes to send troops to fight in all kinds of battles, but they could not truly control the armies of the major tribes. Although the Orc Empire was only one empire, there were also countless internal constraints, which was why it could not obtain more territory. The gods hiding behind the Orc tribes were also unwilling to let the Lion and Tiger tribes gain complete control. If that happened, the number of their believers would plummet, and it wouldn't do them any good. In the center of the Frozen Rock City, inside a huge tent. Who can tell me? Who could sneak into the Frozen Rock City and openly kill Armin of the Copper Wolf tribe? A handsome middle-aged man with a head full of golden hair, a pair of lion ears, and a lion tail wrapped around his waist said coldly. He was the Blood Lion King Lawrence, who had a burly figure and a handsome appearance. He glanced at the people below and said coldly. On both sides of the tent stood the generals of the Bloody Lion Monarch, as well as the Beastman generals dispatched by the major tribes. The generals were as quiet as cicadas in winter and didn't say a word. Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe was assassinated in the heavily guarded Frozen Rock City. This matter had become a laughing stock in the Orc Empire. At the same time, it also hurt the nerves of the Orc Empire, which was why Lawrence rushed here so quickly. The Beastman generals knew that Lawrence must be furious at this moment, so they didn't dare to speak for fear of angering the Demon King. An ominous glint flashed in the eyes of the bloody lion monarch Lawrence, and he said coldly, "Ahriman, that trash, it doesn't matter if he died. But after he died, the provisions of the Frozen Rock City were burned by those damn rebels. It's simply a heinous crime. Pass down my order, have the Copper Wolf tribe hand over all of Ahriman's relatives and execute them." "Yes, Your Highness." An expressionless bloody lion knight responded coldly, and then quickly retreated. The many generals of the Orc Empire below immediately shuddered, and they became even more fearful of Lawrence. The depths of their eyes showed a trace of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. After an empire's aristocrat died in battle, his relatives couldn't be protected. Many of the Beastman Empire's generals were full of dissatisfaction with Lawrence. But Lawrence was the Empire's Grand Prince, cruel and bloodthirsty. He had a high status in the Beastman Empire, so naturally, no one dared to rashly offend him. Lawrence coldly swept a fat foxman Beastman with a glance and said coldly, "Zaku, what's the current situation of the provisions?" Zaku replied with some trepidation, "Your Highness, the provisions we currently have are only enough for us for 5 days. The subsequent provisions are being transported from the Empire. In about 10 days or so, all the provisions will be in place." The effects of Yangfeng's fire, which burned the provisions the vanguard of the Frozen Rock City had prepared for the slave hunters' army, finally showed. Lawrence said with a cold smile, 10 days? I can't even wait a day. Pass down my order, the Silver Lion tribe will guard the Frozen Rock City. The rest of the tribes will follow me into the Red Earth Wasteland to hunt those half-blood beastman beasts. Zaku's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, you mustn't. The half-blood beastmen have been in the Red Earth Wasteland for several days now. We don't have enough provisions. Even if we catch up and defeat them, we won't have any provisions to return." A Wolfman general frowned slightly and stepped forward to advise, "Your Highness, I think what Zaku said makes sense. If we pursue them now, it will be considered a victory. We won't have any provisions to return. Besides, we still have to support the more than 100,000 half-blood beastman slaves. Our current provisions are just a drop in the bucket. Besides, there's also the issue of water. The Red Earth Wasteland is arid and lacks water. It's too dangerous to rashly go there without preparations." Lawrence's eyes flashed coldly, and he said frigidly, "Do you want to disobey a military order? Didn't you hear that this is my order?" The Wolfman general lowered his head and said slowly, "This subordinate wouldn't dare. However, it's too dangerous to rashly break into the Red Earth Wasteland. If we're not careful, our main forces will be wiped out in the Red Earth Wasteland. Your Highness, please reconsider." Lawrence's eyelids didn't twitch, and he said coldly, "Those who disobey orders will be executed. Kill him." A Lionman guard standing next to Lawrence instantly erupted with frightening chi comparable to a Sky Knight. He took a step forward and slashed at the Wolfman general like a meteor. A blade ray flashed. Before the Wolfman general could react, his head, which was full of astonishment, flew high into the air, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his chest and splashed throughout the camp. When the generals of the Beastman Empire saw this, their eyes flashed with grief and indignation, but they lowered their heads. In front of the Empire's Grand Prince, Lawrence, even if they wanted to resist, they were powerless. Lawrence's eyes flashed with a cruel glint, and he sneered, "Listen up, with the strength of our army, we can stop those half-blood beastman hybrids before they enter the depths of the Red Earth Wasteland. As for provisions and water, you don't have to worry. Since those half-blood beastman hybrids can enter the depths of the red earth wasteland, they must have water and food. Even without water and food, we can drink their blood and eat their flesh. Then, we'll capture those hybrids that dared to provoke the Beastman Empire. Let them know that they were born to be our slaves. When the generals of the Beastman Empire heard that, they felt a chill in their hearts. Although Lawrence's words were very reasonable, but the generals of the Beastman Empire, who considered themselves civilized people, were quite resistant to eating intelligent life forms like half-blood beastmen. But being in the Beastman Empire, they had no choice. Lawrence said coldly, "Do you understand?" The generals of the Beastman Empire responded in unison, "Understood." Lawrence waved his hand and said, "Understood, go execute the order." The generals of the Beastman Empire left and began to assemble their orders. "By the way, my good nephew Garrix, do you have anything else to add?" After seeing the generals of the Beastman Empire leave, Lawrence looked at the blond, blue-eyed, handsome, and imposing young man beside him with a smile that wasn't a smile and provoked. Garrix said with a smile, "My dear uncle, you are the commander of this army. I have no objections." Lawrence said with a smile, "The Frozen Rock City is our path of retreat. Guarding the Frozen Rock City is also a great achievement. Don't worry, I'll leave a few little beauties for you from the half-blood beastman slaves we catch." Garrix was the commander of the Silver Lion tribe. Lawrence deliberately left the Silver Lion tribe in the Frozen Rock City in order to prevent Garrix from making a great achievement. The Beastman Empire valued military merit the most. If Garrix didn't have enough military merit, he wouldn't be able to convince the masses. The reason why Lawrence wanted to personally lead the main force to pursue the half-blood beastmen was to obtain enough military merit and improve his reputation in the Beastman Empire. No generals of the Beastman Empire believed that they couldn't defeat the half-blood beastmen, who had no knowledge, no military force, and no equipment. Pursuing the half-blood beastmen was a feast for dividing wealth and military merit, while guarding the Frozen Rock City was a thankless task. This was the consensus of the generals of the Beastman Empire. Garrix had a smile on his face as if he didn't notice Lawrence's hidden malice. "Thank you for your good intentions," Lawrence said with a satisfied smile. "Garrix, you're getting more and more sensible." Garrix said, "Dear uncle, I still remember that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Lawrence didn't care at all. "Then you can leave first." Garrix got up and slowly walked out of the tent. Lawrence stared at his back and sneered, "If you want to share my merit, wait another 20 years. Dear Uncle Lawrence, these half-blood beastmen aren't as simple as you think." After Garrix walked out of the tent, the bright smile on his face faded, and a chill flashed in the abyss of his eyes. You might get a surprise in this hasty pursuit. However, half-blood beastmen are really too weak. It's still too difficult to resist his bloody lion knights. After pondering for a while, Garrix suddenly sighed deeply, looked in the direction of the red earth wasteland, and said inwardly, "Caesar, I hope you can give me a surprise. Don't get killed by my uncle so quickly." All the warriors in Lawrence's bloody lion knights were knight-rank powerhouses and above. Great knights were only small leaders. There were also a lot of earth knights and sky knights, 8 firmament knights, and even 2 star knights, level 3 warlocks. The bloody lion knights were simply too powerful. No matter how Lawrence tried to go against the flow, they wouldn't be able to escape. No matter how Lawrence acted, the bloody lion knights could crush everything and suppress any resistance. Under Lawrence's order, 20,000 bloody lion knights and 20,000 plus high-ranking officers of the Beastman Empire from various tribes, a total of 40,000 troops, carrying countless provisions and supplies, advanced towards the Red Earth wasteland in a stretch of more than 10 kilometers. As the vanguard, 2,000 elite bloody knights riding extraordinary life-form demonic horned lions separated from the main force and chased towards the depths of the Red Earth wasteland. Although Lawrence was cruel, but he was also very proficient in the art of war. The 2,000 elite bloody knights riding demonic horned lions were enough to easily defeat the more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen. With his main force following behind, he could easily capture the more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen. In the Red Earth wasteland, Yang Feng's embodiment of Caesar suddenly frowned slightly and said with a cold smile, 2,000 bloody lion knights as the vanguard? Without me, these half-blood beastmen really wouldn't be able to resist. However, it's different now. Yang Feng thought for a while, and then had Catherine summoned. Catherine raised her eyebrows and asked, Sir Caesar, what's the matter? The pressure of the more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen on Catherine and the upper echelon of the half-blood beastmen allowed them to grow rapidly. Catherine was well aware that Yang Feng wouldn't look for her for no reason at this juncture. Yang Feng said solemnly, That mad dog Lawrence has caught up. I'm going to deal with him, so I'll leave this place to you. Chapter 230. Lawrence is here. Catherine's delicate body trembled slightly, and then her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of determination and confidence, saying, Sir Caesar, don't worry, leave this to me. Catherine was like a beautiful raw stone that had become resplendent after being polished by the pressure of reality. She was fully capable of becoming the leader of the more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen. Yang Feng nodded slightly, then his figure shook and he disappeared. After leaving the half-blood beastmen army for a few kilometers, Yang Feng restored Ian's appearance, jumped lightly onto the magic carpet, and flew towards the 2,000 bloody lion knights. Should I kill them all? Yang Feng pondered seriously as he sat on the magic carpet. With the various extraordinary plant seeds, the Moffin demonic polar bear, and other level 4 extraordinary life-form rank mechanical battle beasts at his disposal, he could wipe out the 2,000 bloody lion knight. After contemplating repeatedly, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth suddenly rose slightly. No! I've got a good idea. In the Red Earth wasteland, 2 streaks of red soil rose and extended from afar. 2,000 elite bloody lion knights riding extraordinary life-form demonic horned lions chased after the half-blood beastmen. Extraordinary life-form demonic horned lions were a kind of extraordinary life-form. They had a single horn, were a size larger than ordinary lions, and had no fur. Instead, they were covered in black scales. They were ferocious and belligerent extraordinary life-forms with fast bursts of speed, and could run long distances. Demonic horned lions were extraordinary life forms cultivated by the lion god Arkath when he was still a demigod. He sought out many gods, learned countless knowledge, and then cultivated them. Once a demonic horned lion reached adulthood, it would possess frightening battle prowess comparable to that of a great knight. Naturally, demonic horned lions were far inferior to the many extraordinary life forms cultivated by the Hellions in the Tyrannid subcontinent. However, on the Fesua plain, they were definitely the most tyrannical ground mount. Many human cavalrymen would be timid when they saw the ferocious demonic horned lions. Before they could display 50% to 60% of their strength, they would be killed by the lionman cavalrymen riding the demonic horned lion. 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen could charge at 10,000 human cavalrymen, and they had full confidence in defeating them. If the human empires didn't have many wizards and all kinds of weapons, they wouldn't be able to fight the Beastman Empire. The Elven Empire was number 1 in jungle warfare, the Beastmen Empire was number 1 in field warfare, and the human race was number 1 in siege warfare. This was a fact that was publicly acknowledged by the entire continent without any powerhouses above the demigod level participating in the battle. Suddenly, a hurricane rose from the Red Earth wasteland and swept towards the demonic horned lions. Countless grains of sand and stones rolled. At the same time, a thick fog suddenly appeared and enveloped the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen. In the fog, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. The two commanders of the demonic horned lion cavalry were shocked and shouted, "Charge! Hurry up and rush out!" The 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen sped up again and charged forward. Every now and then, a 10-meter tall boulder will appear in front of the demonic horned lion cavalrymen. When the demonic horned lion cavalrymen galloping at full speed hit the boulder, they will bleed and scream miserably. "Stop! Stop the charge!" The two commanders of the demonic horned lion cavalrymen immediately shouted. The demonic horned lion cavalrymen stopped their charge and looked at the boulder blocking in front of them in shock and anger. The commander of the demonic horned lion cavalry said in shock and anger, "Damn it, this is the power of wizards! Damn magicians!" In the red earth wasteland, such a strange mist had never been heard of. Obviously, only magic power could cause such a strange change. "There's a path here, follow me." The eyes of the commander of the demonic horned lion cavalry suddenly lit up. He vaguely saw a path leading to the outside world, and he said with a smile of excitement. The 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen followed behind the commander and strode towards the path. No one noticed that the eyes of the commander flickered with a trace of absent-mindedness. A mist and a life form dominate trapped the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen. "I'm so strong that I'm afraid of myself." Above the fog, Yang Feng looked at the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen circling in the magic fog, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "However, the consumption is relatively large. For every day that I trap them, I have to consume 100 inferior magic stones." Yang Feng looked at the level, one secret treasure mist disk placed on a boulder, smiled slightly, and mused. The mist disk could continuously release mist, but it also consumed a lot of energy. For every day that it was released, it would consume the power of 100 inferior magic stones. However, as long as he could trap the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen and prevent them from pursuing the half-blood beastmen, Yang Feng's goal would be achieved. Otherwise, with their speed, they would soon catch up with the half-blood beastmen and unleash a massacre. A day later, the mist shrouding the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen slowly dissipated. After the mist dissipated, the spirit of the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen collapsed, and they collapsed on the ground, gasped for breath, looked exhausted, and gulped down mouthfuls of water. Yang Feng played a little trick in the mist, making the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen as well as their mounts thirsty. The consumption of water was more than 5 times that of ordinary times. Lawrence led the main force of the Beastman Empire to catch up from the rear. When he saw the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen collapsed on the ground, Lawrence's complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted at once, "High Priest! Come out!" An old man with a pair of lion ears slowly walked out. He had 9 feathers on his head, and his face was painted with layers of camouflage paint. He looked old, like a pile of wrinkled orange peel that was squeezed into a ball. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a pair of lion ears. This old man was Danilo, Lawrence's high priest who had followed him in the army. On the Faisua plain, there were powerful beings with extraordinary power like wizards. The only thing that the Beastman Empire could contend against was the shaman priests who believed in gods. According to the classification of the Tsangji Plain, this high priest Danilo possessed terrifying strength comparable to that of a level 3 warlock. Lawrence pointed at the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen collapsed on the ground and asked solemnly, "High priest, what's wrong with them?" Danilo silently recited an incantation and pointed at the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen. Yellow light shrouded the demonic horned lion cavalrymen, and then the demonic horned lion cavalrymen emitted dark gray magic light. Danilo said unhurriedly, "There are magic fluctuations coming from them. They should have been hit by a spell like fog or labyrinth. It seems that there is a powerful wizard behind the half-blood beast men." Lawrence asked with some concern, Are they going to be okay? Lawrence was cruel and bloodthirsty, but he also knew that the Bloody Lion Knights were the foundation of his tyrannical and perverse behavior. If the warriors of the Bloody Lion Knights were all dead, his status as a Grand Prince in the Beastman Empire would plummet. Danilo said casually, "It's fine. As long as they are given some water and food, they will soon recover." Lawrence's face darkened slightly and became extremely unsightly. Danilo raised his eyebrows and whispered, "Is there not enough provisions?" Lawrence sighed hatefully. "There is enough provisions, but I underestimated the drought in the Red Earth wasteland. Marching here consumes 3 times more water than marching in ordinary areas. If we can't find a water source, we will have to retreat." The weather in the Red Earth wasteland was dry, and the moisture content in the air was thin. Lawrence didn't have the experience of marching on a large scale in the Red Earth wasteland. According to his experience of marching in ordinary areas, he carried water, but as a result, he was in a dilemma. Danilo said categorically, "Your Highness Grand Prince, don't worry. Don't the over 100,000 half-blood beastmen need water to migrate in the Red Earth wasteland? With over 100,000 of them, they will need more water than us. Unless a god helps them, there must be a water source nearby." A Bloody Lion Knight quickly came to Lawrence's side and said with a mixed expression, "Your Highness Grand Prince, this subordinate has an important matter to report." Lawrence said, "What's the matter? Speak." The Bloody Lion Knight said with a look of grief and indignation, "We found a water source in the southwest. But the water source has been poisoned by those damn half-blood beastman bastards. A dozen brothers drank the water, and then were poisoned by those bastards." Lawrence's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he burst into laughter. "Water source, ha ha! Sure enough, there's a water source. High Priest Danilo, I'll have to trouble you." Danilo nodded slightly and revealed a smile. Lawrence immediately led the army forward, and soon saw a huge pond in front of him. Lawrence took several high-ranking officers and Danilo forward, and arrived at the edge of the pond. At the edge of the pond, there were the corpses of a dozen demonic horned lions and their knight. Apparently, after the demonic horned lion knights saw the water source, they couldn't help but drink a few mouthfuls. Danilo arrived next to a knight's corpse, slightly opened its eyelids, and carefully examined it for a while. Then, he cut open the knight's corpse with his claws, licked the black blood inside, and closed his eyes. After a while, he silently recited an incantation, and a gray light enveloped his body and purified the toxins inside him. Danilo said solemnly, "This is molo grass mixed with black bat wings, lizard tails, heart-eroding grass, and a dozen other poisons. It's highly toxic. It's highly toxic. Even a demonic horned lion would be poisoned to death with just a sip of this pool of water." Chapter 231. Lawrence asked anxiously, "Can the priests purify it?" If the priests couldn't purify the toxins in the water, then no matter how unwilling Lawrence was, he could only choose to return home. Otherwise, he would be risking his life and that of tens of thousands of elites of the Beastman Empire. Danilo said lightly, "Yes. However, it will take the power of the entire priests to purify the toxins as soon as possible. Also, no external forces are allowed to disturb us while we are purifying it." Lawrence said solemnly, "All right. High Priest, don't worry, we won't let anyone disturb you while you are casting the spell." 200 apprentice priests, 30 priests, level 1 warlocks, and 5 shaman priests, level 2 warlocks, slowly walked out of the huge army. Under the leadership of the High Priest Danilo, the apprentice priests and official priests began to recite prayers. This was a necessary ritual to cast a large-scale divine spell. Around the pond, 40,000 Beastman Empire's troops stood in front of the priests, guarding them. Just as the attention of the Beastman Empire's troops was focused on the priests, Mechanical flying ants that looked almost identical to the red soil stealthily flew out of the red soil, flew to the buckets of clean water, bit through them, and drilled into them. When the mechanical flying ants drilled into the buckets, part of their bodies turned into wood, completely blocking the bucket. No abnormalities could be seen. The great lion god Arketh said that he will purify the water with his divine power, dispel the toxins in the water, and let us be nourished by the water of life. Then we can move forward and kill all rebels. Danilo pointed at the pond with the scepter in his hand, and a stream of divine power flew out of the scepter and entered the pond. Countless strands of black gas rose from the pond, and under the effect of the divine power, they turned to ashes. Danilo heaved a slight sigh of relief. One more wrinkle appeared on his forehead, and a look of exhaustion flashed past the abyss of his eyes. It was much easier to destroy than to guard. Danilo could also easily poison a pond, but if he wanted to purify it, it would consume a lot of his energy if he did not have the right medicine. Priests could use divine spells to purify all kinds of curses and poisons. Of course, this kind of universal divine spell also consumed a lot of power. If a warlock came to purify the water in this pond, they would look for extraordinary life forms and extraordinary plants that could absorb toxins, or use neutralizing potions to neutralize the toxins. This way, it would not consume much of his strength. This was one of the biggest differences between warlocks and priests. Of course, if a warlock's knowledge wasn't profound enough, they might not be able to find a way to purify this pond. Lawrence stepped forward and asked, "High Priest, is it done?" Danilo said indifferently, "We've already purified the water in this pond, so there shouldn't be any problems. But for safety's sake, he had to boil it before drinking it. Then let the others drink." Lawrence nodded and immediately began to arrange for his subordinates to test the water source of the pond. After a series of tests showed no abnormalities, he had the people boil the water and then drink the water in the pond. As for himself and the 20,000 elite Blood Lion Knights, they drank the water brought from the frozen rock city. After the water source problem was solved, Lawrence arranged for the army to continue the pursuit of the half-blood beastmen. A few days later, in the Red Earth wasteland, the half-blood beastman migration army stretched for more than a dozen kilometers. Every half-blood beastman moved somewhat numbly and mechanically. Along the way, Yang Feng performed miracles one after another and provided them with enough water and food. However, the dry climate of the Red Earth wasteland, the unchanging scenery, the pressure from the pursuers of the Beastman Empire, and the unfamiliar environment still left the half-blood beastmen breathless. If it wasn't for the successive miracles and the fact that there was no place to escape in the Red Earth wasteland, the half-blood beastman migration army might have already collapsed. A city! A city! A city appeared. And trees! And trees! There are trees. There are really trees. Suddenly, screams of surprise came from the half-blood beastman migration army. The half-blood beastmen, who were hurrying on with their heads lowered and eyes numb, were startled. They raised their heads and looked ahead. They saw a city wall more than a dozen meters tall with no end in sight appear in front of them. Purification trees were planted around the city. As if an oasis had appeared in the desert, it was a moving sight. There's really a city. That's our half-blood beastman city. That's our half-blood beastman city. Long live the great god Ian. Great god Ian, praise you. When the half-blood beastmen saw the huge city that appeared in front of them, they were moved to tears. They called out and praised the god Ian. Extremely rich faith power gushed out of them and entered the idol made by Yang Feng. When she saw the huge city, Catherine's nose turned sour, and 2 streams of tears flowed out of her eyes. She mused, "A city, that's our half-blood beastman city. In that city, we half-blood beastmen can live with dignity. Thank you, Master Ian. Thank you." With tears in his eyes, Dick prostrated himself on the ground and said while stressing each syllable, My Lord Ian, you are really a generous and benevolent god. I'm willing to fight to the death for you. A city. There's really a city that belongs to us half-blood beastmen. My Lord Ian, you are really the embodiment of benevolence and magnanimity. I'm willing to dedicate myself to you. When Kun saw the huge city located in the red earth wasteland, tears streamed down his face, and he knelt on the ground. Pure faith power diffused from him. Half-blood beastmen prostrated themselves on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. They recited prayers and praised the god Ian. Powerful and pure faith power diffused from them and entered the idol made by Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Tens of thousands of true believers, 100 fanatics and one saint. Among the more than 100,000 half-blood beastmen, Kun, the former cowardly and cowardly dog half-blood beastman, surprised Yang Feng a little. As for Catherine, she already knew the true face of the god Ian. Although she still worshipped and was grateful to Yang Feng, but she was still just a shallow believer. One of the important reasons why gods lived high above the stars was to maintain a mysterious and powerful image. Otherwise, the faith of mortals would weaken. Tens of thousands of true believers, 100 fanatics, one saint, and about 100,000 shallow believers. The quality of these believers was already much higher than that of believers of some small churches. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, the reason why the kindred monarch could ascend to godhood was that hundreds of thousands of kindred fanatically worshipped him and prayed for nearly 100 years, gathering a tremendous amount of faith power. With such accumulation, he ignited his divine fire in one fell swoop and promoted to a demigod. While the half-blood beastman believers prayed devoutly, a banner with a bloody lion pattern appeared behind them. The bloody lion king, Lawrence, had finally caught up with them from the rear with 40,000 elite soldiers. When Lawrence saw the huge city, his eyes congealed slightly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said frigidly, "A city? I'm really surprised that there's such a city in a place like the Red Earth Wasteland. These half-blood beastman bastards really have someone supporting them. No wonder they dare to resist us." Lawrence barked, "Cuddy!" A beastman general with the cultivation base of a firmament knight took a step forward and responded loudly, "This subordinate is here." Lawrence pointed at the half-blood beastmen prostrating on the ground with his horsewhip and ordered coldly, "Take your troops and disperse those bastards." Cuddy opened his mouth and said with a malevolent smile, "Yes, Your Highness Grand Prince, I will crush the resistance of those bastards." The Bloody Lion slave-hunting group. Lawrence, that fiend Lawrence is here. It's the Bloody Lion slave-hunting group. Shortly after Lawrence appeared with the Beastman Empire's army, screams of horror came from the half-blood beastmen. Panic spread among the half-blood beastmen like a plague. "I'm Caesar. I'm here." Yang Feng stepped out of the crowd, rode his horse, and arrived among the half-blood beastmen. He raised his voice and suppressed the screams of the half-blood beastmen. Seeing Yang Feng arrive, the half-blood beastmen automatically parted and stared at him as if he was the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world. These days, the miracles performed by the legendary god Ian were performed by the divine emissary Yang Feng, which gave Yang Feng a respected status second only to the god Ian among the half-blood beastmen. Yang Feng raised his sword, a sacred radiance shone on him, and barked, "I will take people to attack the damn beastman army. Who is willing to go with me to attack the damn beastmen, cut off their ugly heads, and uphold the glory of the mighty god Ian?" "I am willing to go with you." Catherine spurred her horse to Yang Feng's side. She put on the gold armor, and her beautiful eyes flickered with determination. Kun spurred his horse over with a solemn expression. "I am willing to go with you." Chuck, who was also dressed in a bronze armor and holding a large blade, came to Yang Feng's side and said, "I am willing to go with you." Chapter 232. I'm willing to go with you. I'm willing to go with you. One after another, half-blood beastmen stepped forward and looked at Yang Feng with solemn expressions. They were half-blood beastmen who had just become true believers not long ago. Even some half-blood beastmen who were just shallow believers silently walked out of the crowd and came to Yang Feng's side. Dick, stay behind and preside over the situation. Now, everyone, charge with me. For the glory of the mighty god Ian, for the future of us half-blood beastmen. Charge with me. Yang Feng pointed at the headquarters of Lawrence's army with his sword and barked. Catherine brandished the ruler's sword in her hand, and the spell-inspire courage enveloped the thousands of half-blood beastmen. The thousands of half-blood beastmen suddenly felt their blood boil, as if there was nothing they couldn't overcome. They were filled with courage. Then, together with Yang Feng, they madly rushed towards Lawrence's main army. A bunch of mobs. They're just throwing away their lives. I thought that they had some skill, but I overestimated them. In the end, they're just a bunch of ignorant bastards. When Lawrence saw Yang Feng charge towards him with thousands of half-blood beastmen, his eyes revealed a look of contempt, and he sneered and ridiculed. The half-blood beastman generals, who were originally on guard, also revealed looks of contempt at this moment. The priests of the beastman race also showed disdainful smiles. They were battle priests who had fought alongside the army. At a glance, they could tell that the half-blood beastman mobs commanded by Yang Feng could not defeat the beastman elite army. A dog tribe general hurriedly flattered, "Your Highness, a single charge from me would be enough to defeat this motley crew. General Cuddy's strength is more than 10 times that of my army. He'll definitely win a great victory and cut off the heads of those rebellious bastards." Lawrence laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha! Well said. If Cuddy can't even get rid of these good-for-nothings, then I'll twist off his head myself." When the entire Beastman Empire saw Yang Feng lead the half-blood beastmen to charge, they thought that victory was in their grasp. Cuddy's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glint, and he said with a smile of excitement, "A bunch of mobs came to throw away their lives. Let me chop off your heads and earn my military merit." The Orc Empire placed great importance on military achievements. That was why the Orc generals were scrambling to find opportunities for war. In this way, the Orc Empire would naturally have as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. If it weren't for the fact that the human race had powerful mages and that they were extremely strong in defending their cities, they would have long been pressured to the point of suffocation by the orcs. Yang Feng looked at the 5,000 Lionman cavalrymen riding demonic horned lions coming at him, smiled coldly, took out a magic pouch, and pulled on a rope, and a copious amount of purple powder sprayed from the magic pouch, which drifted with the wind and entered the Lionman cavalrymen. When the Lionman cavalrymen came into contact with the purple powder, they felt dizzy and fell from the demonic horned lion's body as if they were drunk with several 100 kilograms of alcohol. The demonic horned lions also swayed slightly and fell limply to the ground. What is this? How could this be? I'm a heavenly knight. How is this possible? Cuddy also felt dizzy. His vision blurred and he could no longer see anything clearly. Enemy general, die. Yang Feng gave a fierce roar, took a step forward, and beheaded Cuddy with a sword strike. When the thousands of half-blood beastmen rushed into the midst of the Lionman cavalrymen, their eyes shot with blood, they brandished their swords and killed the Lionman cavalrymen one after another. An incredulous look on his face, Lawrence cried out, "How could this be?" That was the 5,000 elite warriors of the Bloody Lion Knights. They were all elites of the Empire, and every one of them was at least a knight. Even in the Orc Empire, they were considered the most elite corps. For such powerhouses to be routed in a single clash, it was simply unbelievable. Impossible! How is this possible? The Orc Empire's generals were also dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. The 5,000 Bloody Lion Knights could easily wipe out a small human principality. Such a formidable cavalry unit was actually routed in front of Yang Feng's motley crew. It was simply unbelievable. Yang Feng led the thousands of half-blood beastmen to kill their way through the 5,000 bloody lion knights, and then charged towards Lawrence's headquarters with an indomitable momentum. Seeing Yang Feng so valiant, and then recalling the inexplicable collapse of the beastman warriors, the eyes of the Orc Empire's generals flashed with panic. Danilo stepped forward and said slowly, "Don't panic. This is just the magic of the half-blood beastmen. With our priests here, those half-blood beastmen are just a bunch of clowns." "That's right. With the High Priest here, it's impossible for us to lose." "Yes. With the High Priest here, they're dead for sure. Those bastards are dead for sure." The expressions of the Orc Empire's generals relaxed slightly, and they revealed smiles. Danilo was a great warlock with formidable power. Once he cast a level 3 divine spell, its might was comparable to that of a level 3 warlock cast by a level 3 warlock. Even if his fleshly body and soul were far inferior to that of a level 3 warlock, but with the heavy protection, he could definitely display level 3 warlock rank destructive power in battle. Over the years, the Bloody Lion Knights had fought everywhere and won almost every battle. Danilo and his group of priests could be said to have made great contributions. Danilo's words had yet to fall, when the Beastman apprentice priests, with looks of horror on their faces, sprayed black blood containing internal organs from their mouths and spread in all directions. Save, a priest's face suddenly turned black. He had just uttered a word, when he sprayed a mouthful of black blood and fell to the ground. As if they were infected by something, the shamans spat out mouthfuls of black blood one after another before they fell to the ground and died. Danilo's face changed dramatically and he cried out, "Poisoned! Damn it, when did those half-blood beastman bastards poison us?" Danilo's words had just fallen, when he felt a cramping pain in his abdomen and his internal organs splitting apart. He sprayed a blood clot containing internal organs out of his mouth. Danilo seemed to have thought of something and a trace of despair flashed through his eyes. He reached out to grab Lawrence and shouted, "Lawrence, retreat quickly! This is a trap." Before Danilo could finish speaking, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground, dead. The destructive power of a level 3 divine spell cast by a high priest was comparable to that of a level 3 warlock, but their physique wasn't as strong as that of a warlock. As long as they weren't paying attention, it was very normal for them to be poisoned to death. Lawrence was secretly alarmed, and a black aura welled up in his cheek. His chest tightened, and he sprayed a large mouthful of blood. At this juncture of life and death, he frantically urged his chi. In a flash, terrifying Star Knight rank chi erupted and forcibly suppressed the poison inside his body. The battle prowess of a Star Knight was comparable to that of a level 3 warlock, and the physique of a Star Knight was only slightly inferior to that of a level 3 warlock, yet it was far superior to Danilo's. At this moment, the level 2 extraordinary life form demon-horned flame lion Lawrence was riding suddenly went berserk. It madly slammed into the rear, knocked away a dozen high-ranking officers of the Beastman Empire, and rushed towards the depths of the red earth wasteland with Lawrence on its back. Lawrence, who had used all his power to suppress the poison inside his body, could only watch helplessly as the demon-horned flame lion pulled him towards the depths of the red earth wasteland. The complexions of the generals and knights of the Bloody Lion Knights darkened, and they sprayed black poisonous blood and collapsed to the ground. The complexions of the chiefs from the major tribes darkened as well. After spewing a mouthful of blood, they fell from their mounts. The commander flag representing Lawrence collapsed to the ground with a loud rumble. "Lawrence is dead." Yang Feng operated a secret method and roared. In front of the red earth wasteland, only his voice reverberated in the area. When the warriors of the Beastman Empire saw the high-ranking officers spurting blood and collapsing to the ground, coupled with the collapse of Lawrence's commander flag, they were at a loss as to what to do. Yang Feng led the thousands of half-blood beastmen into the midst of the Beastman Empire's warriors. As if a god of death, he unscrupulously killed all the warriors in front of him. The commanders of the Beastman Empire's warriors were basically poisoned. They were either dead or disabled, unable to command the battle. The Beastman warriors who bravely tried to resist Yang Feng were chopped in two by him in a face-off. Countless Beastman warriors died miserably. The remaining Beastman warriors finally collapsed and fled towards the rear like an avalanche. Yang Feng, with a force of about 100 cavalrymen, drove the Beastman warriors away as if they were herding a flock of sheep. As long as the Beastman warriors had the slightest intention of sticking together, they would be killed by Yang Feng and his people, forcing them to abandon their helmets and flee in a sorry state. Catherine, with the thousands of injured half-blood Beastman warriors, madly slaughtered the 20,000 bloody Lion Knights who collapsed to the ground. Virtually all of the 20,000 bloody Lion Knights were poisoned. But some Sky Knight and above powerhouses, by virtue of their frightening physiques, barely managed to control the poison. Catherine led the thousands of half-blood Beastman warriors and didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. With boundless hatred, they crazily slaughtered the 20,000 blood Lion Knights. A bloody Lion Knight with the cultivation base of a Sky Knight shouted with a pale face, "Stop, I surrender!" In the bloody Lion Knights, once they encountered an unstoppable force, they were allowed to surrender. Lawrence was willing to pay a huge price to redeem these loyal subordinates. Chapter 233. I surrender! Stay your hand, I surrender! The warriors of the Blood Lion Cavalry Regiment turned pale as they shouted in humiliation. If it was a head-on battle, they wouldn't fear any enemy. But now that they were poisoned, they could only wait to be slaughtered. They were very unwilling to die like this. When many half-blood beastmen heard the bloody Lion Knights beg for mercy, they hesitated and looked at Catherine. On the Feisua plain, there was an unspoken rule. On the battlefield, if the enemy gave up resistance and was willing to surrender, generally the other side would take them captive, and then demand a large ransom from the other side. Catherine's eyes flashed with killing intent, and she said coldly, "Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. These bastards, when killing our compatriots, have they ever listened to the pleas of our compatriots? These bastards will only torture our compatriots more cruelly and take pleasure in it. These bastards don't deserve to live in this world." When the half-blood beastmen thought of their miserable past, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they continued to brandish their blades and slashed at the bloody Lion Knights. "You bastards, you'll die a horrible death! You lowly bastards, I curse you!" The bloody Lion Knights cursed frantically and continuously at the half-blood beastmen. The half-blood beastmen answered their curses with their blades, beheading the bloody Lion Knights one after another. The land in front of the city was dyed red with blood, as if hinting that the fate of the city would be accompanied by slaughter and blood in the future. Red dust rose, and the sound of horse hooves came from afar. On the horizon, the figures of Yang Feng and the 100 half-blood beastman cavalrymen slowly appeared. "Long live Sir Caesar! Long live the great god Ian! Long live Sir Caesar! Long live the great god Ian!" Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd of half-blood beastmen. The half-blood beastmen madly shouted the names of Yang Feng's embodiment of Caesar and Ian, and gazes brimming with fanaticism focused on Yang Feng. From the fanatical half-blood beastmen, Yang Feng could feel traces of faith power slowly converging on him. That was the power of faith he had obtained when he transformed into Caesar. It's a pity that the education level of these beastmen is still a bit low. Calling a god long live was like cursing a god. Looks like I have to teach them a lesson. Shrouded in sacred light, Yang Feng waved at the half-blood beastmen with a kind smile on his face. Every time he waved his hand, the crowd of half-beastmen would erupt into cheers. The 100 half-blood beastman cavalrymen following behind Yang Feng held their heads high and accepted the cheers of the crowd with proud expressions on their faces. With a sword in hand, Yang Feng pointed at the city and said loudly, "This city is a miracle created by the mighty god Ian. This is a city that belongs to us half-blood beastmen. Let's call it Guando City." In the ancient divine language of the Feisua Plain, Guandu meant half-blood beastman. Guando City was actually called the Orc City. Guando City. Guando City, from today onwards, it will be the city of us half-blood beastmen. With tears in their eyes, the half-blood beastmen sobbed and shouted loudly. Since the birth of half-blood beastmen, there was finally a city that belonged to them. Prior to this, any city on the continent regarded half-blood beastmen as slave. They had almost no foothold. This Guando City was a city that belonged to them, a place where they could gain a foothold, a place where they could live with dignity. Enter the city. Yang Feng took the lead and spurred his horse towards the city gate. Enter the city. Enter the city. The half-blood beastmen wept tears of joy and shouted joyfully. Following behind Yang Feng, they entered the Guando City in an orderly manner. As soon as they entered the Guando City, the half-blood beastmen sized up the city that changed their fate with greedy eyes. So many trees! Those are breadfruit trees. There's a pond there. The ground, it's so strange. The half-blood beastmen sized up everything in the city with curious gazes and issued cheerful laughter. After leaving everything to Kun and Dick, Yang Feng and Catherine went to the vicinity of the lake in the Guando City. In a place like the Red Earth Wasteland, every city had to have a lake and plant a lot of extraordinary plants, rain trees, in order to maintain the water content of the city. Otherwise, the city would soon be destroyed due to a lack of water. Yang Feng silently walked on the edge of the lake. Catherine followed behind Yang Feng. The color of her pretty face changed several times, then she clenched her silver teeth and took a few steps forward, saying, "I'm sorry, Sir Caesar. In a moment of impulse, I ordered the bloody knights to be killed. Many of them were planning to surrender, but I couldn't hold back my anger." Yang Feng was silent for a while, then suddenly said with a light smile, "It's nothing. Even if you didn't kill them, I would have ordered you to take people to kill them. We don't have extra food and water to raise them." Catherine heaved a slight sigh of relief. Yang Feng said faintly, "However, I hope that the next time you make such an important decision, you'd better discuss it with me first. If I'm not here, you can deal with it yourself." Catherine's heart shook slightly, and she replied, "Yes." The 20,000 elite Bloody Lion Knights were killed by Catherine. The 20,000 elite soldiers from different tribes lost their food and water in the Red Earth Wasteland. In the end, more than 99% of the soldiers died in the cruel environment of the Red Earth Wasteland. The Frozen Rock City. A carrier pigeon flew over from afar and eventually landed in Garrix's hand. Garrix glanced at the paper on the carrier pigeon and revealed a smile. Then, the smile slowly faded, and his eyes flashed with graveness. He frowned slightly. "Well done, Caesar. You annihilated Uncle Lawrence's Bloody Lion Knights and the 20,000-strong coalition army in one fell swoop. You did an excellent job, giving me a bit of a headache." Garrix suddenly smiled and said in a low voice, "However, I'll leave this headache to Imperial Father. In any case, I'm just an idle prince." Lawrence was a Star Knight rank powerhouse. He forcibly dispelled the toxins inside him with his frightening chi and fled from the Red Earth Wasteland back to the Beastman Empire in a sorry state. Lawrence's crushing defeat couldn't be concealed, and the entire Beastman Empire was shaken. 40,000 elite troops were left in the Red Earth Wasteland. In particular, the 20,000 Bloody Lion Knights were one of the strongest legions among the Lionmen. Such an army was completely annihilated. Even though Lawrence was a prince of the Empire, he was immediately locked up and thrown into the prison. The Beastman Empire's capital, the Glory City. The Glory City's city wall was 100 meters tall, and huge statues of gods were built at intervals along the city wall. Moreover, there were exquisite murals engraved below the huge statues. The city wall stretched as far as the eye could see. The entire city covered an extremely vast area, not losing out to large cities like St. Colin's City in the Turandot subcontinent. In the center of the Glory City there was a magnificent imperial palace. The imperial palace was the Beastman Empire's Glory Imperial Court. In order to enter the Glory Imperial Court, the Lionmen and the Tigermen, the two major Beastman races, fought endlessly. In this generation, however, the Lionmen won the honor of entering the Glory Imperial Court and wielding the imperial power of the Beastman Empire. In the center of the Glory Imperial Court, inside the Hall of Glory where the various races discussed official business, a burly middle-aged lion race expert with a pair of lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist sat on a golden throne, looking down at the experts below. He had a pair of lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist. He had a square face and big ears, and he wore an imperial robe. He exuded a majestic aura even without being angry. The middle-aged Lionman powerhouse was Angurio's Eye, the ruler of the Beastman Empire. The Orc Empire respected the strong. In those days, it was Angurio's Eye who used his iron fists to defeat countless powerhouses of the Lionmen and the Tigermen. Moreover, he made great contributions and led the Lionmen to enter the Imperial Court of Glory, becoming the real royalty of the Orc Empire. The imperial throne of the Beastman Empire wasn't hereditary. Just because Angurios became the emperor of the Beastman Empire didn't mean that his descendants could become the emperor of the Beastman Empire. Therefore, although Angurios was extremely powerful in the Beastman Empire, but he didn't reach the point where he could cover the sky with one hand. He still had to listen to the opinions of the tribal patriarch. A burly leopardman powerhouse, with a pair of leopard ears and a leopard tail wrapped around his waist, stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I request that you immediately send troops to clean up the half-blood Beastman bandits in the Red Earth wasteland. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The half-blood Beastman bandits must not be allowed to grow stronger. Otherwise they will only be more difficult to deal with. I'm willing to be the vanguard and behead the traitor Caesar for your Majesty." A jackal powerhouse also stepped forward and shouted, "That's right. Your Majesty, please send troops to encircle the Red Earth wasteland. I'm willing to be the vanguard." A gold wolfman powerhouse with golden wolf fur also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please send troops to encircle the Red Earth wasteland. The Gold Wolfman is willing to send 1,000 warriors." "Your Majesty, send troops." A ferocious-looking Beastman officer exuding a valiant aura got up and asked loudly. Only war could show the value of these Beastman officers and let them get more spoils of war, merit, reputation, and land. Chapter 234. Angurio's Eye slightly frowned and looked at Foxman Race's Prime Minister, Faulkner, who was standing motionless like a puppet. His gaze was like a knife that nearly pierced Faulkner's body. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Faulkner sighed slowly, walked to the center of the hall, and said unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, I don't think we should send troops now." The complexion of the Leopardman general changed, and he barked, "Faulkner, you coward, what do you mean? Don't tell me the 40,000 warriors of the Beastman Empire died in vain." The generals of the Beastman Empire also glared at Faulkner. Although Faulkner was the Prime Minister of the Beastman Empire, but he wasn't strong. He only had a knight-rank cultivation base. Therefore, in the Beastman Empire where the strong were respected, the military powerhouses looked down on Faulkner, the Foxman Prime Minister. Faulkner, the Prime Minister of the Beastman Empire, didn't have a high status and power like human Prime Ministers. Some powerful prime ministers could even control the court. If it wasn't for the tradition of Foxman prime ministers in the Beastman Empire and Angurio's eyes strong promotion, Faulkner wouldn't have been able to sit firmly in the position of prime minister. Faulkner said faintly, "Our grain harvest this year is very poor. Besides, the grain that should have been smuggled into our country has been purchased by the miracle city built by the human wizard Ian in the Red Earth wasteland. Coupled with Ahriman's loss, the frozen rock city has led to the burning of a large amount of grain. Unless we use our strategic grain reserves or have the major tribes donate some grain, we don't have enough grain to carry out a war. General Tiger, do you want our soldiers to go into the Red Earth wasteland to fight the half-blood beastmen with empty stomachs?" Tiger couldn't help but be taken aback. "Is our grain so tight?" The Beastman generals also fell silent. They were all from tribes of the Beastman Empire, large and small. This year's harvest wasn't good to begin with. If the tribes continued to contribute grain, it would undoubtedly force the old and weak of many tribes to death. Faulkner said faintly, "Besides, the geographical location of the Red Earth wasteland determines that it is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Once we fail, it will be an extravagant hope to come back alive." The Beastman generals also had unsightly expressions on their faces. In the Red Earth wasteland there was a shortage of water, drought, little rain, and no food. More than 99% of the 20,000-strong tribal coalition army defeated by Yang Feng died of thirst or starvation in the Red Earth wasteland. Even the surviving orcs had gloomy and murderous expressions on their faces. No one dared to ask them how they managed to return alive. Taiga asked with some annoyance. "Then the 40,000 warriors of our orc empire died in vain." Faulkner replied indifferently, "General Tiger, if you have a way to solve the two problems I've just raised, I'll be willing to help you. In that case, I completely agree with your opinion. We should immediately dispatch troops to exterminate those half-blood beastmen." Tiger snorted coldly and said coldly, "The matter of provisions is the business of you civil officials. If we were the ones to solve everything, what would we need you civil officials for?" The generals of the Beastman Empire shouted, "That's right, the problem of provisions is the problem of you civil officials, it should be solved by you." The Orc Empire worshipped strength, and only the strong were respected. Many generals looked down on those civil officials. Unmoved, Faulkner said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but my ability is limited. This is the only thing I can do. If I don't apportion supplies like the major tribes, I really can't conjure up provisions." Taiga pestered endlessly, "I don't care. Since you're the Prime Minister, you have to come up with a solution. Our 40,000 warriors can't die in vain." The generals of the Beastman Empire supported Taiga one after another. The civil officials supported Faulkner one after another. People on both sides quarreled in the reception hall. In the Beastman Empire, the strong were respected, and the generals were the object of envy. As for the civil officials, they were firmly suppressed by the generals. Under Faulkner's leadership, the civil officials had a bit of a better life, so they naturally weren't willing to concede even a little bit. A short werewolf minister walked to the center of the reception hall and proposed, "Your Majesty, how about we invite the Empire's sacred warriors to take action? As long as we invite a sacred warrior to kill the few leading half-blood beastmen, such as Caesar, the half-blood beastmen force will naturally collapse on its own. We can also take advantage of their chaos to take the opportunity to make a promise. After they disintegrate, we can annihilate these rebels in one fell swoop." Faulkner raised his eyebrows and remained silent. Taiga's eyes flashed with joy and he loudly praised, "Good! If we invite the Empire's sacred warriors to take action, they will definitely be able to kill those rebels." The other generals of the Beastman Empire also voiced their agreement. Sacred warriors were peerless experts of the Beastman Empire who had cultivated to the legend rank. Each sacred warrior was extremely powerful and had the terrifying strength to take the head of a general in the midst of an army of 10,000. Angurio's eye glanced at Faulkner and slightly frowned. His gaze swept past Tiger and the other Beastman generals before falling on a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure, a pair of tiger ears, and a tiger's tail coiled around his waist. The middle-aged man emitted a dignified aura without being angry and was full of the aura of a king. The middle-aged tiger man was the current patriarch of the tigermen, Kometsun. He was also Angurios' strongest competitor in the past. It wasn't easy for Angurios to suppress Kometsun and finally ascend to the throne. Even so, Kometsun was the most powerful prince of the Beastman Empire. Angurios, I said indifferently. In that case, Sir Sacred Warrior Thunderclaw, please make a trip to the Red Earth Wasteland and annihilate those bastards. The court assembly passed the order without any objection. After the court assembly, Angurios I summoned Faulkner to the imperial study. Angurios I asked directly, Faulkner, what are your concerns in the court assembly today? Faulkner replied respectfully, Your Majesty, since Caesar was able to defeat His Highness Prince Lawrence and annihilate 40,000 elites of the Beastman Empire, he's definitely not a simple figure. He was definitely not a simple character. The martial sage Lord Thunderclaw might not be able to kill this mysterious Caesar. However, as General Taiga said, if the half-blood beastmen are allowed to grow, they will definitely pose a huge threat to our race. Angurios I was silent for a while, then suddenly said in a low voice, Can't half-blood beastmen be our compatriots? Faulkner's complexion changed greatly. He hurriedly lowered his voice and said anxiously, Your Majesty, you must not mention this in front of others. Half-blood beastman slaves are one of the cornerstones of the Beastman Empire. Once you show a hint of intention, that person will never let go of this opportunity. The Beastman Empire was full of half-blood beastman slave. Almost many families had half-blood beastman slave. The entire Beastman class enjoyed the benefits of half-blood Beastman slave. Even though Angurios was the emperor of the Beastman Empire and had a lofty status, but once he touched this volcanic crater, he might be overturned and blown to pieces. Angurios I was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. His eyes flickered with a bright light. There was no longer a trace of confusion, but a domineering expression. I understand. All existences that pose a threat to our race must be eradicated. Since Caesar is very mysterious, then send Thunderclaw, Tyrannical Blade, and King Kong, the 3 sacred warriors to the Red Earth Wasteland. With 3 sacred warriors joining forces, even if Caesar is also a sacred warrior, he will still die. Faulkner said with a gratified smile, Your Majesty is wise. In the territory of the Beastman Empire, under a huge waterfall sat a burly man with a head full of blonde hair, a pair of lion ears, and a lion tail wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, the blonde lion man opened his eyes in an instant. With a fierce roar, countless lightning bolts revolved around him, and he punched the waterfall. Boom! Surrounded by lightning bolts, the 100-meter-tall waterfall instantly flowed in reverse. Due to the formidable force, countless splashes of water rolled back and exposed the rock walls. 5 seconds later, the reverse flow of the waterfall finally came crashing down. A wave of battle chi erupted from the golden-haired lionman's body, forming a battle chi barrier. When the countercurrent waterfall smashed against the battle chi barrier, it bounced off. A lionman powerhouse quickly arrived in front of Thunderclaw, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Sir Thunderclaw, His Majesty has ordered you to go to the Red Earth Wasteland with Sir Tyrannical Blade and Sir King Kong to kill the rebel Caesar and the upper echelon of the half-blood beastmen. Sacred warriors were legend-rank powerhouses. In many planes, legend-rank powerhouses were among the strongest powerhouses, and were practically unfettered. However, it was different on the Fesua plane. On the Fesua plane, apart from the aloof gods, Even legend-rank powerhouses were basically under the control of powerful empires. Of course, every powerful empire would enshrine legend-rank powerhouses and give them a special status. Only at certain critical times would they be asked to take action. However, there were also some legend-rank powerhouses who, for the sake of power and wealth, would become hired thugs of powerful forces. After all, even legend-rank powerhouses might not be able to resist the temptation of power and wealth. Thunderclaw was one of the legend-rank powerhouses enshrined in the Beastman Empire. He had a certain amount of freedom. Of course, his power naturally couldn't compare to that of the legend-rank powerhouses who fully surrendered to the Beastman Empire. Thunderclaw frowned slightly and asked, "Caesar? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him? Is he a newly born human legend-rank powerhouse? What's his profession?" The guard promptly replied, "Sir Thunderclaw, Caesar shouldn't be a legend-rank powerhouse. According to survivors, he should be a half-blood Beastman knight between a firmament knight and a star knight. However, he might also be a wizard. He used magic items on the battlefield." Chapter 235. Fury flashed in Thunderclaw's eyes, and an extremely violent aura spread out from his body. He said coldly, "Angurios, you actually want me to join forces with others to deal with a Star Knight? Are you trying to humiliate me?" As a legend-rank powerhouse and a sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire, Thunderclaw had his dignity and pride. To have him kill a Star Knight was an insult to his identity. Suppressed by Thunderclaw's aura, the guard suddenly felt breathless. As if a frog being stared at by a viper, he felt a chill run down his spine. He gritted his teeth and said while stressing each syllable, "Caesar set up a vicious trap in the Red Earth wasteland and killed 40,000 soldiers of the Beastman Empire. The Empire is currently unable to deal with him, so we asked you and the other two sacred warriors to kill him together." Thunderclaw was slightly startled and said solemnly, "What a ruthless guy! He killed 40,000 soldiers of the Beastman Empire." Without the interference of magic, the Beastman Empire was recognized as #1 in field warfare. The Beastman Empire generally adopted an offensive stance. Even if they failed, they could calmly retreat by virtue of their powerful mobility. The loss of 40,000 elites was the most disastrous loss the Beastman Empire had suffered in the past 100 years. In that case, I'll go to the Red Earth wasteland and kill him. As for Tyrannical Blade and King Kong, there's no need for them." Thunderclaw snorted coldly. His figure shook, and he flew out of the waterfall and strode outside. The Red Earth wasteland. As Thunderclaw walked in the Red Earth wasteland, the scorching sun fell from the sky and shone on him, making him feel a little irritable. Thunderclaw glanced at the surroundings and sighed, feeling a little irritated. "Damn the Red Earth wasteland, the climate here is really irritating. The scenery is also the same. For someone to be able to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland, that's really amazing." Thunderclaw had been in the Red Earth wasteland for several days. Instead of rushing to the half-blood Beastman city, he advanced unhurriedly, maintaining his strongest state at all times. Although Thunderclaw was arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that if he rushed to the Guando city, he would be exhausted, and he might fail miserably and be ambushed by Yang Feng. After all, Thunderclaw was only a legendary warrior, and did not have as many tricks as a warlock. Extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, formidable spells, poisons, potions, secret treasures, golems, tyrannical physical constitution, and frightening spirit force. All of these made up the might of a warlock, far surpassing those of the same rank, and even possessing the power to kill those of a higher rank. Thunderclaw didn't notice that when he passed through an area, a small red stone moved slightly after he left and opened a small hole in it, capturing all his movements. Warning! Warning! Currently, there was a level 4 transcendent being moving towards Guando City. According to the biological characteristics of this life form is a sacred warrior of the Feisua Plains Lionman race, and its melee combat strength is extremely formidable. Hiding in the Guando City, Yang Feng studied the knowledge regarding the promotion to a level 2 warlock to a level 3 warlock. Suddenly, his forehead trembled slightly and the intelligent microchip implanted on his forehead issued a warning. So fast, so decisive. Yang Feng pressed a button beside him, and rays of light shot out from a holographic projector and formed a holographic projection of Thunderclaw's location midair. Yang Feng looked at the sacred warrior Thunderclaw and sighed somewhat regretfully. A sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire. Unfortunately, with my current strength, it's basically impossible for me to defeat him by relying on my own ability. After I promote to a level 3 warlock, I can try out the strength of this world's sacred warriors. No matter what spells a level 2 warlock used, it was practically impossible for them to be the opponent of a sacred warrior in a head-on fight. Yang Feng could use the power of spells to kill a Star Knight, but it was basically impossible to injure a powerful sacred warrior. Once a sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire got close, then even many academic and research-type great warlocks of the Tsangji Plain would be insta-killed by him. The life force field of a great warlock couldn't withstand the bombardment of a sacred warrior rank expert. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said faintly, "Since he's of no value, then let's kill him." The mechanical black dragon hidden under the Guando City opened its eyes. Its eyes shone with a brilliant light, and it exuded an aura of life. Traces of ancient black dragon aura slowly diffused from its body, becoming different from before. This was the mysterious power of a high-grade soul stone. Powerful souls were the favorite treasures of many formidable beings of the major planes. Only with a soul could there be unlimited evolution possibilities. A copious amount of red soil sputtered. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, rode a gust of wind, flew out of the ground, turned into a black ray, and flew in the direction of the sacred warrior Thunderclaw. "There's a powerful being flying this way." Thunderclaw suddenly looked up at the sky, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Sacred warrior rank powerhouses were equivalent to human great warlock rank powerhouses. Their perception far surpassed that of ordinary people, and was extremely terrifying. When Thunderclaw looked up and saw the mechanical black dragon in the sky, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Black dragon! How come there's a black dragon in the red earth wasteland?" Dragons also existed on the Feisua Plain. They established a country of dragons. The ones who ruled the dragon country were the giant dragons. In the country of dragons, in addition to dragons, there were countless descendants of dragons and various life forms, such as dragonborn, dragon beasts, dragon demons, and other formidable beings. The dragon divine system was an extremely powerful divine system on the Feisua Plain. Although the number of gods in the dragon divine system was relatively small, but each of them possessed astonishing battle prowess. As for dragons, every adult dragon possessed battle prowess far exceeding that of ordinary legend rank powerhouses. Therefore, even though every dragon was a treasure and possessed tremendous wealth, but no one dared to go to the country of dragons to slay dragons. However, on the continent, the country of dragons didn't care if the evil dragons expelled by the country of dragons were slaughtered. Therefore, from time to time, there were rumors of dragons being slaughtered on the continent. Thunderclaw looked at the mechanical black dragon flying in the sky. His eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and he licked his lips excitedly. It seems that the fellow behind the half-blood beastmen isn't simple, he can even command a black dragon. However, since I promoted to a sacred warrior, I haven't met an opponent for a long time. This big fellow is just right for me to hone my martial arts. As soon as the mechanical black dragon appeared on the battlefield, it didn't utter any nonsense. It dropped from the sky and pounced towards Thunderclaw. Thunderclaw gave a furious roar, erupted with chi in a flash, strengthened his physique by several times in a split second, and unleashed his self-created martial art Thunderclaw 9 strike. Thunderclaw roared furiously, erupted with chi, strengthened his physique by several times in a flash, and unleashed his self-created martial art Thunderclaw 9 strike. The mechanical black dragon erupted with a terrifying life force, and its muscles squirmed. The terrifying power of the Thunderclaw's 9 claws was forcefully neutralized by the Thunderclaw. Thunderclaw was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? Is a black dragon actually such a powerful existence? In that instant, the mechanical black dragon ferociously swung its huge tail at Thunderclaw with the force of a mountain. Thunderclaw couldn't avoid it. He clenched his teeth, pushed his chi to the limit, and crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! Along with a frightening explosion, Thunderclaw, like a cannonball, slammed into the ground and blasted open a big hole. Blood spurted out of his facial orifices, looking extremely miserable. Thunderclaw coughed up a big mouthful of blood and said despairingly, "So strong! An adult black dragon was actually this powerful? No wonder no one dares to slay dragons. I was a bit careless." Dragons were a powerful race at the top of the extraordinary life form food chain. Whether it was physical resistance or magic resistance, they were first-class existences. Their strength had been verified by the blood and lives of countless other races. On the Fesua plane, the dragons that were killed were either slain by demigod-rank powerhouses or besieged and killed by legend-rank squad. There were very few legend-rank powerhouses that could kill dragons one-on-one. Having succeeded in its attack, the mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, rode a gust of wind, opened its bloody maw, and bit at Thunderclaw. "Stop!" With a furious roar, a Tigerman martial saint, Ba Dao, who was missing an ear, unsheathed a long black saber, and with lightning speed, a black saber radiance shot out from the side and slashed at the mechanical black dragon. The invincible black saber beam broke through the mechanical black dragon's dragon scales and cut into its flesh. With a forceful slash, a large amount of red blood sprayed out of the mechanical black dragon's body. The mechanical black dragon was originally a mechanical creation created by Yang Feng using Shizu technology and the ancient black dragon Vedarnia's dragon crystal, dragon bones, dragon scales, dragon tendons, as well as a high-grade soul stone. However, under the effect of the mysterious and unfathomable high-grade soul stone, the mechanical black dragon underwent a change that Yang Feng found hard to understand. It unexpectedly gave birth to flesh and self-awareness, and slowly transformed into a living black dragon. Only then did it possess the blood of a living creature. A 2.5-meter-tall ape-man sacred warrior Vajra, who looked like an ancient ape-man, gave a furious roar, rushed out, erupted with chi, grabbed the tail of the mechanical black dragon, and swung hard. As if a mouse lifting a car, the mechanical black dragon was flung away in a very strange manner. Chapter 236. Thunderclaw lightly jumped up from the ground, operated chi all over his body, and forcibly healed 80% of his injuries, restoring about 70% of his battle prowess. Thunderclaw said somewhat awkwardly, "Tyrannical Blade, King Kong, many thanks. If you hadn't come in time, then I might have already died." Tyrannical Blade didn't waste any words, saying directly, "Let's withdraw. That black dragon is really too strong. Only by dispatching more than 10 sacred warriors, coupled with several legend shaman priests of the temple, would it be possible to get rid of it." King Kong nodded with a dignified expression. Just now, he had forcibly flung the mechanical black dragon away, merely by taking advantage of the fact that the mechanical black dragon was unprepared. Although his strength surpassed that of many beastman sacred warriors, but compared to a giant dragon like the mechanical black dragon, he still couldn't compare. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, and a gust of wind suddenly erupted, shrouding it and blocking its flight. Its eyes turned, and in a flash, a fierce and terrifying life force erupted from its body. The terrifying life force was already infinitely close to the starry sky warlock rank. Soul Stone. It's the common currency used by experts of the various planes. So that's how it is. Creations with souls have limitless evolution possibilities. Souls are the things that contain the mysteries of immortality. Yang Feng watched the battle from afar through the monitoring equipment. When he saw the changes in the mechanical black dragon, his eyes lit up slightly. In addition to the mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng also used Shizu technology combined with the alchemy he learned in Tyrannid subcontinent to manufacture many mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to that of level 4 extraordinary life forms. When the mechanical golems were manufactured, their battle prowess was basically fixed. They could only be enhanced by installing all kinds of external equipment. On the other hand, the mechanical black dragon was different. As the mysterious high-quality soul stone had completely fused with its body, it had strangely turned from a pure mechanical creation into a strange existence that was a mixture of machinery and flesh and blood. The preciousness of the soul stone could be well imagined. Yang Feng searched the treasuries of Tyrannid subcontinent's major forces and found some inferior soul stones, but didn't find a single superior soul stone. In the history of Tyrannid subcontinent, superior soul stones had also appeared. However, as soon as they appeared, they would be taken away and used by great warlock rank experts. Therefore, even if Yang Feng searched the treasuries of the major forces, he still wouldn't be able to find a single superior soul stone. The mechanical black dragon's eyes flashed with a fierce light as it stared at the three martial saints of the Beastman Empire below. Finally, its gaze locked on the Thunderclaw. It flapped its wings and rushed towards the Thunderclaw with a terrifying gale. Idiot! There are three of us. Even if it's a giant dragon, it's still just a beast. Thunderclaw roared furiously, erupted with chi all over his body, and lightning revolved around him. He took strange steps, turned into afterimages, and rushed towards the mechanical black dragon. His eyes congealed, and he unsheathed the black blade, poured all his chi into it, and forced out a half-meter-long blade ray that chopped at the wings of the mechanical black dragon. If they cut off the wings of the mechanical black dragon that could fly, they might still have the strength to fight. King Kong roared, erupted with terrifying chi, and sent a fist bearing the weight of a mountain slamming towards the neck of the mechanical black dragon. This fist with all his strength could smash the gate of a city. The mechanical black dragon didn't evade in the slightest. It opened its ferocious maw and bit Thunderclaw lightning fast. Countless sharp teeth pierced Thunderclaw's body, and Thunderclaw was turned into minced meat. At that moment, Tyrant Blade chopped at the wings of the mechanical black dragon, forcibly cutting open a huge gash on the wings, and blood gushed out. At the same time, King Kong's fist slammed into the neck of the mechanical black dragon, causing its neck to tilt slightly. After withstanding the all-out blows of the two sacred warriors, the mechanical black dragon flapped its other wing and slammed into Tyrant Blade, breaking his bones and knocking him into the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, seriously injured. Vajra break! The ape-man sacred warrior King Kong roared furiously, urged his chi to the limit, tensed his body, and slammed his fist into the mechanical black dragon. Boom! King Kong's fist smashed the scales of the mechanical black dragon and blasted open a 30-centimeter-long bloody hole on the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon didn't pay any attention to Vajra. It opened its ferocious maw and bit down on the Tiger Man's sacred warrior Ba Dao. With a slap, a copious amount of blood sputtered out of its ferocious maw. A sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire died just like that. After the mechanical black dragon swallowed the sacred warrior tyrant blade, its eyes swiveled and shimmered with ridicule. In a flash, a formidable life force erupted, and the wound caused by King Kong's attack healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Freak! You freak! Damn dragons, you freaks! Face deathly pale, King Kong's figure shook and he fled frantically. Although his attack could injure the mechanical black dragon, but that was all. It couldn't seriously injure the mechanical black dragon with its freakish recovery ability. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, a gust of wind enveloped it, and turned into a gust of wind. It pounced on King Kong, bit down with its ferocious maw, and swallowed King Kong in one gulp. With a slap, the Beastman Empire's third sacred warrior King Kong was bitten to pieces by the mechanical black dragon, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. Dragons are indeed formidable existences at the top of the food chain. Each of the Beastman Empire's 3 sacred warriors is a legend-rank powerhouse. Unfortunately, in front of dragons they are still somewhat vulnerable. If it wasn't for the low reproductive ability of dragons, then the Feisua Plain might have already become a plain dominated by dragons. Yang Feng mused as he watched the mechanical black dragon easily devour the 3 sacred warriors of the Beastman Empire. Each of the Beastman Empire's 3 sacred warriors was a peerless powerhouse. With Yang Feng's current strength, he could only choose to flee or else die. Yet the mechanical black dragon easily devoured the 3 sacred warriors of the Beastman Empire. The strength of dragons could be well imagined. Of course, this was also greatly related to the fact that the mechanical black dragon was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Ordinary dragons definitely weren't as powerful as the mechanical black dragon. After the mechanical black dragon devoured the 3 sacred warriors, its soul suddenly throbbed, and an extremely terrifying life force erupted from its body. Its scales shattered inch by inch, and drops of red blood dripped down from its body. Yang Feng was slightly startled when he saw this. Is it going to evolve into a real ancient dragon? The greater part of the mechanical black dragon was manufactured by Yang Feng using the corpse of the ancient dragon Vedarnia. The ancient dragon Vedarnia was originally a terrifying existence comparable to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, and could fight with demigod rank powerhouses. However, it had been sealed for too long, and its strength had weakened to the Great Warlock rank. After the mechanical black dragon integrated with a high-grade soul stone, its evolution potential was boundless. Yang Feng didn't think that it would promote to the demigod rank so quickly. Yang Feng mused for a moment, then his figure shook and he disappeared. Not long after, a magic carpet flew over from the horizon. Yang Feng sat on the magic carpet, looked at the mechanical black dragon struggling in pain, and sank into contemplation. Massacre, blood energy, fear, these 3 divinities have the least effect on me. Blood energy has the least effect on me, so I'll give it to you. I hope you can go further. Yang Feng mused for a moment, then silently recited an incantation, operated a secret method, and touched his forehead with a finger. The divinity of blood energy in his spirit sea trembled slightly, moved slowly, and slowly flew out of his spirit sea. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng slowly pulled out the divinity of blood energy, then flicked his finger, and a golden radiance immediately dropped from the sky and entered the mechanical black dragon. When the divinity of blood energy entered the mechanical black dragon, its body trembled, and a copious amount of power converged with the divinity of blood energy, then broke through a certain limit, and directly transformed into a terrifying Starry Sky Warlock rank divine life form. The so-called demigod referred to beings that had ignited their divine fire, yet still hadn't condensed their godhead. On the Feisua Plain, apart from dragons and some extremely powerful extraordinary life forms, other life forms had to rely on faith power to ignite their divine fire, in order to break through the limits of their bodies and become demigods, possessing terrifying strength beyond the ordinary, and their battle prowess comparable to that of the Tsangji Plains Starry Sky warlocks. As for dragons, giants, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and some other innately powerful extraordinary life forms, even if they didn't gather faith power, they could still continue to evolve, possessing terrifying strength comparable to that of demigods, or even gods. At present, the mechanical black dragon was just a terrifying divine life form with demigod battle prowess, but it wasn't a true demigod of the Feisua plane. Yang Feng looked at the mechanical black dragon with kindred fangs, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It should be a vampire black dragon now. Interesting, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can evolve into in the future. Suddenly, the mechanical black dragon turned its eyes, locked on Yang Feng in the sky, and whispered, "Master, I want to have a name. Please bestow me a name." Chapter 237. Yang Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the mechanical black dragon to ask him for a name. Yang Feng thought for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "Your name is Aesop." The mechanical black dragon grinned, and its voice revealed indescribable carefreeness. "Yes, Master, from today on, I am Aesop." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What do you need now, magic stones, flesh and blood of life forms, or high-energy crystals?" Prior to this, Yang Feng had been providing the mechanical black dragon Aesop with high-energy crystals. But now, thanks to the strange power of the Soul Stone, the mechanical black dragon had unexpectedly turned into a half-mechanical, half-flesh and blood life form. Yang Feng didn't have the experience of raising this kind of black dragon. Aesop said, "Anything is fine. I can eat anything now. Of course, I can also eat nothing. Now I can absorb the free energy in space to survive. Unless my energy is constantly extracted, or I am sealed in a place without spatial energy, then I will need to replenish my energy. Because of the divinity of blood energy, if I absorb enough blood of experts, I can continue to evolve. Of course, if I want to continue to evolve, then I can only absorb the blood of demigods or gods." Kindred were a race that relied on absorbing the blood of experts to evolve. After they couldn't absorb the blood of experts, they had no choice but to go into hibernation as a means to upgrade themselves. In the Tyrandot subcontinent, kindred were hunted like dogs by human warlocks, yet they could still survive and accumulate enough power to ascend to godhood. The strength of kindred was evident. But the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were too powerful, which was why the Tsangji Plains kindred couldn't withstand a single blow. Yang Feng looked at Aesop and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of joy. With Aesop, a divine life form with demigod battle prowess, I'm one step closer to my goal of slaying a demigod rank existence. Aesop's evolution into a demigod rank existence gave Yang Feng one more trump card. Even if he encountered a demigod rank expert, he could still choose to escape even if he wasn't a match for them. Yang Feng let Aesop move about freely, while he returned to the Guando city and continued to study the knowledge needed to promote to a level 3 warlock from a level 2 warlock. 1 month later, inside the Imperial Study Room of Glory, Angurio's eye raised his head from the countless memorials and stretched. Suddenly, he asked a foxman guard beside him, "How many days has it been since the Thunderclaw Martial Saint and the others set off?" The foxman race guard said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Thunderclaw Martial Saint and the other two have already set off for 43 days. Angurio's face was gloomy as he said in a low voice, "It seems that they have met with misfortune." The foxman guard didn't dare to say anything and lowered his head. Accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. Although Angurio's was a rare wise king in the Beastman Empire, he also had times when he was furious. Angurio's the first let out a long sigh and said indifferently, "We still underestimated the enemy too much. Pass down my order, summon Faulkner." Yes, Your Majesty. That Foxman race guard immediately accepted the order and retreated. 2 hours later, Faulkner stepped into the imperial study. Faulkner gave a respectful salute that no one could find fault with and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Angurios," I said faintly, "Thunderclaw and the other two have been to the Red Earth wasteland for 43 days. Faulkner smiled bitterly in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, he comforted, "Your Majesty, the Thunderclaw Martial Saint and the others might have been delayed by something, so they didn't have time to return." Angurio's eyes gaze congealed and pierced Faulkner like two sharp knives, and he said expressionlessly, "Prime Minister, do you really think so?" Faulkner broke out in a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, he said unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, this humble servant thinks that the Thunderclaw Martial Saint and the other two should have met with misfortune. Although the three of them are somewhat unruly, but they are still willing to do their best to complete the Empire's orders. If everything went well, they should have returned 13 days ago. For there to be no news of them for so long, and at the same time, they were either killed or captured by the Red Earth wasteland." Angurios, I nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I think so too." Faulkner, immediately send someone to investigate. I want to know the ins and outs of the half-blood beastmen as soon as possible. "Yes, Your Majesty." Faulkner responded respectfully and then took his leave. Under Angurios I's order, the Beastman Empire's huge intelligence agency was mobilized, and countless spies moved towards the Red Earth wasteland. 3 months later, a huge convoy of more than 8,000 people traveled in the Red Earth wasteland. Ever since the news that there was a miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland spread, merchants from various states went to the miracle city after confirming the news. After replenishing their supplies of food and water, they went to the 4 empires to trade. With the increase of merchants, the number of bandits also increased. Although Yang Feng sent troops to wipe out a dozen bandits, cut off their heads, and planted them on both sides of the road, but he still couldn't stop the bandits that kept appearing. Forced to do so, the merchant groups could only unite and form a huge escort team. In this way, the bandits wouldn't dare to attack such an escort team. Here we are, the Miracle City. But compared to the last time I came, the Miracle City looks more prosperous and beautiful. Jim rode to the front of the caravan, looked into the distance, and revealed a smile. At this time, purification trees were planted everywhere outside the Miracle City. Due to the purification of the purification trees, large tracts of black land appeared. An extremely spacious cement road that could accommodate 10 carriages side by side extended from the Miracle City to the outside, making the merchants who suffered from the bumpy road feel very gratified. Walking on such a cement road was a kind of enjoyment. On both sides of the cement road, a large number of purification trees were planted. Behind the purification trees, there were plots of farmland, in which breadfruit trees and various edible foods that could grow at the same time as breadfruit trees were planted. Flowers bloomed one after another. They were bright purple and red, extremely beautiful. Furthermore, they exuded bursts of fragrance, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. How beautiful! So this is the Miracle City established by Master Ian. It's really beautiful. When the merchants who came to the Miracle City for the first time saw the neat streets and beautiful scenery, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In the middle of the caravan, a luxurious carriage with dozens of night-rank guards standing next to it suddenly opened, and a handsome man with a golden ponytail and a long sword at his waist alighted from the carriage. He was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. The handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked down from the carriage and looked at the Miracle City from afar. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "This is the Miracle City that Master Ian built? Not bad, this city is more to my liking." After a slight pause, the huge caravan continued forward and entered the Miracle City. As soon as Jim entered the Miracle City, he couldn't believe his eyes. At this time, in the Miracle City, houses of various sizes had been built, each house at least 3 stories high, and the streets were bustling with people. It was far from being as desolate as it was when Jim first came here, with only slaves. Along the way, the extremely handsome man looked around and revealed a smile. Interesting. It seems that Master Ian of the Miracle City is really a talent. As soon as the huge caravan entered the Miracle City, it dispersed. Jim came to the handsome man and asked respectfully, "Sir Edith, can we go to the city master's mansion now?" Edith said faintly, "I still want to stroll around, let's talk about it later." Jim responded and quickly retreated to the side. "Yes, sir." When Edith arrived at the center of the Miracle City, he looked at the lake from afar and exclaimed sincerely, "A lake! To be able to create such a lake in the Red Earth wasteland, he really has some skill." After strolling around the Miracle City, Edith was satisfied. He followed Jim to the city master's mansion. The city master's mansion, inside the conference hall. "Jim, my good friend, what surprise did you bring me this time?" As soon as Yang Feng arrived at the conference hall, he greeted Jim enthusiastically. In the past few months, although Jim didn't come in person, but he still worked very hard to organize the supply of more than 5,000 slaves for Yang Feng's Miracle City. Yang Feng had to give such a big merchant some face. Jim smiled bitterly and made the introductions. "Master Ian, let me introduce you. This is Sir Edith, the sole heir of the Duke of Iser. He is an emissary sent by the Morance Empire to discuss something with you." Whether it was the Duke of Iser or the Morance Empire's imperial court, they weren't existences that Jim, the manager of the Rigex City branch of the Rose Merchant Group, could contend against. In the end, it still came. Yang Feng's heart sank slightly and he sighed. The Red Earth wasteland was a place with a rather superior geographical location and a vast area. It had always been coveted. However, it had always been difficult to develop, which was why it was abandoned by the 4 empires. But now, Yang Feng built a miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland, attracting most of the merchants of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire, turning the miracle city into a big fat cake. It would be strange if the 2 empires didn't react. Chapter 238. Yang Feng said faintly, "So it's an emissary of the Morance Empire. What brings you to my miracle city?" Edith carefully sized up Yang Feng for a while, then said with a faint smile, "Master Ian, the Red Earth wasteland has always been the territory of the Morance Empire. You established this city on the territory of the Morance Empire, so you must return it to the Morance Empire. Of course, in order to commend your contribution in establishing a city on the Red Earth wasteland, the Empire will give you a hereditary aristocratic title of a chevalier, grant you a chevalier, and make you a hereditary aristocrat of the Morance Empire." Yang Feng sneered and said frigidly, "A trifling chevalier wants to swallow my miracle city. The Morance Empire really has a big appetite." Under Yang Feng's continuous management, the Miracle City had broken away from desertification and become a beautiful and rich city. The number of slaves in the city was as high as tens of thousands. Yang Feng spent a huge price to buy them from many slave merchants. A trifling chevalier and an aristocratic title of the Morance Empire weren't even 1/10,000th of the value of the Miracle City. In fact, you have no choice. The Morance Empire has millions of regular troops and hundreds of main divisions. There are tens of thousands of Firmament Knights and over 1,000 Star Knights. There are more than 300 Great Wizards and over 30 Archwizards serving the Morance Empire. How much power does the Miracle City have? According to the intelligence, there are only 2,000 human warriors and 800 half-blood beastman warriors in the Miracle City. Among the 2,800 warriors, only the 200 imperial guards of the Amon Principality can be considered elite. Only the core of the Amon Principality's 200 imperial guards can be regarded as elites, the rest are just a motley crew. Master Ian, you're a trifling great wizard. However, do you, a trifling great wizard, want to contend against the 300 great wizards and 30 arch-wizards of the Morance Empire? Now join the Morance Empire, serve the Empire, and become a respectable aristocrat, and a hereditary great wizard is your best option. Otherwise, once the army of the Morance Empire arrives, you'll only have two choices: flee for your life or become a prisoner. Edith smiled gracefully and threatened Yang Feng flatly. The powerful Morance Empire was Edith's backer. There were millions of regular troops, tens of thousands of firmament knights, over 1,000 star knights, 300 great wizards, and over 30 arch-wizards. This was the underlying strength of the Morance Empire. Additionally, what Edith didn't say was that there were many powerhouses in the temples of the Morance Empire, both large and small. If the guardian knights, archbishops, cardinals, and popes were included, then the number of experts would be more than double. Besides, there were countless greater aristocrats in the Morance Empire, who had their own private armies and supported numerous experts. If the forces of the greater aristocrats were counted in the Morance Empire, then the Morance Empire would only be stronger. The Morance Empire has millions of regular troops and hundreds of main divisions. There were tens of thousands of heavenly knights and thousands of star knights. There were more than 300 great wizards and more than 30 arch-wizards serving the Morance Empire. However, how many of them could really be mobilized to the Red Earth wasteland? The Morance Empire has a vast territory. The main divisions are scattered all over the place to deter other races and the small fries. I'm afraid that there are less than 30,000 mobile troops that can be mobilized here. As for wizards, I'm from the Temple of the Weave Goddess. I think that legend-rank wizards shouldn't make a move against me. Most of the other wizards aren't willing to fight me either. Although the Morance Empire is extremely powerful, but as long as your warriors enter the Red Earth wasteland, they won't be able to return. After a few defeats and the deaths of more than 100,000 soldiers, the Morance Empire will no longer have any ideas about my miracle city," said Yang Feng with a faint smile. Edith asked curiously, "More than 100,000 soldiers? Are you sure that your miracle city can withstand the offensive of the Morance Empire?" "Why," Yang Feng said with a smile, "with me here, unless the gods personally take action, the miracle city can't be breached. Although the gods of the Feisua Plain didn't often take action. However, there were also cases of forces that angered the gods and were destroyed by divine punishment. Yang Feng had already built the Temple of the Weave Goddess in the Miracle City. Under the protection of the Weave Goddess, as long as he didn't do anything that angered the gods or blasphemed against them, it was basically impossible for the gods to directly send divine punishment and destroy the Miracle City. Of course, if the Morance Empire sent an army to attack the Miracle City, the Weave Goddess wouldn't intervene to save Yang Feng. Secular matters were left to the secular world and churches. This was one of the covenants of the gods signed by the gods of the Feisua Plain more than 100,000 years ago. More than 100,000 years ago, during the War of the Gods, the true bodies and avatars of the gods took action and wantonly slaughtered the believers of their enemies. Practically most of the races of the Feisua Plain were massacred. Ordinary life forms couldn't withstand a blow from the gods. Even legend-rank powerhouses were just slightly more powerful cannon fodder in a war of gods. Seeing the tragic state of the Feisua Plain, the gods, who were already weakened from the fighting, reached a series of covenants, restraining the gods from taking action at will. After the gods stopped taking action, although the Feisua Plain was still in a state of war, but the population of the races recovered quickly. Because of the Treaty of the Gods, very few gods perished. This made the covenant of the gods even more secure. Yang Feng knew that the gods generally wouldn't take action in person, so he boldly established the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland. Edith said with a smile, "Interesting. Master Ian, I'll be looking forward to your performance. I'm just representing the Morance Empire, so I had to make a trip here. I admire you quite a bit. After all, to be able to build such a city in the Red Earth wasteland is indeed a miracle. If you are defeated by the Empire, you can come to the Hansen family and seek refuge with me. I can build you a magic tower and let you continue to study magic inside." The functions of the Feisua Plains magic towers and the Tsangji Plains warlock towers were very similar. Of course, in terms of power, the Tsangji Plains warlock towers were more powerful. On the Tsangji Plain, a Starry Sky warlock could even rely on a powerful warlock tower to suppress a god. On the Feisua Plain, magic towers didn't have such formidable power. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Thank you, but I don't think there will be such a day." At this moment Lena came in. When she saw Edith, she was slightly taken aback. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome, almost flawless man. Lena came to Yang Feng's side and said in a low voice, "Master, an emissary of the Titan Empire has come to see you." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "An emissary of the Titan Empire has also come? Then let him come see me." Lena retreated respectfully. "Yes, master." Not long after, a peerless beauty wearing a silver dress walked in with a smile. She had a head of dazzling golden hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to speak, as if she had walked out of a painting. As soon as the peerlessly beautiful girl in the silver dress walked into the room, the entire room seemed to become brighter, and all eyes were focused on her. "Edith, so you're the emissary of the Morance Empire. That's great, I really want to see you." When the peerless beauty dressed in a silver dress saw Edith, her beautiful eyes blossomed with an enigmatic light, and she threw herself into Edith's arms and smiled sweetly, without the slightest scruple about the people present. "Faldina, my sweetheart, my darling. To be able to meet you here is really the power of fate. It's fate that brought us together again. I will never let go of my hands and let you leave me again." While uttering pleasant words of love, Edith kissed the face of the peerless beauty dressed in a silver dress deeply. Yang Feng coughed lightly and said faintly, "Miss Faldina, may I ask what brought you here this time?" Faldina played it down and said carelessly, "It's nothing. It's just that the Titan Empire wants you, Ian, to hand over the Miracle City. This is the territory of the Miracle City. Since you're building a city here, it'll belong to the Titan Empire. If you hand it over, you can live. If you don't, you will die. I've told you what I want to say. Whatever decision you want to make, it's up to you." Yang Feng secretly sighed. This is the arrogance of a great state. The Titan Empire was even more overbearing than the Morance Empire. Without giving Yang Feng any benefits, it wanted to annex the Miracle City. In the end, it was still because Yang Feng was too weak and his background was too weak. Whether it was the Titan Empire or the Morance Empire, they didn't care about Yang Feng's small force. Edith put his arm around Faldina and said with a chuckle, "It seems that the Morance Empire's offer is higher. Master Ian, won't you consider it?" Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, "Please let me think about it for a few more months." Edith slightly shook his head and smiled. "Are you trying to stall for time?" It was useless. "If you don't reply within 10 days, I'll leave. The Hunting Fong Corps of the Morance Empire will enter the Red Earth wasteland and attack your Miracle City." Yang Feng sighed slightly and said, "In this case, regrettably, it seems that the Hunting Fong Corps of the Morance Empire will soon disappear from your empire." Edith said with a chuckle, "Then I'll wait and see how you make the Hunting Fong Corps disappear." Chapter 239. After receiving the ultimatum from the Morince Empire, Yang Feng immediately carried out a general mobilization of troops in the Miracle City. In the Miracle City there were 2,800 standing troops. Among them, the most elite troops were the 1,000 human cavalrymen formed from the Amon Principality's royal guards. Yang Feng imparted the martial skill Star Qi, which could be practiced until the legend rank, to the 2,800 warriors without being stingy. The strength of the 2,800 warriors who had cultivated the star energy had increased tremendously. However, the number of powerhouses who truly broke through to the knight rank was less than 300. In addition to the 2,800 warriors, Yang Feng also recruited 10,000 slave warriors, who were responsible for some auxiliary work, completely liberating the 2,800 warriors. The Morince Empire claimed to have millions of regular troops, but in fact, auxiliary troops accounted for at least half of them. The true warriors were only about 2 million. The 2 million warriors were to be distributed everywhere to deter the greater aristocrats. The army that could be used in a certain aspect was only tens of thousands of warriors. The preparations are done. Now it's time to take care of the wizards of the Hunting Fong Corps. After Yang Feng finished his preparations for war, he stood atop the city wall of the Miracle City, took a deep look in the direction of the Morince Empire, and then blurred into motion and disappeared. The Red Earth City was located at the junction of the Morince Empire and the Red Earth Wasteland. It was a city established by the Morince Empire to defend against the goblin bandits, bugbears, ogres and other bandits that came out of the Red Earth Wasteland. Originally, there were only 3,000 troops garrisoned in the city. But now, it had become a huge fortress with 20,000 warriors and 40,000 auxiliary troops. Because of the 60,000 human warriors garrisoned in the city, the Red Earth City became bustling almost overnight. Countless merchants entered the Red Earth City to sell their goods to the warriors. At the same time, many prostitutes gathered here to do business with the warriors. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. In the Red Earth City, the brothels were brightly lit and bustling with people coming and going. Many high-ranking officers of the Hunting Fong Corps began to linger in the brothels and indulge in debauchery. In the Red Earth Wasteland's Miracle City, there were only 2,800 warriors and only one great wizard. The Hunting Fong Legion had more than 20,000 regular soldiers, 10 great mages, and even a magic shooter. With such a powerful legion attacking Miracle City, it was impossible for them to fail. My Miracle City is really being looked down upon by others. But this is also good. The Red Earth City, in a hotel room, Yang Feng leaned against the window, looked at the bustling brothel street, and revealed a faint smile. Under the cover of darkness, no one noticed that mechanical ants easily climbed into the logistics office of the Hunting Fong Corps, bit through the wooden barrels filled with water, and climbed in directly. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. The defense is really lax. Unfortunately, such a move can't be used casually. Otherwise, once someone sees through me, I'll have one less trump card. Poisoning couldn't be used frequently. Otherwise, once it was seen through, it would be very easy to defend against it. As long as a few wizards were sent to guard the rations and water, and set up layers upon layers of defensive magic arrays, the rations and water could be completely defended. After all the preparations were completed, Yang Feng looked deeply in the direction of the Morince Empire for a while, and a chill flashed past the abyss of his eyes. 10 days passed in a flash. Without receiving a reply from Yang Feng, the Hunting Fong Corps stationed in the Red Earth City brazenly set out and advanced into the Red Earth Wasteland. Numerous merchants with large and small convoys followed along to supply the army with rations and water. In the Red Earth Wasteland, what was most lacking was rations and water. The amount of water and food consumed by tens of thousands of people in the Red Earth Wasteland every day was astronomical. After the hunting Fang Corps marched in the Red Earth wasteland for 15 days, they finally saw the miracle city hidden in the depths of the Red Earth wasteland. The climate in the Red Earth wasteland is really dry. My skin is dry from the sun, it's really uncomfortable. Surrounded by many high-ranking officers of the hunting Fang Corps, a handsome young man with rosy lips, white teeth, and more enchanting than a woman, dressed in the uniform of an imperial major general, looked at his hands and complained. The many high-ranking officers of the hunting Fang Corps looked at the man who was more beautiful than a woman, and disgust streaked past the abyss of their eyes. The man who was more beautiful than a woman was called Amadeo. He was the new commander of the hunting Fang Corps and the most favored man of the Emperor of the Morince Empire. This time, His Majesty the Emperor specially appointed his favorite man as the commander of the hunting Fang Legion. He wanted Amadeo to make a great contribution so that he could legitimately promote this beautiful man. Amadeo wiped his lips with a moist white towel, making his lips moist and beautiful, and ordered gracefully, "Fredo, I'll give you 3 days. If you don't capture the city within 3 days, then come see me with your head." Fredo was the previous commander of the hunting Fang Corps. Because of a small mistake, he was demoted by the Emperor to deputy commander, responsible for assisting Amadeo. He was the true backbone of the hunting Fang Corps. Amadeo was very cunning. He knew that he wasn't good at military affairs, let alone head-on combat. Therefore, he very cleverly handed over military command to Fredo. In this way, if Fredo won, it would be his credit, and if he lost, the blame could be shifted to Fredo. Fredo stepped forward and responded, "Yes." Fredo came to an old mage with white hair and beard, and said respectfully, "Master Pagos, I'll leave it to your group of mages to suppress Master Ian later." Master Pagos was the leader of a wizard squad that commanded 10 great wizards and 100 official wizards. He was a very powerful archwizard. The destructive power of archwizards on the battlefield was extremely terrifying. The power of the spells they cast was comparable to the power of spells cast by level 3 warlocks. On the battlefield, even level 3 warlocks could be killed by the spells of archwizards if they weren't careful. On the Feisua plain, such experts would be respected no matter where they went. Pagos said full of arrogance, "If a trifling great wizard dares to show his face, then he'll die." They left the city. They actually left the city. Do they want to throw away their lives? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hunting Fang Corps. The high-ranking generals of the hunting Fang Corps were surprised to find that 1,000 cavalrymen came out of the Miracle City and formed a formation in front of the Miracle City. They slowly accelerated and launched a charge towards this side. When he saw this, Pagos sneered and said full of contempt, "A bunch of idiots! Fredo, it seems that our wizard squad doesn't need to take action." "That's right, these idiots. Our hunting Fang Corps can easily take care of them." Fredo smiled contemptuously and ordered coldly, "Baiso, Kata, the 2 of you defeat him. Let these damn slaves experience the power of our hunting Fang Corps." Yes. 2 Sky Knight rank generals stepped forward and responded in unison. Before long, the 2 generals each led 1,000 cavalrymen and charged at the 1,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng from 2 different directions. Baiso and Kata watched as Yang Feng and the cavalrymen commanded by him got closer and closer, and their faces revealed malevolent smiles, as if they could already see Yang Feng's head being cut off. The horses they rode were first-class horses, and the equipment they wore was of excellent quality, far better than the equipment forged by ordinary principalities. Their warriors were battle-hardened regular troops that had gone through strict training. No matter how they thought about it, there was no possibility of them failing. Weakness. When the distance between the 2 sides was less than 300 meters, Yang Feng suddenly raised his sword, pointed at Baiso and Kata, and barked. The 2 Sky Knights suddenly felt a sharp pain in their abdomens, then spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell from their horses. The cavalrymen commanded by Baiso and Kata also felt a sharp pain in their abdomens. Black gas attacked their hearts, and they screamed and fell from their horses. With just one sword strike, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the Hunting Fong Corps fell to the ground like wheat being cut down, wailing mournfully. Dumbstruck, the generals of the Hunting Fong Corps couldn't believe their eyes. "What sorcery is this? Master Pagos, you have to protect me. You have to protect me well." Amadeo trembled and his eyes filled with fear when he saw this scene. He hid behind Archwizard Pagos and screamed like a woman. The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps swept Amadeo with a glance, and their eyes revealed contempt. As if assisted by the gods, Yang Feng commanded the 1,000 cavalrymen to charge straight towards the Hunting Fang's corps. Fredo mobilized troops to block in front of Yang Feng. As long as Yang Feng pointed with his sword, the troops would spit out blood and fall to the ground, unable to stop him. Pagos looked carefully for a while, then his face turned ashen and he said coldly, "This is poison. These lowly slaves are very despicable, they poisoned our warriors." Amadeo trembled and shouted with an ashen face, "Poison! Damn it, am I poisoned? Master Pagos, you have to save me. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die." Pagos silently recited an incantation and cast the spell Detect Poison, and a gray magic light enveloped the many generals of the Hunting Fong Corps. Chapter 240. Clouds of black gas appeared on the faces of the Hunting Fong Corps' high-ranking officers and wizards. Everyone was horrified when they saw this scene. "Fuck, I'm poisoned! We're poisoned! When did this happen? Damn it, when did this happen? When were we poisoned?" The high-ranking officers of the Hunting Fong Corps looked at each other, their eyes flashed with fear, and they discussed animatedly. Amadeo took out a bronze mirror, looked at it for a while, and screamed, "My face, no, don't, how did my face become like this?" Amadeo won His Majesty's favor with his peerlessly beautiful face. If his face was no longer beautiful, then His Majesty's favor would leave him. Amadeo grabbed one of Grandmaster Pagos's arms and implored loudly, "Grandmaster Pagos, save me! Save me! When I return to the imperial capital, I'll have His Majesty give you a lot of rewards. Don't panic. This poison was not an incurable poison." Before Pagos finished speaking, he vaguely felt Yang Feng look at him with an enigmatic smile. A sharp pain welled up inside Pagos, and he couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground, unable to budge. Although wizards had strong spirits, but their fleshly bodies were too frail. After being poisoned by Yang Feng, as long as Yang Feng didn't give them time to cast a spell, they had no way to resist. The high-ranking officers of the Hunting Fong Corps spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. The flag representing the marshal's flag also fell to the ground with a loud rumble. The Hunting Fong Corps collapsed, and tens of thousands of warriors fled in all directions. Many warriors spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to budge. 8,000 slave warriors poured out of the Miracle City and rushed towards the remnants of the Hunting Fong Corps. Although the 8,000 slave warriors weren't good at fighting head-on battles, but they were good at capturing prisoners. Except for some warriors who desperately escaped into the depths of the Red Earth wasteland, the rest of the Hunting Fong Corps warriors were captured by the slave warriors. A few hours later, Yang Feng led the 1,000 cavalrymen into the Miracle City. On both sides of the road of the Miracle City stood the slaves Yang Feng bought. "Justice shall prevail. Miracle City will win." As soon as Yang Feng entered the Miracle City, he raised his sword and shouted, "Justice shall prevail. Miracle City will win. Long live Master Ian. Long live Master Ian." Earth-shaking cheers came from the Miracle City. The slaves looked at Yang Feng with adoration in their eyes. With the strength of 1,000 cavalrymen, They directly pierced through the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Hunting Fong Legion, causing the Hunting Fong Legion to collapse. This kind of thing could only be done by legendary heroes who were blessed by the gods and possessed peerless bravery. From the fanatical cheers, Yang Feng sensed traces of faith power converging on him. It was obvious that after this battle, his reputation in Miracle City had increased by a large margin. At night, inside the prison of Miracle City. In a huge prison, there were more than 100 magicians. These 100 or so magicians were a terrifying force. Just by using magic, they could easily destroy an army of 2,000 people. Unfortunately, because they were poisoned by Yang Feng, they couldn't display any of their strength and were captured alive. Yang Feng slowly walked into the prison, followed by Babu and 10 Oxmen half-blood beastman expert. When they saw Yang Feng walk in, the more than 100 wizards showed looks of hatred. Yang Feng swept the more than 100 wizards with a glance and said indifferently, "I am Master Ian, the city master of the Miracle City. I'm here to recruit you. Those who are willing to serve me, stand on the left. Those who aren't willing can stay or stand on the right." The more than 100 wizards stared at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. They were noble wizards. How could they be willing to be loyal to Yang Feng, a wandering wizard with no background, an unstable foundation, and even offended the Morin's empire? Yang Feng waited for a while. When he saw that no wizard moved, he clapped his hands. Babu stepped forward, drew his sword, pointed at a wizard, and asked in a low, muffled voice, "Are you willing to serve my master?" The magician spat on the ground and said coldly and arrogantly, "Tui, a bunch of lowly slaves. Since you're unwilling, then go to hell." A cold look in his eyes, Babu stepped forward and beheaded the wizard. Blood sprayed out of the cell and sprinkled on the ground. When the more than 100 wizards saw this, they were slightly taken aback, and then their eyes surged with endless fear. They were noble wizards. No matter where they went, they would be respected by countless people. Even if they became captives, many people would entertain them with good food and drink, and wait for their master to ransom them. But now, a noble wizard was beheaded by a lowly half-blood beastman slave. This was simply inconceivable. The complexion of a wizard changed dramatically, and he roared, "Ian, are you crazy? We are noble wizards, yet you let a half-blood beastman slave kill Camacho. If word of this gets out, there will definitely be no magicians who will come to you. All the wizards of the Feisua Plain will be your enemy." Yang Feng said lightly, "If you all die here, won't this matter not spread?" When the more than 100 wizards heard that, they felt a chill in their hearts. A wizard suddenly said loudly, "I'm willing to pay the ransom. 100,000 gold coins, no, 1,000,000 gold coins. I'm willing to pay the ransom. Please spare my life and return me my freedom." Wizards were far richer than ordinary people. But even so, 1,000,000 gold coins was not a small sum for a wizard. Generally, 1,000,000 gold coins was enough to redeem a wizard. Yang Feng shook his head somewhat regretfully, saying, "Unfortunately, I don't lack money, but I lack wizards. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then you only have two choices, death or serving me." Babu pointed at another wizard with his blade and said in a low, muffled voice, Are you willing to serve my master?" The wizard fell into a state of hesitation. Without hesitation, Babu chopped off the wizard's head with his blade. "Since you don't want to, then go to hell." Seeing the decapitated corpse of the wizards felt a chill in their hearts and were filled with fear. Babu pointed at another wizard with his blade and said in a low, muffled voice, Are you willing to serve my master?" The wizard's complexion changed greatly. He got up, stood to the left, and shouted, "I'm willing, don't kill me!" Under the threat of death, the wizards hesitated, then helplessly got up and stood to the left. A dozen wizards who were unwilling to surrender were beheaded by Babu. Soon Bags was the only one left in the prison. Pago said solemnly. Ian, if I'm not willing to serve you, are you going to kill me as well? Yang Feng replied decisively. That's right. Pagos enunciated each syllable. We are believers of the Weave Goddess. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Weave Goddess for killing us like this? Yang Feng said with a cold smile. This is a city belonging to the goddess. You wizards dare to attack a city under the protection of the goddess. I'm already giving you face by not tying you to the stake and burning you as heretic. The wizards trembled and felt the air turn a bit colder. Being burned to death at the stake was a punishment more cruel than beheading. Pagos was choked speechless. After a long silence, he finally gave a long sigh and said, Fine, I'm willing to serve you. Don't resist. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and syringes filled with liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew out and stabbed the arms of the wizards. The complexions of the wizards changed slightly. But after seeing the corpses, they fell silent and let the syringes stab their arms. After the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was injected into the wizards, Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the wizards felt pain in their bodies. They opened their mouths and spat out a black liquid, which reeked of a fishy smell. After spitting out the black liquid, the wizards immediately felt their bodies become a lot more refreshed. Yang Feng said lightly, This elixir can dispel the toxins in your body and strengthen your physique at the same time. However, if you want to betray me, then the elixir will kill you. Let me warn you, I hope that you won't do anything stupid. When the wizards heard that, their complexions suddenly changed, and they fell silent. There were endless mysteries in magic, and many elixirs had mystical abilities. It wasn't strange for an elixir that could control others to appear. Yang Feng clapped his hands. Immediately after, Lena came in with a dozen maids, saluted Yang Feng and said, Master, what are your orders? Yang Feng pointed at the nearly 100 official wizards and said lightly, Take these honorable wizards away and make arrangements. After Lena saluted Yang Feng, she turned to the wizards and said, Yes, master. Sir Wizards, please come with me. The wizards looked at each other, sighed helplessly, got up and followed Lena outside. Yang Feng turned and walked towards the depths of the prison, before pushing open a door. Inside the room sat a man, a very beautiful man, Amadeo. Truly a man who is more feminine than a woman. When Yang Feng entered the room and saw Amadeo, his eyes lit up slightly and he praised him. When Amadeo saw Yang Feng, his complexion changed slightly and he asked, Who are you? Yang Feng said with a smile, I am Ian, the master of this city. General Amadeo, are you used to living here? As if a woman, Amadeo growled somewhat nervously, I'm not used to it. It's too dirty and smelly here. There are no carpets, no red wine, and no incense. I don't want to stay here for a moment. Let me go, I'll pay the ransom. Is 1,000,000 gold coins enough? Yang Feng said straightforwardly, Okay, I'll let you go. I hope that after you leave, you can send me the ransom of 1,000,000 gold coins. Amadeo was slightly taken aback, saying, You're letting me go just like that? Yang Feng replied, That's right. There are too many bandits outside. It might not be safe for you to go alone. You can choose 10 of your most trusted guards to escort you out of here. We'll prepare enough water and food for you. I'm going to command an army to attack the Red Earth City. Please detour as much as possible. Amadeo asked suspiciously, What are you trying to do? Yang Feng said lightly, The Morance Empire is powerful. The Miracle City can only win and not lose. Maybe one day, Sir Amadeo, I'll need you to put in a good word for me in front of His Majesty the Emperor. Amadeo's eyes flickered and he revealed a smile. Okay. I still have some weight in front of His Majesty the Emperor. At that time, I'll definitely put in a good word for you. After the discussion, Yang Feng immediately released Amadeo and the dozen guards selected by Amadeo and gave Amadeo enough water and food. Clive looked at Amadeo's departing back, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Yang Feng, "Sir, there's something I don't understand. Amadeo is the commander of the hunting Fang Corps that we caught with great difficulty, yet we let him go just like that. Isn't it too easy for him?" Yang Feng suddenly asked, "What do you think of Amadeo?" Clive said contemptuously, "He's a good-for-nothing. Emperor Moritz was blind to let him be the commander of the legion." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "He's not a good-for-nothing. A total of 13 men were fancied by His Majesty the Emperor along with him. In the end, he was the only one who survived. Within 5 years, the courtiers who attacked him fell one by one. Only the Prime Minister of the Moritz Empire, Casimiro, was left alive. Don't you think he's amazing?" Clive suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with shock. In his eyes, Amadeo was a rabbit that sold its butt. For such a rabbit to defeat the courtiers of the Moritz Empire one by one, Amadeo's ability in court struggles could be imagined. Yang Feng said meaningfully, "We can't kill such a person. We have to protect them as much as possible. The Moritz Empire is a towering tree. Without these vermin, it would be difficult for us to contend against it." Clive was silent for a while before nodding firmly. Chapter 241. The Red Earth City. Ever since the main force of the hunting Fang Corps left, the city lost its bustle and liveliness not long ago. However, the prostitutes and the merchants didn't leave. They were looking forward to the hunting Fang Corps' triumphant return, so that they could once again make a big profit. Outside the Red Earth City, smoke and dust billowed, and a 2,000-strong cavalry galloped towards the Red Earth City like a sharp arrow. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" When a patrolling warrior saw the 2,000-strong cavalry above the Red Earth City wall, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he screamed. Hearing the scream, the Red Earth City suddenly fell into a panic, and teams of warriors were driven to the city wall by the high-ranking officers. Everyone was bewildered and full of fear. The hunting Fang Corps dispatched the elite troops capable of fighting in the Red Earth City, leaving only 1,000 local troops to defend the city. The 1,000 local troops could barely suppress some rioters and gangsters, but they had no experience in fighting against a regular army. The goblins, bugbears, and ogres of the Red Earth wasteland would never attack a human city protected by a city wall, as they didn't even know how to build siege equipment. When a city guard officer saw the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng, he heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Cavalrymen! Don't be afraid, they're cavalrymen. They can't attack the city. They should be horse bandits who had wandered over. As long as we close the city gate, there won't be any problems." Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the city gate, and conjured the level 2 spell Flame Blast. A flaming arrow flew out and blasted against the city gate. With a loud bang, the Red Earth City's city gate was torn apart and splashed in all directions. On the Feisua Plain, city gates were divided into ordinary city gates and special city gate. Ordinary city gates couldn't withstand the bombardment of level 2 spells. Of course, if it was a special city gate like the one in the Moritz Empire, then even a legend rank spell couldn't shatter it. The city guard officer was suddenly dumbfounded. Standing on the city wall, his eyes filled with fear, he said in a trembling voice, "Wizard! There are wizards among them. Breach the city. Those who surrender will not be killed, those who don't will die." Yang Feng pointed at the Red Earth City with his sword and bark. "Breach the city. Those who surrender will not be killed, those who don't will die. Breach the city. Those who surrender will not be killed, those who don't will die." Behind Yang Feng, the uniform roars of the 2,000 cavalrymen soared into the sky, frightening the Red Earth City's city guards. "Follow me." Yang Feng pulled the reins, barked, and took the lead to rush towards the Red Earth City. The 2,000 cavalrymen surged towards Red Soil City like a torrent. Awed by the momentum of Yang Feng and his party, the defenders atop the Red Earth City didn't react at all. They watched helplessly as Yang Feng led the 2,000 cavalrymen into the city. Once Yang Feng's 2,000 cavalrymen broke into the city, they quickly took over everything in the city. Not long after, 3,000 Miracle City infantry who had barely learned how to ride finally arrived from the rear and quickly took over the city. When the follow-up troops arrived, Yang Feng continued to command the 2,000 cavalrymen to stab straight into the hinterland of the Morince Empire. The Hunting Fong Corps was the most powerful corps of the Morince Empire in this region. Now that it was completely wiped out, a huge hole was torn in the Red Earth wasteland. Yang Feng led the 2,000 cavalrymen to charge through the huge hole. Within 13 days, they breached 10 cities in succession and looted a large amount of people, goods, and wealth, which were then transported to the Miracle City. The Melinson province had a total of 44 cities. After the 10 cities were captured, nearly a quarter of the Melinson province fell into Yang Feng's hands. The entire Morince Empire was shaken. The governor of the Melinson province sent 10 letters in blood in a row, asking for help from the center of the empire. The Melinson province wasn't a border city to begin with. The strongest force in the province was the Hunting Fong Corps. Now that the Hunting Fong Corps was wiped out, the Melinson province was very empty, with only 100,000 local troops scattered in various cities. The 100,000 local troops were specially used to maintain law and order and suppress rebellions in the Melinson province. Their fighting strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as that of a field corps like the Hunting Fong Corps. Coupled with the fact that the Melinson province had been at peace for a long time, the 100,000 local troops were completely rotten. In fact, there were less than 60,000 local troops. Besides, most of them were relatives and friends of military officers, so they had no fighting strength to speak of. Under such circumstances, the Melinson province was like an undefended cake. With a light poke, Yang Feng poked a huge hole in it and took a big bite out of it. The only thing the governor of the Melinson province could do was to shrink his forces and frantically recruit soldiers. He holed up in the Baroman city, the capital of the Melinson province. The Silver Sword Corps stationed in the Zero province, near the Melinson province, also received a transfer order from the Morince Empire and set off for the Melinson province. The Hunting Fong Corps was defeated by Ian. That's amazing! Amadito is one thing, but Fredo is a battle-hardened veteran. How could he be defeated so easily? Dressed in the uniform of a major general of the Morince Empire, a rather handsome 35 to 36-year-old Silver Sword Corps commander, Magana, muttered to himself. The Hunting Fong Corps was the strongest corps in the Melinson province. Furthermore, the Morince Empire had mobilized an archwizard, 10 great wizards, over 100 wizards, and over 1,000 apprentice wizards to form a huge wizard group, which was assigned to the Hunting Fong Corps. No matter how one thought about it, the Hunting Fong Corps couldn't lose to a small force like the Miracle City that was established not long ago and had less than 10,000 soldiers. A scout quickly came to report, "Sir Commander, we found the cavalry of the Miracle City." Magana frowned and asked solemnly, "Where are they?" The scout hurriedly said, "They are about 10 kilometers southwest of us. They seem to have just looted a city and are heading towards the anchor city with countless treasures." Magana's gaze congealed and he said coldly, "That direction is the Rabaka city. These damn bandits must have just looted the Rabaka city. Pass down my order. Everyone, advance at once. Our target is the anchor city." "Let's go fuck those damn bandits' retreat route." The 20,000 warriors of the Silver Sword Corps suddenly sped up and moved towards the anchor city. When they were halfway to the anchor city, the Silver Sword Corps' main force saw the 2,000 cavalrymen dressed in gold and silver and carrying large and small bags on their backs. At the same time, the 2,000 cavalrymen were followed by thousands of horses, each of which carried a huge bag. The tremendous wealth pressured the 2,000 cavalrymen, who were originally moving as fast as the wind, to the point that they were even slower than infantrymen. When the Silver Sword Corps' main force saw the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng, their eyes turned bloodshot and revealed greed. Morgana's gaze congealed, then he pointed at Yang Feng and his party with his saber and shouted, "Brothers, those are rebels! Kill them all and their wealth will be yours. I don't want a single cent. Kill! Kill! Kill them all! Kill them all and their wealth will be ours." The morale of the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps was raised to the limit. Their eyes were bloodshot, and under the command of the high-ranking officers, they rushed towards Yang Feng's 2,000 cavalrymen. "Drop the things." Yang Feng swept the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps with a glance, sneered, and ordered. The 2,000 cavalrymen tore off the bags and threw them on the ground. Countless gold, silver, and jewelry scattered on the ground from the bags, dazzling everyone. When the 2,000 cavalrymen pulled the ropes, the gold, silver, and jewelry tied to the horses also scattered on the ground, making the area look as if it was covered in gold, silver, and jewelry. Retreat! After discarding all the treasures, Yang Feng smiled coldly, turned around, and retreated towards the anchor city with the 2,000 cavalrymen. "Mine! These treasures are mine! Fuck, I'll kill anyone who dares to rob me of my gold!" When the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps rushed to the area full of gold, silver, and jewelry, they no longer moved. Instead, they scrambled for the jewelry, their eyes bloodshot. For the sake of the jewelry, many warriors even drew their swords. The monthly salary of the warriors of the Morince Empire was only 1 gold coin. Many of the gems on the ground could be sold for hundreds of gold coins, or even 1,000 gold coins. As long as they grabbed a gem, it was equivalent to decades or even 100 years of their salary. Naturally, it made them crazy. In particular, Morgana had promised that the wealth would belong to whoever grabbed it, which made the situation even more chaotic. No one had the will to fight, only thinking about grabbing the gold, silver, and jewelry. Even many high-ranking officers of the Silver Sword Corps joined in the scramble for the gold, silver, and jewelry. Morgana shouted anxiously, "Get up, all of you! Stop grabbing! Stop grabbing! It's very dangerous now. The cavalry of the Miracle City may be waiting for us to fall into chaos." Apart from Morgana's personal guards, no one listened to him. Everyone's attention was attracted by the gold, silver, and jewelry, and they scrambled endlessly. "It's time. Charge with me." When Yang Feng saw the chaotic scene through the magic eyes, he sneered and urged his horse to charge towards the Silver Sword Corps. Chapter 242. When Morgana saw the dust raised by the cavalrymen, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, "Get into formation! Get into formation! The cavalrymen of the Miracle City are here!" The warriors of the Silver Sword Corps were already in disarray, scrambling for the jewels scattered on the ground. There were only a few officers who responded to Morgana's orders, but they were unable to organize an organized army. The 2,000 cavalrymen under Yang Feng's command quickly arrived. As if a sharp sword piercing through tofu, they split the Silver Sword's warriors in two and pierced through each other. Unable to resist, the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps were chased by the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng like pigs and dogs. The brave warriors of the Silver Sword Corps had just gathered, when Yang Feng and the 2,000 cavalrymen slaughtered them. The warriors of the Silver Sword Corps, who were scrambling for the jewels on the ground, came to their senses. By the time they came back to their senses, they were no longer surrounded by their comrades and officers, but by strangers who had been scrambling for gold, silver, and jewels with them not long ago. The warriors of the Silver Sword Corps collapsed and scrambled to escape in all directions, no longer able to organize themselves. "Damn bastard! Go to hell!" Along with a furious roar, Morgana erupted with Star Knight rank chi, man and mount united, charged towards Yang Feng in a tyrannical manner, and slashed at Yang Feng with his sword with the force of a mountain. Under such circumstances, the only way to reverse the situation was to kill Yang Feng with a sword strike. Morgana was a martial arts genius of the Morince Empire. At the age of 45, he had already cultivated Star Knight rank chi. With his frightening Star Knight rank chi, he had slain countless powerhouses and assessed numerous rebellions. In desperate situations, Morgana relied on his peerless courage to slay the enemy's generals and reverse the situation. Step by step, he climbed to the high position of a legion commander. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. Without dodging, he slashed at Morgana with the magic sword forged from divine blood steel. Ding! The two swords clashed, and under Morgana's horrified gaze, his sword was directly cut in two. The incomparably sharp magic sword had directly cut him in two. Virtually at the same time, Yang Feng was also sent flying by Morgana's frightening chi, fell from his horse, rolled aside, and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "It's a pity that your strength isn't weak. It's just that your weapon is too weak." Yang Feng glanced at Morgana and left a sentence, then jumped onto another horse and continued to chase after the Silver Sword's main force. If their weapons were equal, then Morgana would be able to send Yang Feng flying from his horse, while he himself wouldn't suffer any injuries. Now that Morgana was killed by Yang Feng, this was the huge gap between the weapons of the two sides. A good weapon was equally important to an expert. It was precisely because of this that the 5 magic swords in the Miracle City would cause countless merchants to fight over them. Yang Feng took the 2,000 cavalrymen to pursue the Silver Sword's main force for 20 kilometers. After killing about 7,000 Silver Sword warriors, he turned back and returned to the Anchor City. Of the 20,000 Silver Sword warriors, only 5,000 of them fled back to the Zero province, cutting a sorry figure. Zero province immediately gathered the 5,000 remaining soldiers of the Silver Sword to the rear. At the same time, the other main battle legion in the province, the Silver Hammer, was transferred to the border between Zero province and Molinson province, where they would bide their time. After the Silver Sword's main force was annihilated, the governor of the Zero province didn't think about how to assist his allies, but how to protect himself. If Yang Feng's 2,000 cavalrymen killed their way into the Zero province and turned it upside down, then his position as governor would come to an end. The Anchor City. Standing atop the Anchor City's city wall, Yang Feng gazed at the depths of the Morince Empire's hinterland and gave a long sigh. "Unfortunately, I have too few troops. Otherwise, I would have already captured the Molinson province." Yang Feng had the 2,000 cavalrymen carefully trained by Clive break through 10 cities within 13 days, and then set up an ambush to defeat the Silver Sword's main force. After days of fierce fighting, the 2,000 cavalrymen were exhausted, and Yang Feng had no choice but to stop advancing. After all, humans weren't like robots, who could fight 24/7. If Yang Feng commanded the Shizu robot army, he would have seized the opportunity when the Hunting Fong Corps was wiped out to capture the entire Molinson province. As for the 10,000 slave warriors behind Yang Feng, their fighting strength wasn't even as good as that of the Molinson province's local guards. Driving them to the battlefield would just be sending them to their deaths in vain. In such a large-scale war, the weakness of the Miracle City's shallow foundation was exposed. Even if the Morince Empire was defeated a dozen times, its vitality wouldn't be affected. As long as Yang Feng was defeated once, the entire Miracle City would be easily swallowed up. This was the absolute gap in the strength of both sides. "Amazing, Master Ian. You're really amazing. To have defeated the Hunting Fong Corps and the Silver Sword Corps in succession, you're really an outstanding talent. Along with a chuckle, Edith slowly walked out from a corner of the Anchor City's city wall. Smiling like a flower, Faldina followed beside Edith. Every step she took was in sync with Edith's, as if she was his shadow. 3 burly warriors exuding frightening auras and armed with rapiers flanked Yang Feng, cutting off his path of retreat. Behind the 3 warriors stood 2 great wizards, who stared at Yang Feng with ice-cold expressions. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said solemnly, "How did you get in?" Yang Feng had been very cautious all his life. He had also set up many micro-monitoring devices in the Anchor City, with no blind spots. He didn't understand how Edith and them could sneak up to him. Edith said with a smile, "Master Ian, your magic ability is really strong. However, you're not the only wizard in the world. My dearest sweetheart, Faldina, is also a genius arch-wizard. There's no problem in deceiving the perception of a great wizard like you." Yang Feng frowned slightly, saying, "Miss Faldina, I heard that the Titan Empire and the Morance Empire are enemies. Why did you join forces with Edith to ambush me? Isn't the more damage I cause to the Morance Empire, the better it is for the Titan Empire?" "What you said makes sense." Faldina blinked her big beautiful eyes, and then said with a light smile, "But I love Edith. Since he wants to ambush you, I'll help him. As for the rest, I don't care." Yang Feng's thousands of excuses were blocked by Faldina. He was speechless at a woman who was blinded by love and an arch-wizard rank powerhouse to boot. Such a peerlessly beautiful girl who was dead set on love was simply a goddess in the eyes of many men. Yang Feng couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy towards Edith. Edith said with a light smile, "Master Ian, the Hansen family is in great need of a talent like you. Please join our Hansen family. Only then will you have the space to display your outstanding abilities." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said faintly, "What if I don't join?" Still very elegant, Edith said without a trace of anger, "If you don't join, then regrettably, this will be your burial place. His Majesty has offered a sky-high bounty for your head. Even I'm tempted by such a bounty." "In that case, then please go to hell with me." A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He operated a secret method, and countless black dragon scales suddenly covered his body. He silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and 30 vampiric rattan seeds suddenly flew out. Under the effect of the spell, the 30 vampiric rattan seeds suddenly erupted and grew frantically into freaks with countless sharp barbs and tendrils. "Master Ian, the magic sword you made is very sharp. I like it very much." Edith smiled faintly and took a step forward. Frightening Star Knight rank chi erupted in a flash, and the magic sword strapped to his waist was unsheathed in a flash. It turned into star-like sword rays that tore apart the defenses of the 30 vampiric rattan seeds and chopped the cores of the 30 vampiric rattan seeds. When the cores of the 30 vampiric rattan seeds were broken, just like a human brain being minced, the vines withered and scattered on the ground, emitting black smoke and gradually collapsed. "Mind Hammer!" Faldina smiled sweetly, then silently recited an incantation and took out a dark green legend rank magic staff. She pointed at Yang Feng, and a white magic radiance shot towards Yang Feng. Psychic spells were the most difficult to resist, and it was very difficult for defensive spells to resist psychic spells. Only by strengthening one's willpower was the best way to resist psychic spells. When the mind hammer hit Yang Feng, his mind shook, his head felt like it was splitting, his eyes glazed over, and his body stiffened. In a flash, the 3 warriors erupted with firmament night rank chi, and 3 swords slashed at Yang Feng from different directions. At the moment of imminent peril, the divinity of fear in Yang Feng's spirit sea trembled, and a demonic energy of fear covered his whole body in a flash, pulling him out of the shock of his mind. Yang Feng's eyes congealed in an instant, divine energy of fear erupted, and he issued a heaven-shaking roar. Under the eruption of divine energy of fear, everyone on the scene seemed to come to a standstill for a moment. A sword was unsheathed, and a resplendent sword ray turned into a mysterious arc that twisted around the three firmament knights. Chapter 243. The three firmament knights were instantly cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. The two great wizards behind the three firmament knights finished casting in a split second. They pointed at Yang Feng and cast the level 1 spell fireball, which was the fastest to cast. Two fireballs carrying extremely scorching flames slammed into Yang Feng, and the terrifying heat and flames engulfed him in an instant. Although Fireball had a simple name, but it was one of the most powerful single-target destruction level 1 spells. If a level 2 warlock didn't cast a corresponding defensive spell to resist, they would be seriously injured or even killed. Amid the terrifying flames, a figure pierced through the flames and appeared in front of the two great wizards in an instant. With a flash of sword rays, the heads of the two great wizards flew high into the air, and a copious amount of hot blood spurted out of their chests and scattered on the ground. They couldn't believe that someone could withstand the bombardment of Fireball and still launch an attack against them. Seeing this scene, Faldina wrinkled her eyebrows slightly. With a wave of her lily-white hand, 36 rhombus magic crystals suddenly revolved around her and formed a huge magic crystal shield. At the same time, she floated into the air and floated backwards. The ground was the domain of warriors, while the sky was the domain of wizards. It was precisely because wizards had the ability to fly that they could beat up warrior experts. Their status was far above that of warriors. Magic and martial dual cultivation, Great Wizard Ian, I underestimated you. Edith took a step to the left and held his sword horizontally in front of Faldina, a dignified look in his eyes. Besieged by a Star Knight and an Archwizard, Yang Feng was still able to kill 3 Firmament Knights and 2 Great Wizards. This kind of fighting strength was simply terrifying. You dare to assassinate me? Today this will be your burial ground. Covered in dragon scales, Yang Feng looked like a humanoid black dragon. His eyes were ice-cold, and a fierce, killing intent soared into the sky. He spoke frigidly. Edith pointed at Yang Feng with a magic sword forged by the Miracle City and said solemnly, Edith, a disciple of the Star Sacred Swordsman Banks, is here to experience your swordsmanship. Faldina's beautiful eyes constricted slightly, and she erupted with powerful spirit force fluctuations. With the magic staff in her hand, she could cast level 2 spells and below at any time. Then let's fight. With a roar, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he jumped off the Anchor City's city wall and fled into the city. If it was a one-on-one, then Yang Feng would still have the confidence to fight Edith. But with Edith and Faldina, even a level 3 warlock might not be their match. Yang Feng didn't have the confidence to defeat them. When Edith heard Yang Feng's bellow, his spirit congealed and the sword in his hand assumed a defensive stance. The scene of Yang Feng slaying 3 Firmament Knights and 2 wizards with a sword strike was too amazing, so he couldn't help but choose to play it safe. After all, if he and Faldina joined forces, even a great wizard who cultivated both magic and martial arts would definitely not be a match for them. Seeing Yang Feng choose to escape, Edith and Faldina were taken aback. They didn't expect that Yang Feng, who was acting like a hero a moment ago, would choose to escape. Shameless bastard! Go to hell! Faldina's pretty face changed slightly. She clenched her silver teeth and waved her lily-white hand. Ice cones, fireballs, earth thorns, wind blades, and other level 1 destructive elemental spells instantly shot towards Yang Feng. Under the bombardment of Faldina's level 1 destructive elemental spells, Yang Feng was forced to urge his life force field and brandish his sword to chop apart the destructive elemental spells. As for the spells that couldn't be chopped apart, he could only rely on the defense of the black dragon's scales to resist them. Faldina's spirit force seemed to be endless. The densely packed level 1 spells bombarded Yang Feng. Before long, he was covered in blood and the black dragon's scales were torn apart, dripping with blood. In addition to elemental spells, Faldina also cast various curse spells such as splitting headache, weakness, and perception disruption on Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank life force dispelled some low-level curses and weakened the power of a lot of strong curses, but he still felt dizzy from time to time, weak, and almost fell to the ground. Once Faldina acted, Yang Feng could no longer escape. He could only stand in place and desperately resist the various spells, unable to fight back. Edith's figure shook and, like a bolt of lightning, shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng suddenly barked. "Pagos, you're still not going to act? If I die, you'll all be buried with me." Gravity bind. Dark rays. Fear. Mind shock. Fireball. Web. In a room, more than 100 spells were suddenly cast and bombarded towards Edith in a frenzy. The more than 100 spells covered all fields of magic. Even if it was a star night, only death awaited them. Level 3 warlocks didn't dare to resist the bombardment of more than 100 spells. No! Faldina let out an incomparably mournful shriek, then watched in despair as the 100 spells completely swallowed Edith. With a flash of white light, Edith strangely escaped from the bombardment of more than 100 spells and appeared atop the city wall, his face pale and his back drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't had a one-time life-saving magic item, he would have been blasted to pieces by the more than 100 spells. Edith watched the more than 100 wizards slowly walk out of the room with shock in his eyes. "Master Pagos, how come it's you? How come you're working for him?" Yang Feng ordered coldly. "Kill them!" "Yes, sir." Pagos smiled bitterly, raised his magic staff, pointed at Edith, and silently recited the incantation of a level 3 spell. The 20 mages quickly chanted incantations and cast all kinds of powerful defensive spells on the group of mages. Offensive wizards were responsible for offense and defensive wizards were responsible for defense. Wizard squads that combined offense and defense were the most powerful fighting force of the human race. Retreat. Edith's complexion changed. His figure blurred, and he quickly fled outside the anchor city. Faldina, who was in the air, also cast all kinds of spells and turned into a stream of light that fell from the sky and escaped with Edith. For a magic shooter and a star knight to fight against a team of mages with a magic shooter was simply courting death. Yang Feng frowned slightly as he watched Edith and Faldina escape. How troublesome! It really isn't that easy to kill these top powerhouses. There were many level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts in Yang Feng's dimensional crest. If he released those mechanical battle beasts, he might be able to kill Edith and Faldina. However, in that case, the Morin's Empire would once again attach more importance to Yang Feng. The next time they came to kill him, it would probably be a large group of legend-rank powerhouses. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Pagos!" Pagos responded, "I'm here." Yang Feng said lightly, "Since your wizard squad is here, then attack the Toes City with the second corps." The first corps was composed of 2,000 cavalrymen carefully trained by Clive. Most of the experts of the Miracle City were gathered in the first corps. The second corps was a new corps composed of 5,000 slaves. The fighting strength of the second corps was extremely low. Even though it was equipped with a large number of weapons and equipment seized from the Hunting Fang Corps, its fighting strength was still much worse than that of the local garrison forces of the Malinsan province. No matter how inferior the Second Corps was, with the support of the formidable fighting strength of the human wizard squad, there was basically no force in the Malinsan province that could contend against it. If the tactics of more than 100 official wizards led by an archwizard were proper, they might even be able to kill a legend-rank sacred swordsman. This was the terror of human wizard squads. Of course, if a legend-rank sacred swordsman closed in on them, then the wizard squad would likely be wiped out in less than a minute. Pagos hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master Ian, the strength of the Morance Empire is beyond your imagination. It has the favor of the gods. Even if you capture the Malinsan province, you won't be able to hold it." The Morance Empire was one of the 4 most fertile empires of the Feisua Plain, and it was supported by the Zalia divine system. In the history of the Feisua Plain, there was no lack of geniuses who established their own states and threatened the rule of the Morance Empire. Then, divine chosen, divine descendants, and demigod-rank heroes appeared in the Morance Empire. Under the guidance of the gods, they destroyed the geniuses and the states they established. The Morance Empire and the Titan Empire were almost impossible to destroy. Pagos had no choice but to remind Yang Feng of this cruel fact. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't intend to hold the Malinsan province. I just have to plunder the Malinsan province and sell the population to the Titan Empire, and then I can withdraw." Pagos felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he understand why Yang Feng would plunder the population of a city and transport them to the Miracle City every time he captured it. If Yang Feng did this to the Malinsan province, it would take at least 10 years to recover its vitality. It would be even more difficult for the Morance Empire to attack Yang Feng from the Malinsan province. Pagos hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, isn't this too cruel?" "Cruel?" Yang Feng was taken aback, and then smiled lightly and said coldly, "If I had been the one defeated in the Red Earth Wasteland, Master Pagos, you should know what would have happened to the tens of thousands of people of the Miracle City, right? Why didn't you think of the word cruel at that time?" Pagos was speechless at once. If the Miracle City was defeated, everyone inside would be captured by the Hunting Fang Corps, reduced to slaves, and sold to other people. All the wealth of the Miracle City would be plundered. However, at that time, Pagos didn't regard the slaves of the Miracle City as people. He didn't even care about Master Ian, Yang Feng. When he was proud of his success, how could he take the word cruel to heart? Yang Feng said lightly, "Okay, Master Pagos. You are now a member of the Miracle City. Your life, death, honor, and disgrace are linked to the Miracle City. If you perform well in the future, I can tell you the method to promote to a Legend Wizard and let you become a powerful Legend Wizard." Legend Wizard! When Pagos heard that, his eyes blossomed with the light of expectation. On the Feisua Plain, the ultimate goal of all wizards was to promote to a Legend Wizard. Once a wizard promoted to a Legend Wizard, they could master Legend spells, level 4 spells. Among Legend spells, there were many spells that could strengthen one's physique and prolong one's lifespan. On the Feisua Plain, only after advancing to a Legend Wizard would a wizard's lifespan reach more than 200 years. This was one of the biggest weaknesses of wizards on the Feisua Plain. It should be noted that on the Tsangji Plain, an official level, one warlock had a lifespan of 200 years. If they collected some lifespan-prolonging elixirs, living to 300 years wouldn't be an issue. On the Feisua Plain, the lifespan of an official wizard was no different from that of an ordinary person. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng threw a stack of magic notes towards Pagos. When Pagos received the stack of magic notes, his expression trembled and his eyes flashed with excitement. The stack of magic notes in his hands described how a magic shooter could advance to a legendary mage. This kind of magic notes about a magic shooter becoming a legendary mage was priceless. They were generally controlled by greater aristocrats, imperial royal families, churches, and other powerful forces. Only by working for the imperial royal family could a commoner arch-wizard like Pagos obtain the corresponding magic knowledge. This was a trick used by the imperial royal family to control wizards. Pagos was already a genius in magic to be able to promote to an arch-wizard. However, due to being ostracized, he hadn't been able to get his hands on magic information on how to advance to a legend wizard. Now that Yang Feng gave him the magic notes on how to advance to a legend wizard, he was overjoyed. Pagos bowed slightly towards Yang Feng and said, "Sir Ian, rest assured, I will follow your orders. I will lead the wizard squads to capture all the cities of the Malinsan province." Yang Feng said lightly, "Go." 2 days later, the Toes City. In the entire Toes City, there were only 2,000 local guards. Due to the actions of the military upper echelon, there should have been 2,000 local guards, but in fact, there were only 1,300 local guards. The Toes City was already full of guards, who looked at the 5,000 warriors of the Miracle City's second corps outside the city with frightened expressions. Chapter 244. In fact, the 5,000 warriors of the Miracle City's second corps were slaves, and they had only been trained for a month. In terms of fighting strength, they might not be able to compare to the guard. However, they were wearing the weapons and equipment seized from the Hunting Fong Corps. From the outside, they looked very fierce and terrifying. Clive spurred his horse forward, pointed at the city wall with a sword in hand, and shouted, "I am Clive, the commander of the Second Corps of the Miracle City. Open the gate and surrender at once. Otherwise, after the city is breached, everyone in the city will be reduced to slaves." A city guard officer encouraged loudly, "Don't listen to him. This motley crew doesn't even have siege equipment. How can they capture the Toes City? This Clive is a nobody, he's not the Devil Ian. It's impossible for him to breach the Toes City. As long as we hold the Toes City, we'll enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Everyone will be an aristocrat." Yang Feng first destroyed the Hunting Fong Corps, and then defeated the Silver Sword Corps. He slaughtered his way into the Malinsan province and plundered countless riches. The people of the Morance Empire called him the Devil Ian, and his name struck fear in people's hearts. After hearing the city guard officer's words, the warriors regained some morale. Because the Second Corps led by Clive really didn't have any siege equipment. "Master Pagos, I'll have to trouble you." Clive returned to the Second Corps and asked Pagos very politely. On the Feisua Plain, the status of wizards was extremely high. Even if Pagos was forced to surrender to Yang Feng, he didn't want to offend Pagos, who was an arch-wizard. Pagos nodded and slowly walked out with the more than 100 official wizards. 500 soldiers of the Second Legion stood in front of the magicians with large shields in their hands. Their only mission was to protect the wizards with their lives. Pagos silently recited an incantation, pointed at the city gate with the magic staff in his hand, and conjured the level 3 spell advanced fire arrow. As if a meteor, an arrow formed from flames shot towards the city gate. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the city gate was blasted into pieces, revealing a large hole. Wizards! The city guard officer shouted in despair. Fireball! Shadow ray! Corrosive ray! The magicians silently chanted incantations and pointed at the city wall. Countless spells bombarded the city wall like raindrops. A burst of incomparably mournful screams came from the walls of Toes City. With just one blow, more than 100 soldiers died under the bombardment of various magic spells. Clive pointed to the city of Toes and shouted, "Charge!" 2 Earth Knight level commanders immediately led 2,000 soldiers of the Second Corps towards Toes City. With the city gate broken and the wizard squad suppressing Yang Feng's side, the resistance of the Toes City was quickly suppressed. The entire Toes City fell into Yang Feng's hands. As soon as the Toes K City fell into Yang Feng's hands, Lena organized a slave transport team to loot the Tozke city in an orderly manner like worker ants, looting everything of value in the Tozke city, and then transporting everything in the direction of the Miracle City. These days, Yang Feng has obtained tens of thousands of slaves from other places through various means in order to deal with this sudden war. 10,000 slaves had already been organized into the 2nd and 3rd Corps. Another 10,000 slaves had been organized into a transport team under the command of Lena, which was responsible for transporting supplies. The entire Miracle City was mobilized. As if a clockwork war machine, it operated frantically. If it won all the time, this machine could continue to operate. But once it failed, this clockwork war machine would completely collapse. After capturing the Tozke city, the 2nd Corps rested for several days before setting out to attack another city, the Dia city. Without any suspense, the powerful wizard squad destroyed the resistance of the Dia city, allowing the 2nd Corps to occupy the city. On the other side, Yang Feng, who had rested, continued to attack the Malinsan province with the 2,000 cavalrymen of the 1st Corps. Wherever the cavalrymen went, one city after another fell into his hands without any room for resistance. The governor of the Malinsan province sent letters in blood to the imperial capital and the governor of the nearby Zierro province, begging for support. The governor of the Zierro province firmly implemented the principle of remaining unmoved in the face of difficulties for friendly forces. Instead of dispatching a single soldier, he constantly recruited soldiers from the province to fill the Silver Sword Corps, training them, and restoring the strength of the Silver Sword Corps. The Morince Empire didn't expect that the Silver Sword Corps would be defeated by Yang Feng. It greatly increased the importance it attached to Yang Feng, and began to mobilize the main corps of the several provinces behind the Malinsan province, and then slowly advanced towards the Malinsan province. When an army moved, it needed a lot of provisions. The Morince Empire wasn't ready to fight a war, and couldn't coordinate in such a hurry. According to the original plan of the Morince Empire, the Hunting Fong Corps was enough to take care of the Miracle City. It never thought of the possibility of failure. The stockpiling of provisions was simply insufficient. Now that Yang Feng defeated the Hunting Fong Corps and the Silver Sword Corps, the predicament of the Morince Empire's lack of preparation was exposed. The huge empire had countless provisions and elite soldiers. But because it wasn't prepared in advance, it was very difficult to mobilize provisions. Due to logistical issues, the movement speed of the main army that was transferred from the major provinces was also very slow. 10 days later, the 1st and 2nd Corps of the Miracle City finally met in the Baroman city. Yang Feng urged his horse forward, and looked at the Baroman city from afar with a dignified look in his eyes. The Baroman city wall was 20 meters tall and made of mysterious steel rock. It could even resist some legend rank spells. The city gate of the Baroman city was made of the magic metal star magic iron and blessed by legend wizards. It could completely withstand the bombardment of legend rank spells. Inside the Baroman city, there was a great temple dedicated to the sun god Dragoni. The Malinsan province was one of the main preaching places of the sun god Dragoni. The sun god Dragoni was a powerful intermediate divine power rank existence of the Xalia divine system, second only to the 9 primary gods of the Xalia divine system. His fighting strength was terrifying, and reportedly, he wasn't inferior to the primary gods of some weak divine systems. If the Sun Temple in the Baroman city fully supported the governor of the Baroman city in defending the city, then with Yang Feng's current strength, he might not be able to capture the Baroman city. With the support of the Sun Temple's priests, then with my current strength, unless I use legend rank mechanical battle beasts, it will be difficult to capture such a huge city. Yang Feng stared at the Baroman city, his eyes flickered, and plans emerged in his mind, only to be rejected one by one. Unless he used poison or mechanical battle beasts, He had no hope of capturing the Barrowman city. Just the siege equipment alone was enough to stump Yang Feng. Of the two armies under Yang Feng's command, one was a cavalry legion, the other was a slave legion. Neither of the two legions had much experience in sieging a city. Basically, it was Yang Feng or the Bag's Wizard Legion who smashed the city gate with magic, and then easily broke into the city. The most desperate siege of the city had never been fought even once. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Barrowman city, and his eyes flashed with determination. Let's test it out a bit. If it's really difficult to capture, then retreat immediately. The 2,000 cavalrymen and 5,000 slave warriors were the foundation of Yang Feng's miracle city. Without these two armies, Yang Feng's forces would be greatly weakened. If it was outside, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat the army recruited by Governor Melinson, who was already frightened by the mere twang of a bow. But defending a city was different. In defending a city, even the newly recruited green forms would have some fighting strength. The Barrowman city had 130,000 warriors. With so many warriors, even if the casualty ratio was 10:1, it would still be enough to exhaust Yang Feng's army. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from the entrance of the Barrowman city's city gate, and the gate weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was lowered. Above the city wall, white flags were raised. Seeing this scene, all the high-ranking officers of the Miracle City, including Yang Feng, were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. They suspected that they had run into a huge trap. There was a huge barrier inside the Barrowman city, which was a powerful barrier released by the temple of the sun god Dragoni. Yang Feng didn't dare to take the risk of letting his mechanical flies fly in to investigate. Otherwise, once he was exposed, he might be hunted down by the god's true body. Clive said promptly, "My lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether it's a trap or not, we should send people to take a look." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then he made a decision and ordered, "Elio, take 500 people to take a look. If there's no problem, send the signal at once." "Yes, my lord." Elio, who had an Earth Knight rank cultivation base, and was born in the Amon Principality, immediately urged his warhorse and rushed towards the Barrowman city with the 500 cavalrymen. Yang Feng and everyone else stared nervously at the 500 cavalrymen. They saw the 500 cavalrymen rush into the Barrowman city. Before long, a signal flare soared into the sky. A cavalryman quickly spurred his horse back and shouted excitedly, "The city is breached! My lord, the city is breached!" Yang Feng ordered promptly, "Enter the city." With that, Yang Feng led the 1,500 cavalrymen into the Barrowman city. As soon as he entered the Barrowman city, Yang Feng saw chaos everywhere, with cries, shouts, and screams lingering. Countless people fled in the direction of the other city gate. Chapter 245. A very capable-looking young man came up to Yang Feng and said, "Subordinate Andro greets the Lord." Yang Feng looked at the young man and said faintly, "Andro, you're Artai's man." Ever since Artais obtained the support of Yang Feng's huge sum of money, his power expanded geometrically. Yang Feng was able to be so well informed and understand the intelligence of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire. Without the intelligence sent by Artais, Yang Feng wouldn't have dared to rashly attack the hinterland of the Morince Empire and turn the Melinson province upside down. In war, information and intelligence were the two most important factors. Yang Feng was very glad that he didn't choose to kill Artais, but instead took him in as his subordinate. Andro said respectfully, "Yes, lord. I'm the person in charge of the Barrowman city arranged by Sir Artais." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What's going on? How could the Barrowman city be seized by you so easily?" The governor of the Melinson province recruited more than 100,000 troops in the Barrowman city. This astonishing army wasn't good in the field, but its battle prowess was considerable in defending a city. For the small army arranged by Artes to be able to seize the gate of the Barroman city was simply a miracle. This is all thanks to you, sir. Sir, you've been besieging cities all over these days. Wherever you go, people are swept away. No city can withstand a single attack from you. The governor of the Melinson province is already frightened. When he heard that you were coming, he quickly transferred his wealth and family members to the East Dantion province. He also dispatched an army to protect them. When the greater aristocrats of the Barroman city saw the governor of the Melinson province's actions, they lost their will to fight and quickly organized their men to evacuate the Barroman city. Rumors were already spreading in the army, yet the governor of the Melinson province did nothing. When you arrived in the vicinity of the Barroman city today, the governor of the Melinson province fled with 20,000 guards. When they saw the governor of the Melinson province flee, the warriors he recruited scattered in confusion. No one was willing to defend the city. When I saw this situation, I was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble, so I led my men to seize the city gate and welcome the arrival of my lord. Andros said methodically. Yang Feng couldn't help but ask. The governor of the Melinson province is such a waste, how did he become the governor? Andros said. The governor of the Melinson province has a younger sister, who is the most favored concubine of the south, the emperor of the Morance Empire. It was the southern concubine who begged his majesty to make her brother the governor of Melinson province. In the Faisua Plains Morance Empire, every adult was allowed to marry 6 wives, 2 official wives and 4 secondary wives. As for concubines, he could marry countless of them. The Morance Empire had 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines, which were the 6 most distinguished women in the imperial harem. The status of the other concubines was not as high as these 6 women. The reason for this rule was that the first emperor of the Morance Empire was followed by 6 women of noble status. The 6 women were either the most beloved women of the emperor, or demigods with great forces backing them and noble divine blood flowing in their veins. In order to show that the 6 women were different from the other women, the emperor concubines conferred the title of 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines. The status of the other concubines was far inferior to that of the 6 women. In the Morance Empire, unless the 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines had no children, the children of the other concubines had no right to inherit the empire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said slowly, "The emperor of the Morance Empire is so muddle-headed." Andros' eyes flashed with disdain, and he said, "The emperor of the Morance Empire is a good-for-nothing. Not only is he fond of men, but he's also extremely muddle-headed and uses people in a mess. If it wasn't for the deep foundation of the Morance Empire, it would have collapsed long ago." Yang Feng shook his head and said slowly, "Impossible. No matter how much of a good-for-nothing and muddle-headed he is, the Morance Empire won't collapse. Because there are gods watching from the sky." The Morance Empire was an empire supported by the Zalia divine system. In the empire, there were countless temples and believers of the Zalia divine system's gods. The gods of the Zalia divine system would never let the Morance Empire collapse. If they thought it was necessary, they would use various methods to interfere with the secular world. They would destroy the forces that threatened the Morance Empire. As long as each god of the Zalia divine system sent a divine chosen, the terrifying power would be enough to destroy Yang Feng's small miracle city. Yang Feng glanced at Andro and said solemnly, "Andro, you made a great contribution this time. I'll definitely reward you handsomely. How about serving me by my side?" Andro's eyes flashed with joy, yet he still said respectfully, "If Artes agrees, then this subordinate is willing to go to Sir's side and serve you, sir." Yang Feng smiled and tossed a vial of elixir towards Andro. "I'll talk to Artes about it. This is your reward." Drink it and you'll be able to extend your lifespan by 10 years and promote to a knight rank powerhouse in one fell swoop. Thank you, sir. Andro was currently just an advanced warrior. After he received the vial of elixir, he immediately had a look of ecstasy on his face and said respectfully to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, who had built a portable fortified stronghold not far from the Miracle City, could synthesize elixirs that could promote people to the knight rank in bulk. However, if Yang Feng took out the elixirs for the slave warriors to use for no reason, then it would seem that the elixirs were too cheap. It might even arouse people's suspicions. In this war, the slave warriors also made great contributions. Therefore, Yang Feng could justifiably use the elixirs to enhance the strength of the slaves and remove their status as slaves. A warrior walked up to Yang Feng and said, "My lord, Archbishop Esteban of the Sun Temple invites you to see him. He's finally here." Yang Feng frowned slightly, then relaxed his eyebrows. He contemplated for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "Take me to see him." In the center of Barroman City there was a magnificent group of divine halls. Among the countless divine halls, there was the most sacred and noble one. There was a sun engraved on top of the divine hall, and in the sun stood a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a golden holy sword. The huge temple released formidable fluctuations of power at all times, shrouding and guarding the entire Barroman City. This huge temple was the Sun Temple of the Barroman City. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the Sun Temple, he operated a secret method and looked at the temple. He saw a layer of extremely rich faith power shrouding the Sun Temple and exuding formidable fluctuations of power. On the Feisua Plain, basically every city had a temple. However, the size of the temples varied, and the power they possessed varied as well. Along the way, Yang Feng didn't encounter any decent resistance because the clergymen of the temples in the cities didn't put up any resistance. Of course, in exchange, Yang Feng didn't touch any of the clergymen in the cities. On the Feisua Plain, every clergyman was a servant of a god. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Feng wouldn't lightly touch the clergyman. A middle-aged bishop dressed in a bishop's robe with an arrogant expression walked out of the Sun Temple. Behind the middle-aged bishop were a dozen or so beautiful nuns dressed in nun robes. The middle-aged bishop looked condescendingly at Yang Feng and asked coldly, "Are you Ian?" Yang Feng frowned slightly and then said indifferently, "I am Ian." Axe said arrogantly and contemptuously, "I am the bishop of the Sun Temple, Act. The Barroman City belongs to the mighty sun god Dragoni. It's not a city that you barbarians can desecrate. Get out. You're not welcome here." Yang Feng smiled faintly, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he took a step forward and punched Act in the face. A few of Act's teeth were knocked out, his face was covered in blood, and he was sent flying several meters away. When he fell to the ground, he twitched and fainted. As a bishop rank expert, the might of Act's offensive divine spells was comparable to that of level 2 warlocks. However, his fleshly body was also extremely frail, unable to withstand a single blow. "What are you doing? Barbarian! Do you want to blaspheme the mighty sun god Dragoni?" The complexions of the dozen nuns following behind Act changed dramatically, and they issued shrill screams. The Sun Temple had always been aloof in the Barroman City. Even the governor of the Melinson province had to be polite when he saw the nuns, not daring to act recklessly. Now, a bishop-rank bigwig was punched to the ground by Yang Feng like a dead dog, which was simply unimaginable. Yang Feng swept the dozen chattering nuns with a glance. His gaze turned cold, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and barked coldly, "Shut up, all of you! Now, I am the master of the Barroman City. I can decide your fate with a word. I can let you live, but I can also let you die. I can let you go to heaven, but I can also let you taste the pain of hell." The more than 30 guards next to Yang Feng unsheathed the swords at their waist and pointed at the dozen nuns. So long as Yang Feng gave the order, they would rush into the Sun Temple and kill all the nuns. The pretty complexions of the dozen beautiful nuns changed, they felt a chill in their hearts, and their delicate bodies trembled. Chapter 246. Master Ian, they're just a bunch of ignorant girls. Why lower yourself to the level of these girls? A gentle and magnetic voice slowly came from the shrine. A handsome man in the uniform of the Archbishop of the Sun Shrine slowly walked out of the shrine. He was enveloped in a layer of holy light, giving people a good impression. He was about 31 or 32 years old, and wore the clothes of the Archbishop of the Sun Shrine. Behind the young man were 5 bishops of the Sun Temple. All the light was overshadowed by the young man's light. Yang Feng praised in his heart, "What an outstanding quack, he can compete with me." As a most outstanding and professional quack, he must be shrouded in sacred light at all times, giving people a favorable impression of him and giving people a sense of worship, awe and awe. In this way it would be more convenient to preach. When necessary, Yang Feng would never be stingy with his spirit force and cast a holy radiance spell on himself. This would make him look more amiable and sacred. In many churches, one of the important criteria for selecting priests and nuns was to have good facial features and outstanding looks. The more handsome and beautiful a person was, the easier it was for them to be promoted in the church. In fact, in terms of appearance alone, the young man was more than a notch better than Yang Feng. After all, the young man was a professional quack. When the beautiful nuns saw the man shrouded in holy light, their eyes flashed with admiration. They bowed to him respectfully and said, "Archbishop Esteban." The 5 bishops following behind Esteban glanced at Bishop Act lying on the ground, and then focused their gazes on Yang Feng, and their eyes flashed with anger. Esteban said with a gentle smile, "Master Ian, my subordinates were a bit rude, please forgive them." Yang Feng smiled faintly. He didn't expose the fact that Esteban was hiding not far from the temple when Bishop Act came out. Yang Feng said calmly, "Although I am a believer of the great Weave Goddess, however, I maintain humility and respect for the great gods of the Zalia divine system. This act went so far as to sow discord between the great Weave Goddess and the great Sun God. I guess that he should be a heretic who infiltrated the Sun Temple in an attempt to sow discord between the 2 temples. He should be burned at the stake." When he said this, the complexions of the dozen beautiful nuns and the 5 bishops changed dramatically. Heresy was one of the biggest crimes in the churches of the Feisua Plain. Once someone was convicted of heresy, what awaited them would be the cruelest punishment and burning at the stake. The people of the Sun Temple didn't expect Yang Feng to be so ruthless as to directly accuse Act of heresy. Once this crime was carried out, Act's soul would not be able to return to the divine country of the sun god Dragoni after his death. Instead, he would fall into the netherworld or the abyss. Esteban's heart trembled slightly, but he still maintained a kind smile on his face as he said, "Act is a bit impatient and usually makes some small mistakes. However, I can guarantee that he is not a heretic. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." Yang Feng said coldly with an expressionless face, "Sir Esteban, I have 2,000 cavalrymen, 5,000 warriors, and a wizard squad under my command. So long as I give the order, the Sun Temple in the Barroman city will cease to exist. Do you really want to make an enemy of me for a trifling act? If anything happens to the Sun Temple in the Barroman city, then I'm afraid that none of you here will be able to return to the divine country of the great Sun God after your death." The complexions of the people of the Sun Temple suddenly changed dramatically, and their eyes flashed with panic. The Feisua Plain was a world with gods. On this plane, if the clergymen of the churches were pious, then after their death, they could be taken into the divine country of their God and be reborn there. The sun god Dragoni was a powerful god with his own divine country. He could take his believers into his divine country after their death. Many of the clergymen of the Sun Temple were willing to die on the battlefield so that they could return to their divine country. But if the Sun Temple was destroyed, then they would be unable to return to their divine country after their death after committing such a great crime. This would be the greatest punishment for them. Esteban still had a refreshing smile on his face. After a few words, he took a few steps back and said, "Master Ian, the Sun Temple has no intention of getting involved in secular disputes. As long as you don't offend the believers of the Sun Church, then the Sun Temple can remain neutral." Originally, Esteban intended to have Yang Feng not attack the believers of the gods of the Zalia divine system. However, under Yang Feng's aggressiveness, he could only choose to protect the believers of the Sun Temple. Yang Feng asked, "How do I distinguish which believers of the Sun Church are?" Esteban said unhurriedly, "Every devout believer has a temple badge bestowed upon them by the Sun Temple in front of their house. Please don't harass them." Yang Feng waved his hand, a silencing spell shrouded him and Esteban, and said with a light smile, 50,000 gold coins for a badge. Every time I find a badge, I have to collect 50,000 gold coins from the Sun Temple." Esteban frowned and said, "The Sun Temple doesn't have that much gold coins." Yang Feng said in a tempting tone, "You can say that the Miracle City forced you to collect it. There are so many greater aristocrats in the Barraman City. What's 50,000 gold coins for a badge? You can directly collect 100,000 gold coins from them. Didn't the 50,000 gold coins fall directly into the hands of the Sun Temple? The culprit of all this is the Miracle City, while the Sun Temple has no other choice." "You really are a fiend." Esteban sighed slowly, revealed a smile, and said faintly, "In order to spread the glory of the great Sun God, I can only be forced to cooperate with a fiend. Gods didn't need gold coins, only faith. However, churches in the secular world didn't lack gold coins. Without gold coins, the influence of churches couldn't expand." Esteban only weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and then made a wise choice. In any case, with Yang Feng as a scapegoat, no matter how high the badge sales fee he collected was, the greater aristocrats would only be grateful to him and hate Yang Feng. Yang Feng and Esteban looked at each other and smiled, and their relationship became a bit closer. Yang Feng said, "Esteban, I need proof of identity as a bishop of the Sun Temple." Esteban frowned slightly and asked vigilantly, "What do you want that for?" "I want to meet the governor of the Malinsan province, preferably in a peaceful manner." "What do you want to do with him?" Yang Feng said with a light smile, "I think that the Malinsan province needs a great hero who can defeat the fiend Ian. I hope that this great hero will be the governor of the Malinsan province." Esteban was silent for a good while, before revealing a smile and exclaiming in admiration, "You're really a smart man." The governor of the Malinsan province was a good-for-nothing among good-for-nothings. Esteban originally planned to take the experts of the Sun Temple to defend the Barraman City. As a result, not only did the governor of the Malinsan province run away, but he also caused the collapse of more than 100,000 soldiers. Esteban's Sun Temple did nothing. If the governor of the Malinsan province was the great hero who subdued the Malinsan province, then it would be the best choice for Yang Feng. In this way, Yang Feng wouldn't have to face the experts of the Morin's Empire, and could calmly return to the Miracle City to recuperate and strengthen himself. After all, the Morin's Empire was one of the most powerful empires on the Feisua Plain, and its comprehensive strength was more than 10,000 times that of the Miracle City. If the battle continued, then once the huge war machine of the Morin's Empire was fully activated, it could easily crush Yang Feng's Miracle City. At present, Yang Feng had already made a fortune in the Malinsan province, looting goods and gold coins in the hundreds of millions. As long as he returned to the miracle city and digested the spoils of war, his strength would soar geometrically. Retreating and admitting defeat was the best choice. This was an open and above-board scheme, and Yang Feng wasn't worried that Esteban would find out about it. As long as the governor of the Malinsan province knew of Yang Feng's intentions, he would firmly grasp this life-saving straw. Although the governor of the Malinsan province was a good-for-nothing, but he had a huge force behind him, which could suppress all dissent. Esteban said, "I'll go with you to see Busso. With me around, you can easily see him in person." Yang Feng asked in amazement, "You're going in person?" Esteban said meaningfully, "That's right. Although Busso is a good-for-nothing, but the South Royal Consort Katerina behind him is my best ally. I have to give him a hand personally." It was easy to be an official with someone in the court. In order to influence the huge empire of the Morince Empire, the temples would send their agents into the court or the harem. Obviously, the South Royal Consort Katerina was either a believer of the Sun Church or a staunch ally of the Sun Church. In addition to the Sun Church, the forces of the various churches also deeply infiltrated the Morince Empire. In the Morince Empire, the struggle between imperial power and church power had never ceased. If it wasn't for the noble divine bloodline flowing in the royal family of the Morince Empire, the Morince Empire would have been under the complete control of the churches. Although the imperial power was slightly suppressed by the church power in the Morince Empire, but the imperial power was still very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. North of the Baroman city, an army of about 20,000 people was fleeing in a sorry state. People were constantly taking off their leather armor and discarding their weapons in order to make themselves more relaxed. Under normal circumstances, this kind of behavior would definitely be stopped by the upper echelons and severely punished. But in that army, no one cared about it. Everyone just kept on fleeing. "Hurry! Hurry up, hurry up! You good-for-nothings, hurry up and protect your master!" A fat man with glossy skin and a belly like a huge beer barrel, a sullen expression on his face, holding a horsewhip, kept berating. A high-ranking officer stepped forward and advised, "Governor Busso, the current speed is already at the limit. If we go any faster, the infantry won't be able to hold on." Busso said loudly, "Then let's abandon the infantry. We still have 2,000 cavalrymen. As long as the 2,000 cavalrymen escort me to the imperial capital, you'll all be greatly rewarded. If we go any slower, the fiend Ian will lead his troops to kill me. Now you have to be fast, understand? You good-for-nothings." The complexions of the generals beside Busso changed dramatically, and they remained silent. Furious gazes were focused on Busso. If Busso hadn't ordered the high-ranking officers to escort him out of here as the governor, the Baroman city wouldn't have collapsed. The generals had analyzed it many times and concluded that as long as Busso held fast to the Baroman city, he wouldn't fail. Unfortunately, Busso stubbornly gave the order to flee, which allowed the Baroman city to easily fall into Yang Feng's hands. A handsome young general immediately echoed, "That's right, Sir Busso is right. With the infantry, when can we escape? It was time to abandon the infantrymen. If we hurry up with the cavalry, we can escape the pursuit of the miracle city." Busso praised loudly with satisfaction. "Good! Ovano, you said it well. When I'm safe, I'll promote you to a commander." Ovano was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Sir Governor." Ovano swept the indignant high-ranking officers with a glance and said coldly, "You lot, hurry up and carry out Sir Governor's order. Don't tell me you want to rebel?" Busso immediately shouted, "Yes! You lot, hurry up and carry out the order. Otherwise, you'll be charged with treason. That's a great crime that will bring disaster to the family." "Yes, Sir Governor." Helpless, the high-ranking officers could only comply. Under Busso's order, The 2,000 cavalrymen immediately escorted Busso and the high-ranking officers of the Malinsan province, and quickly fled. "These bastards! We've been abandoned! Disperse! We've been abandoned! Everyone disperse!" The more than 20,000 infantrymen issued wails and immediately dispersed, fleeing in all directions. "This guy is really a genius." In the sky, wrapped in a black cloth, Yang Feng looked at the 20,000 scattered infantrymen and couldn't help but praise them. The 20,000 infantrymen were the remaining 20,000 most elite warriors of the Malinsan province. Without using poison, Yang Feng would have to expend some effort to defeat the 20,000 elite infantrymen. Now, before he even made a move, the 20,000 warriors collapsed on their own, which left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Esteban smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "He usually behaves well. When he was young, he was a famous genius in the aristocratic circle. I didn't expect that he would behave so badly when things really happened." Chapter 247. Riding the Magic Carpet, Yang Feng's group of two smoothly circled to in front of Busso's 2,000 cavalrymen. "I am Archbishop Esteban of the Sun Temple. Tell Governor Busso to come see me." Esteban jumped off the magic carpet, landed on the ground, and blocked in front of Busso's troop. A dazzling sun slowly rose behind him, radiating endless light, indicating his identity as the Archbishop of the Sun Temple. When the 2,000 cavalrymen saw the sun and heard Esteban's words, their hearts shook, and they spurred their horses to a halt. On the Faisua plain, the people that couldn't be provoked the most were churches. Once they were judged to be heretics by the church, their entire family would be burned at the stake. Even aristocrats, once judged to be heretics, would be burned to death and have their titles confiscated. Their entire family would be implicated. Moreover, this was a world with gods. Gods held high in their star-divine countries, and from time to time, they would descend miracles in the secular world. Everyone knew of the existence of gods, and they were full of reverence for the churches that worshipped gods. "Greetings, Archbishop." A dozen high-ranking officers escorted Busso out. After seeing Esteban, they bowed slightly in salute and said respectfully. Esteban was recognized as a genius of the Sun Temple, a powerhouse most likely to promote to a legend-rank archbishop. The high-ranking officers naturally didn't dare to slight him. When Busso came out, he saw the magic carpet behind Esteban. His eyes lit up, and he asked full of expectation, "Esteban, are you here to take me with you?" On the Faisua plain, there were no secret treasures refined by the Tsangji Plains human warlock. However, there were still some magic items circulating in the world. As a greater aristocrat, Busso wasn't surprised by magic items such as magic carpet. He had a few life-saving magic items, but he didn't have a high-grade flight secret treasure such as a magic carpet. Esteban swept Busso with a dignified glance and said in an indisputable tone, "I brought someone who wants to have a good talk with you. Let's go over there and have a good talk." Yes. Awed by Esteban's imposing manner, Busso obediently followed Esteban and Busso away from the 2,000 cavalrymen. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at the surroundings, a magic radiance flickered, and a silence spell was cast, shrouding the three people. Esteban said lightly, "This person who wants to see you is Master Ian of the Miracle City." "Greetings, Master Ian. A friend of Archbishop Esteban is also a friend of mine." "No, Master Ian, you are Demon Ian." Busso spoke straightforwardly at first. Suddenly, he reacted and his face changed dramatically. He took a few steps back and looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes. Yang Feng pulled away the black cloth covering his face, revealed his true face, and said with a smile to Busso, "That's right, I am Master Ian, the fiend Ian you speak of. Master Ian, please spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I'll give you a lot of money. I'll give you a lot of ransom. Spare my life. I don't want to die yet. Busso knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he begged bitterly. This guy is really of the highest quality? Yang Feng found it funny, but he strengthened his resolve. Yang Feng said with a smile, Governor Busso, I didn't come here to kill you. Instead, I came here to give you a great credit. Under the leadership of Governor Busso, the army of the Miracle City suffered successive defeats and eventually retreated back to the Miracle City. What do you think of this credit? You didn't come here to kill me? Busso was taken aback. He wiped the snot and tears off his face, got up, and his eyes lit up, saying, You want to fake a war and lose to me on purpose? What do you want in return? Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He thought that Busso was a good-for-nothing, but he didn't expect Busso to react so quickly and grasp the crux of the matter. Yang Feng said lightly, Governor Busso, with such a great credit, can you keep the position of governor of the Malinsan province in peace? Busso's eyes lit up and he said with a beaming smile, If it was someone else, even if they made such a great contribution, they would still be demoted to a commoner. However, with the strength of our family, I can atone for my crimes by making such a great contribution and firmly sit on the position of governor of the Malinsan province. It was easy to be an official in the court. In the Morince Empire, the Busso family had great power. His younger sister, the southern royal consort Katerina, was one of the 4 consorts favored by the emperor of the Morince Empire. If he suffered a crushing defeat, Katerina wouldn't be able to protect him. However, once he staged a stunning counterattack, he would be able to clear his name and make a great contribution. Yang Feng said lightly, I want to scrape 200 million gold coins from the Baroman city. Busso was taken aback. He pondered for a while before saying, 200 million gold coins is too much. How about 100 million gold coins? I know that most of the assets of the greater aristocrats of the Baroman city are real estate. Their liquid funds are quite small, so it's very difficult to take out 100 million gold coins. However, if antiques, gems, and the like are included, then you can get 200 million gold coins. Yang Feng suddenly said, What kind of title can I get from the Morince Empire if I request to be attached to it? Busso's eyes lit up and he said enthusiastically, Good, good, good. Master Ian, please leave this matter to me. I'll help you get it done properly. Don't worry, a hereditary peer title of Earl is out of the question. As long as you leave this matter to me, we'll be best friends. The Morince Empire sent troops to attack the Miracle City, but suffered a crushing defeat. The entire Morince Empire lost a lot of face. At this time, Busso came forward and summoned the Miracle City to surrender, expanding the territory of the Morince Empire. The Morince Empire also gained a lot of face. Busso definitely made a great contribution that gave him a lot of political capital and laid a solid foundation for climbing to a higher position. Yang Feng said, However, I don't want others to interfere with the operation of the Miracle City. What should I do? He could surrender to the Morince Empire in name, but Yang Feng didn't want the Miracle City he built to be annexed. Busso laughed and said carelessly, Haha, that's easy. There are so many bandits in the Red Earth wasteland. It's very common for officials to accidentally die at the hands of bandit. Everyone does it. As long as you do it cleanly, no one will find out about it. With the Cayman family covering up for you in the imperial court, you won't be able to stir up any waves. Although Busso was timid and afraid of death, but he was very clear about the various ways of the Morince Empire. When it came to killing people, he played it down and didn't seem to care. Clearly, his hands were stained with who knows how much blood. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. The behemoth Morin's empire was so chaotic that he could fish in troubled waters. Archbishop Esteban watched with a smile as Yang Feng and Busso discussed how to cooperate and how to plunder the Malinsan province. For Busso, Yang Feng's attack on the Malinsan province was a great opportunity. He could take the opportunity to eradicate his political enemies. He could borrow Yang Feng's hands to get rid of all his enemies and make a big profit. Yang Feng and Esteban could make a fortune out of it. For the Sun Temple, as long as Yang Feng cooperated well in this invasion, he could expand the faith of the Sun Church in the Malinsan province and increase the devotion of the believers. As for the life and death of other people, Esteban didn't care. 3 days later, Busso suddenly led 2,000 cavalrymen to counterattack the Baroman city. The troops of the Miracle City were defeated and withdrew from the Baroman city in an orderly manner. A day later, Busso personally led 2,000 cavalrymen in pursuit and once again defeated the main force of the Miracle City in the Talon City. Within 10 days, the main force of the Miracle City was defeated 10 times in 10 battles. Reports of their victories were sent to the capital of the Morin's Empire like raindrop. A peerless general of the Morin's Empire named Busso gradually rose to prominence. Under Busso's frantic pursuit, the main force of the Miracle City finally returned in defeat. Carrying treasures and goods dozens of kilometers long, they happily escorted countless slaves back to their base in the Red Earth wasteland. The capital of the Morin's Empire, the Saint Toulon City. As one of the 2 imperial capitals of the Morin's Empire on the Faisua Plain, this city wasn't something that could be built by mortals. It was a divine city personally built by the gods in a miraculous manner. The city wall of the Saint Toulon city was 200 meters tall and made of the highest grade of mysterious steel rock. Besides, it was blessed by the gods of the Zalia divine system. The city wall of the Saint Toulon city was enchanted with numerous defensive divine spells. Even a demigod-rank powerhouse with a divine armament would find it difficult to destroy the city wall. In the center of the Saint Toulon city, there were magnificent, sacred, and noble temples. Formidable fluctuations of power emanated from the temples and formed powerful boundaries that enveloped the entire Saint Toulon city. Any dark or evil life form that entered the Saint Toulon city blessed by the gods would be purified. Any spiritual type or control type spells that entered this barrier would be weakened and revealed. It was practically impossible for anyone to control the upper echelon of the Saint Toulon city through evil spells. Within the Saint Toulon city, there were only temples of the gods of the Zalia divine system. Even a powerful god like the Weave goddess couldn't have her own temple in the Saint Toulon city and preach openly. Chapter 248. About 10 kilometers away from the magnificent temple complex, there was an exquisite and luxurious imperial palace with a 50-meter-tall city wall. Inside the imperial palace, there were countless blessings of the gods and all kinds of powerful perpetual divine spells. In the imperial palace, poisons, spells, and other control methods could easily be purified by the perpetual spells left by the gods. In the history of the Morin's Empire, none of the successive emperors had been poisoned to death or had their minds controlled by powerful wizards. In some of the smaller duchies, there would be news from time to time that some of the smaller duchies' kings were controlled by powerful mages or dark creatures. The imperial palace, in the reception hall, an elderly man with a crown on his head and a set of royal robes sat on the throne. He had a burly figure and was quite handsome, but his eyes were slightly swollen. He gave off a dignified aura, but at the same time, he gave off an aura of decay. The old man was the emperor of the Morin's Empire, Morin's 2867. The Morin's Empire was a human empire born after the War of the Gods. Under the protection of the Zalia divine system, the ancient and huge empire declined, sank, and experienced countless rebellions, upheavals, coups, and divisions. Even so, it was still passed down from ancient times. As long as the gods of the Xalia divine system didn't abandon the Morans Empire, and as long as the gods of the Xalia divine system weren't defeated or suppressed by other powerful beings, the Morans Empire wouldn't be completely destroyed. This was the difference between a state protected by a god and a state without one. Before the gods of the Xalia divine system were suppressed, any force that threatened the survival of the Morans Empire would eventually be destroyed by the gods. Yang Feng wisely quit while he was ahead and returned to the Miracle City with his troop. An official walked to the center of the reception hall and said loudly, "Your Majesty, Governor Busso of the Malinsan province has a report of success." Morans 2, 867th's spirit shook slightly, and he said in a slightly aged voice, "Read it." The official read slowly, "Yes. I, Busso, led 2,000 cavalrymen, caught up with the main force of Master Ian of the Miracle City in the Red Earth City. I fought desperately and suffered 18 sword wounds. In the end, I beheaded over 7,000 people and defeated Master Ian's main force. I recaptured the Red Earth City in one fell swoop, recovered the entire Malinsan province." In the assembly hall, the eyes of the ministers standing on both sides of the Morans Empire flickered with strange looks. The well-informed ministers of the Morans Empire had long since learned through their intelligence network that Busso had fled before Yang Feng's main force arrived at the Baroman city, leaving behind an intact Baroman city for Yang Feng to loot. Immediately after, as if with the help of the gods, Busso defeated Yang Feng's forces again and again. This was the 44th time he reported victory. According to the statistics in Busso's report, he had already killed more than 200,000 people from Miracle City. Morans 2867 said with a faint smile, "In the face of adversity, Busso still doesn't give up." In the end, with 2,000 cavalrymen, he mounted a sneak attack on Ian's main force and inflicted heavy damage on him. "He's really a pillar of the Morans Empire." As His Majesty said, Governor Busso is really an example for us to learn from. Governor Busso didn't panic in the face of danger. He took the initiative to abandon the Baroman city to win Ian's heart, and then took the opportunity to mount a sneak attack on the Baroman city and defeat the Devil Ian's main force. Furthermore, he defeated the Devil Ian 44 times in a row. His military ability is simply unpredictable. He's really a pillar of the Morans Empire. His Majesty should reward him handsomely. As if they had seen it with their own eyes, the officials of Busso's family loudly praised Busso's achievements and inverted the truth. The imperial court was silent. No one came forward to debunk the big lie. As if a puppet statue, Casimiro, the Prime Minister of the Morans Empire, stood in place, not saying a word. Morans 2867 said faintly, "Good. Busso has indeed made a great contribution this time. However, he has also lost a lot of territory before. Merits offset demerits, so there's no reward or punishment. Let him continue to be the governor of the Malinsan province." "Your Majesty is wise." In the imperial court, countless important officials of the imperial court respectfully said in unison. An official came forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, Governor Busso is a man of great talent and bold vision. After defeating the Devil Ian in the Red Earth City, he finally persuaded the Devil Ian to agree to attach to the Morans Empire. This is the letter of request offered by the Devil Ian. Please have a look, Your Majesty." Morans 2867th's eyes lit up, and he said solemnly, "The Devil Ian is willing to attach. Hand over the letter of request." The official respectfully handed the letter of request to Morans 2867. The letter of request was specially prepared by Busso for Yang Feng. It contained many humble words, stating that the fiend Ian was inspired by the great Morans 2867th personality. Moved by Busso's emotions and reasoning, the fiend Ian was finally persuaded to join the Morance Empire as an aristocrat. Morance 2, 867th's face flushed and he praised repeatedly. Good! 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 This Ian is really sensible. Haha, under my rule, the territory of the Morance Empire has expanded again. This achievement surpasses that of countless ancestors. Ha ha! Ian and Busso have done a good job, I want to reward them handsomely. Ever since he inherited the throne, Morance 2867 had everything he wanted. His only regret was that he couldn't make any contributions and surpass his ancestors. Now that the Miracle City had chosen to attach, the territory of the Morance Empire had expanded again. Morance 2867 would become the most accomplished emperor among the more than 2,000 emperors of the Morance Empire, which was enough for him to show off to his ancestors and descendants. The official continued to propose. Your Majesty, Governor Busso believes that Master Ian has attached the entire Miracle City and made outstanding contributions. Only by conferring him the title of Duke can he reward his contributions. As for his fief, let the Red Earth Wasteland be his fief. Anyway, the Red Earth Wasteland isn't part of the territory of the Morance Empire. With his Miracle City as a barrier, we can resist the military pressure from the three empires, the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Titan Empire from the Red Earth Wasteland. If Yang Feng's incarnation of Ian was conferred the title of Duke in one fell swoop, then the Busso family would gain a political ally of a hereditary peer-greater aristocrat in the Morance Empire. It would also be of great benefit to the Busso family. With a flushed complexion, Morance 2867 was ready to accept the appointment. Good! Good! Morance 2867 had long since heard about the barrenness of the Red Earth Wasteland. That piece of barren land had never been on his mind. The mobilization of the Hunting Fang Corps was promoted by some greater aristocrats who coveted the wealth of Yang Feng's Miracle City in the imperial court. As long as Yang Feng's Miracle City was captured, then those greater aristocrats would be able to swallow it whole. The Morance Empire was huge, but many of its vast territories already had their own masters. The Miracle City, which had no background, was the best target to annex. Even if those greater aristocrats swallowed this fat piece of meat, it wouldn't cause too much of a backlash. No, Your Majesty, you mustn't. At this moment, a tall, handsome middle-aged man with a trace of an overbearing aura between his eyebrows stepped forward, came to the center of the hall, and said loudly. Morance 2, 867th's face sank slightly, and he said coldly, Iser, state your reason. Your Majesty, the fiend Ian killed 100,000 soldiers of the Hunting Fang Corps and 50,000 soldiers of the Silver Sword Corps. At the same time, he entered the Malinsan province and burned and looted, killing hundreds of thousands of people. We mustn't let such a fiend possess us. Governor Busso, reports of success have been coming in every day, and he has defeated the fiend Ian's main force in the Red Earth City in one fell swoop. He's really a peerless general of the Morance Empire. I think we should let him lead his troops to attack the Miracle City, capture it, and offer it to you, Your Majesty. That's the best plan, Iser said with a cold smile to the officials of Governor Busso's faction. The complexions of many officials of Governor Busso's faction changed slightly. They knew very well how Busso won this victory. If Governor Busso led his troops into the Red Earth Wasteland, only death would await him. Morance 2867 swept the patriarch of Busso's Orthox family with a glance and said faintly, Favio, what do you think? Favio replied calmly, Your Majesty, the Red Earth Wasteland is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It lacks water and food. If the main force attacks, the amount of provisions and water consumed will be astronomical. The Malinsan province has suffered successive military disasters, and it will be difficult to come up with the money and provisions to continue attacking the Red Earth wasteland. If the Empire wants Governor Busso to attack the Miracle City, then I believe that Governor Busso will do his utmost to capture the Red Earth wasteland for the Empire. But before that, the Empire would like to allocate 40 million gold coins for military expenses. In addition, it is also necessary to allocate 2 corps weapons, equipment, siege equipment, and a large amount of provisions. Otherwise, if we rashly enter the Red Earth wasteland without sufficient preparation, we will only repeat the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps. Morin's 2867th frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts. So much money and provisions! Chapter 249. Cold sweat trickled down Duke Iser's back. His mind revolved lightning fast, and he immediately said loudly, "Your Majesty, it's not that I'm unwilling to serve you. It's just that after rashly attacking the Amon Principality, I lost more than 50% of my private troop. I can't collect the required 30 million gold coins of compensation for the time being. If you want me to send troops, I won't hesitate to do so. However, Your Majesty, please allocate 70 million gold coins as well as the provisions needed for a corps to fight for a year. Otherwise, even if I go to the Red Earth wasteland, it would just be a repeat of the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps." Morin's 2867th wasn't willing to cut down on the gold coins that he enjoyed himself and then spend them on military expenses. An official of the Hansen family stepped forward and barked, "Duke Iser has agreed to send troops, but the provisions are lacking. Sir Favio, your Orthox family also has 15,000 private troops, so why don't you take the initiative to serve His Majesty? Are you the one who wants to strengthen yourself with troops?" The official opened his hand and an image crystal shone with light. In the hall, a beautiful girl wearing a silver dress appeared. She had a head of dazzling golden hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to speak. She was like a peerless beauty who had walked out of a painting. Morin's 2867th's turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He looked at the official full of expectation, and a trace of vitality seemed to emerge in his aged body. Favio said with a faint smile, "Your Majesty, this humble servant hasn't finished yet. After the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps, the warriors of the Malinsan province with fighting strength were almost exhausted. Although Governor Busso defeated the fiend Ian in succession, but he also suffered many casualties. It will take at least 2 years to recruit and train the soldiers and restore their fighting strength." Morin's 2867th pondered for a while before saying, "Since it's so troublesome to send troops, then let's forget about it. Since Ian wants to attach himself to us, then let's confer him the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. As for the fief, it's the entire Red Earth Wasteland. Have him contribute 200,000 gold coins every year." An official of the Orthox family came to the center of the reception hall and said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has something to report." Morin's 2867th's aged, turbid eyes flashed with a bright gleam. The wealth of 1 billion gold coins moved him a little, and he looked at Favio. However, Morin's 2867th didn't play his cards according to common sense, forcing Duke Iser into a dilemma. Yang Feng leading the Miracle City to attach himself to the Morin's empire was a peerless achievement. With this peerless achievement, Busso would soon become an important pillar of the Morin's empire. He would soon become an important pillar of the Orthox family in the Morin's empire. Favio also showed a smile. Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger, especially an incapable ruler like Morin's 2867th, who had tremendous power and acted as he pleased. It was even more dangerous. The Isan and and Ian and Ian. And Ian, Iser said loudly. Your Majesty, the fiend Ian plundered more than 1 billion gold coins from the Malinsan province. The Empire only has to spend 40 million gold coins to defeat the fiend Ian, and the 1 billion gold coins will be returned to the treasury. Morance 2867 frowned slightly. He couldn't wait for 2 years. Morance 2867's eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and he said with a loud laugh, Good! 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 Favio, you said it well. Iser, I order you to attack the Miracle City with your family's private army. After capturing the Miracle City, I'll reward you with 100 million gold coins from the wealth of the Miracle City. On the Feisua plain, there was an ancient feudal system. Within their fiefs, greater aristocrats had various privileges such as collecting taxes and enacting laws. It was almost equivalent to a state within a state. However, every year, aristocrats had to pay a portion of gold coins or materials to the empire according to the size of their fiefs and the richness of their fiefs to show their submission to the empire. If the aristocrats failed to pay the specified amount of gold coins and materials to the empire, then the empire had the right to take back the fiefs granted to the aristocrats. Morance 2867 said somewhat impatiently, What's the matter? Spit it out. When Duke Iser saw the peerlessly beautiful girl, his complexion changed dramatically, and he stared at the smiling Favio with resentment and anger in his eyes. Your Majesty is wise. The Morance Empire was huge. For this huge empire, 40 million gold coins was nothing. However, most of the taxes collected by the huge empire had to be paid for the huge civil service system as well as the expenditure of millions of troops. Coupled with the fact that Emperor Morance had always been extravagant, it was very difficult to mobilize 40 million gold coins in a hurry. In the court, all the voices disappeared and everyone quieted down. Although Busso was timid and had almost no ability to command troops, but he had a good political sense and mind. He was one of the highest-ranking members of the younger generation of the Orthox family. Iser said coldly, The Hansen family is His Majesty's most loyal subject. The Hansen family is absolutely duty-bound to share His Majesty's burdens. But when an army goes to war, provisions come first. Without enough money and provisions, how can a war be supported? Favio, your family's Governor Busso, has submitted 44 reports of victory in a row. In the reports, the number of people beheaded has exceeded 200,000. I heard that the total population of the Miracle City is no more than 50,000. Where did the 200,000 enemies come from? When Duke Iser heard that, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically. The Hansen family had 20,000 elite private troops, which were the lifeblood of the Hansen family and the foundation for Duke Iser to run amok in the Morance Empire. Once the 20,000 elite private troops were wiped out, the Hansen family would fall from a top aristocratic family to an ordinary aristocratic family, and its strength would decline greatly. For Morance 2867, 200,000 gold coins was not a small amount. After all, the Red Earth wasteland had always been a desolate place with no special product. With a sharp gaze, Morance 2867 stared at Iser. Suddenly, he smiled and said casually, Iser, what do you think? The official replied calmly, Your Majesty, this girl is called Faldina, a personal disciple of the Titan Empire's legend wizard Arvita. Reportedly, she has the bloodline of the Titan goddess of charm and is a legendary divine descendant. According to the information I received, she has a close relationship with Edith, the son of Duke Iser. I suspect that Edith may have sold out a lot of intelligence on the Morance Empire for this girl, and that he has very likely betrayed the Morance Empire. Feeling that the Hansen family was about to face a calamity, Iser suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Majesty! The Hanson family is loyal to your Majesty, to the Empire, and will never have any disloyal thoughts. After this old official returns to the family, I will immediately use all the power of the family to capture this girl and present her to your Majesty for interrogation." The officials of the two factions, the Orthics family and the Hanson family, stepped forward and accused each other. Fabio said coldly, "Duke Iser, the Hanson family can wage a war to exterminate a principality just for the sake of you, yet you are unwilling to serve His Majesty. You have ulterior motives. On the Fesua plain, unless it was a war between states, emperors generally had no right to order a greater aristocrat to use their private troops to fight for them." Moritz 2867 felt annoyed and said coldly. Fabio said coldly, "Duke Iser, don't you want to serve His Majesty the Great Emperor?" An official of the Orthics family stepped forward and barked, "Duke Iser, your family's 20,000 private troops clearly didn't suffer much damage, so why aren't you willing to serve His Majesty? Does the Hanson family want to keep its troops for itself?" Although Moritz 2867 was extremely muddle-headed, but he was still the emperor of the Moritz Empire and had great power. Offending Moritz 2867 was undoubtedly the stupidest decision. Once Moritz 2867 bore a grudge against them, the entire Hanson family would be in danger of being destroyed. Just as Moritz 2867's words fell, a chorus of voices came from below. Most importantly, Yang Feng had already withdrawn to the Red Earth wasteland and was no longer a threat to the Moritz Empire. Duke Iser wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Finally, he looked at Fabio, who was watching him coldly, gave a long sigh and fell silent. He had slightly offended Moritz 2867 by using delaying tactic. If he continued to annoy Moritz 2867, the situation of the Hanson family would become dangerous. Fabio turned his blade and mercilessly stabbed Iser. "Your Majesty, I have a good proposal. The private troops of the Iser family are extremely powerful. Not long ago, Duke Iser used his private troops to destroy the Amon Principality. It would be better to let Duke Iser dispatch his private troops to serve His Majesty and capture the Miracle City in one fell swoop. Since Duke Iser is His Majesty's most loyal subject, surely you won't refuse this proposal." "Shut up," Fabio said confidently. The population of the Miracle City was indeed only 50,000. However, after he attacked the Malinsan province, he captured slaves on a large scale and filled his army with them. That's why his army swelled up. Every time Governor Busso defeated the demon Ian would replenish his army, which was why he annihilated 200,000 enemies. Chapter 250. Moritz 2867 gave a satisfied smile and nodded, saying, "Very well, get up. Remember, I want him alive, not dead." Iser heaved a sigh of relief, got up, and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a long while, the court meeting was finally dismissed. About 2 kilometers west of the Imperial Palace, there was a road paved entirely with white marble. From a distance, the street looked like white jade, exuding white light. Therefore, it was called the White Jade Street. On both sides of the White Jade Street, there were many magnificent mansions. These mansions were the mansions of the ministers and greater aristocrats of the Moritz Empire in the imperial capital. Therefore, the White Jade Street was also called the Noble Street. In the middle of the White Jade Street, there was a very ordinary mansion, which was jokingly called the mansion of the puppet Prime Minister, Casimiro. A rather handsome young man shouted somewhat indignantly at the puppet Prime Minister, Casimiro, "Father, why didn't you stop His Majesty?" The Miracle City's Master Ian and Governor Busso of the Melinson province clearly put on a show. Before Ian's main forces arrived, that good-for-nothing Busso fled. How could he have defeated Ian 44 times in a row and beheaded over 200,000 people? Casimiro stared at his son and suddenly gave a long sigh, saying, "Amber, you're really not suited to be an official. Or rather, you're really not suited to be an official of the Morince Empire. There are so many smart people in the imperial court. Don't tell me you can't see that something is fishy? Apart from some good-for-nothings, at least 60% of the people understood that it was a show put on by Ian and Busso. However, His Majesty wanted to save face and needed this victory, so this victory was real. Governor Busso made a great contribution. Anyone who brought this up at this juncture would make His Majesty unhappy and the Orthox family bear a grudge. I was able to hold the position of Prime Minister for so many years because I didn't block the path of others. I was just a puppet. His Majesty needed a puppet Prime Minister, and the greater aristocrats also needed a puppet Prime Minister. Only then could I sit in this position. Puppets don't make their own voices, do you understand? Once a puppet makes a sound, it will either be thrown away or destroyed. Casimiro said slowly. Amber felt a chill run down his spine. He somewhat understood how deep and cold the waters in the court of the Morince Empire were. Casimiro looked deeply at Amber and said meaningfully, "As long as His Majesty is on the throne, I can only be a puppet Prime Minister. Only then will I be able to die a good death, and only then will my family be able to live a life of glory and wealth." Amber said indignantly, "Damn it! How could someone like him become the emperor of an empire? Are the gods in the starry sky blind?" Casimiro's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he crushed a magic crystal. A silencing spell immediately enveloped the entire hall, and he berated sternly with a solemn expression. "Amber, don't say such words a second time. The gods were extremely powerful. As long as you silently recited their names, they would be able to sense it. Once he notices that you speak ill of him, our family will be directly destroyed." Amber said loudly with the hot-bloodedness of a young man, "Father, I know that. However, as long as I don't say the true names of the gods, they won't sense our conversation. I just want to know why the gods would let a fatuous and incompetent person like Morince 2867th ascend to the throne of the empire. That lecherous old man exuding a putrid stench, how could he become the emperor of the Morince Empire? His ascension to the throne would only bring disaster to the Morince Empire." Casimiro hesitated for a good while before saying slowly with a solemn expression, "Amber, my son. I'll only explain it to you once, so keep it in mind." Amber nodded with a solemn expression. Casimiro's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "That's because a person like Morince 2867th is a good emperor in the eyes of the gods." Amber's complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How is that possible? During Morince 2867th's 10+ years on the throne, the entire empire was in a foul atmosphere and the people had no way to make a living. How could he be a good emperor among the gods?" Casimiro sneered. "It's precisely because the empire is in a foul atmosphere and the people have no way to make a living. The people at the bottom of the hierarchy, who are in hardship, will become more devout and join the church. Only then can the gods in the starry sky get more faith power." Dumbfounded, Amber couldn't believe this fact. After the War of the gods needed a large number of believers to recuperate, and then chose one wise ruler after another. They let them rule the land and multiply. When the population multiplied to a certain extent, a tyrant would descend and bring all kinds of suffering to the people. People would worship the gods devoutly and pray for the blessings of the gods. Then the gods would send emissaries to behead the tyrant and rectify the court. This was a cycle. Now, it should be time for the gods to harvest a large amount of faith power. Morance 2867th played the role of a tyrant. He was the good emperor that the gods liked to see the most. Before his role was completed, any action against him would be an act against the gods. Do you understand? Said Casimiro meaningfully. When Amber heard those cruel words, his blood turned cold. I understand. The corners of Casimiro's mouth curved into a smile of ridicule, and he said faintly, For us, the Morance Empire doesn't matter. The most important thing is the interests of the Cunha family. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Cunha family, it doesn't matter even if the Morance Empire is destroyed. However, with the gods watching from the starry sky, it will be very difficult to destroy the Morance Empire. Casimiro said slowly, The family is the foundation of us greater aristocrats. This is the consensus of all greater aristocrats. Our family is the most important thing, not the Morance Empire. Amber, my son, do you understand? I hope you can become a little more mature in the future and not be so impulsive. I'm old, and the future heir of the Cunha family is you. The lives of over 100,000 members of the Cunha family are on you. Amber was silent for a long time, then nodded slightly. As if he had matured a lot overnight, he said slowly, I understand, father. Casimiro showed a gratified smile. He pondered for a while before saying, Ian is a very smart man. He didn't let victory get to his head. After reaping enough benefits, he immediately chose to attach himself to the Morance Empire. This man isn't simple. Although the Morance Empire has decayed, but it still has many powerhouses. It's not something that his little miracle city can contend with. Amber, if this man comes to the St. Toulon city, you can get in touch with him. Amber replied, Yes, father. On White Jade Street in another mansion of the Hanson family. Iser slowly walked into a secret room and carefully turned a vase on the edge of the secret room. Crack! Along with the sound of mechanisms, a dark passageway appeared in the secret room. At the same time, a blank scroll appeared above the secret room. A mysterious magic fluctuation enveloped Iser and scanned him for a while. Then, a black ray of light swept towards him and pulled him into the blank scroll. Only then did the pitch-black passageway mysteriously disappear, leaving only the blank painting hanging in the secret chamber. Iser only felt his vision blur, and very strangely appeared in a gloomy temple that was filled with mystery, terror, darkness and coldness, inscribed with countless profound runes. Iser, what business do you have with us? A priest covered in a black robe, his face indistinguishable, and exuding a mysterious aura appeared from the void and said in a hoarse voice. Iser said coldly, Do you know the master of the Miracle City, Ian? The priest replied with a smile in a low voice, I do. He's one of our next targets. Iser frowned and said, I want him dead. Iser not only pushed the Hunting Fong Corps to attack the Miracle City, but also obstructed Yang Feng's promotion to a duke in the imperial court. It was conceivable that once Yang Feng's embodiment of Ian joined the Morance Empire, the Hanson family would gain a powerful mortal enemy. The priest said with a gloomy smile, What price are you willing to pay? He's our target. Iser said solemnly, 10 million gold coins, a complete martial art for promoting to a legend knight, and 10 intelligence reports. The priest said with a gloomy smile, We'll think about it. Okay, time's up. The barrier set up by the gods of the Zalia divine system is very annoying. We won't be able to appear for long. If we succeed, we'll contact you. A black light enveloped Iser's body, and he felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in the black chamber again. Iser's complexion changed, and he said coldly, A bunch of stinking dark walkers destined to live in the dark. If it weren't for me, how could you lowly things enter the St. Toulon city? A powerful barrier was set up in the St. Toulon city. Once dark life forms and dark forces appeared, they would be purified. However, the divine power of the gods wasn't omnipotent, after all. For countless years, the dark races still relied on the bigwigs of the St. Toulon city to sneak into the god-bestowed city. Chapter 251. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City's City Master's Mansion, in a secret chamber. Yang Feng sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. There was a huge alchemical array engraved below him, and a large number of top-grade magic stones were scattered around him. A tremendous amount of life magic energy slowly gushed out of the top-grade magic stones and entered his body. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, a copious amount of spirit force churned and surged, converged inch by inch, and formed the third spell model engraved in his spirit sea. Dragon breath took shape inch by inch. After the third spell model dragon breath was condensed, an incomparably formidable life force suddenly appeared inside Yang Feng's body, and an indescribable tremendous power welled up all over his body. The soul seed, which was the core of the soul seed, also suddenly swelled up. It continuously absorbed the life force and grew crazily. A tremendous amount of life magic energy poured into Yang Feng, and then was absorbed by him, strengthening his physique. After a long time, Yang Feng suddenly faced upwards and issued a tremendous dragon roar. He opened his eyes, which flickered brightly and was brimming with power. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Level 3 Warlock, I finally promoted to a Level 3 Warlock. Since entering the Feisua plane, Yang Feng had never stopped practicing cultivation, and now he finally promoted to a Level 3 Warlock. Furthermore, he was a genuine Level 3 Warlock, unlike those Level 3 Warlocks who relied on elixirs to advance. After promoting to a Level 3 Warlock, Yang Feng's strength increased by more than several times. Yang Feng left the secret chamber, went to the underground base near the Miracle City, entered the virtual reality battle cabin, selected Level 3 Warlock rank enemies, and began combat training. A few days later, Master, Governor Busso requests an audience. Yang Feng had just finished training in the virtual reality battle cabin, when the communications magic box next to him suddenly rang, and Lena's voice came from the communications magic box. The communications magic box, a secret treasure refined using alchemy, wasn't as eye-catching as a mobile phone, and could be used on the Feisua plane. Wizards had all kinds of mystical means of communication, so the communications magic box wasn't anything special. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take him to the meeting hall and wait for me." Lena replied, "Yes, Master." After taking a bath, Yang Feng left the underground base and went to the Miracle City's meeting hall. When Busso saw Yang Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Master Ian, good news! You are now a hereditary peer Earl of the Morance Empire. The Red Earth Wasteland is your fief." Busso regretfully said, "Our Orthox family has spent a great deal of effort for you to become a hereditary Earl. Originally, under the operation of our family, you should have been conferred the title of Duke. However, Duke Iser of the Hansen family appeared to stop him. In the end, our family fought for what was right, but we could only grant you the title of Earl. It's really regrettable." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "When did I offend Duke Iser of the Hansen family?" In the Morance Empire, Yang Feng didn't know many people. He didn't know when he offended a bigwig like Duke Iser. Busso smiled and said, "In the Imperial Court, the person who ordered the Hunting Fong Corps to attack your Miracle City was Duke Iser. He has his eyes on your Miracle City." Killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a light smile, "I understand. Governor Busso, thank you very much for your Orthox family. As for Duke Iser, he will pay for his foolishness." With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng handed a warrior's edge to Busso. "This is a gadget I casually refined. I hope you like it." Busso showed a satisfied smile. He took the warrior's edge, carefully sized it up for a while and praised, "Good sword! What a good sword! Master Ian, do you know how much this warrior's edge is sold for in the imperial capital?" Yang Feng replied, "I don't know, 2,000,000 gold coins. The Gale Sacred Swordsman Domidio used your sword to defeat the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favela. In the most critical battle between the two sacred swordsmen, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favela's sword was cut off by the Gale Sacred Swordsman Domidio's warrior's edge, resulting in his defeat. In fact, it is generally acknowledged that the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favela should be half a notch stronger than the Gale Sacred Swordsman Domidio. After his defeat, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favela spent a lot of money to purchase a god weapon like the warrior's edge. I heard that as long as you offered him a warrior's edge, he would accept you as a personal disciple and teach you swordsmanship." Busso looked fondly at the warrior's edge and said with a smile, "For a sacred swordsman, a good sword was their second life. Many swords could not withstand the chi of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. Only magic swords fused with precious magic metals, such as divine blood steel and mithril, could bear the chi of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. A sacred swordsman could casually kill a star knight using a warrior's edge with an ordinary sword. However, in a life-and-death battle between two sacred swordsmen, one using an ordinary sword and the other using a god weapon like the warrior's edge, the one to die would definitely be the sacred swordsman using the ordinary sword." Yang Feng said with a smile, "In this case, with this sword, Governor Busso, you can also become a personal disciple of the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favela." Busso replied with a smile, "I'm well aware that I'm not cut out to practice martial arts. Besides, after practicing cultivation to the sacred swordsman realm, I'm not a martial artist. I have to obey the orders of the court. The status of sacred swordsman of the empire is equal to that of us governors. In terms of power and status, they may not be a match for us. Besides, martial arts cannot be passed down to the next generation. However, the fiefs and territories of aristocrats can be passed down from generation to generation. Being an aristocrat is much more cost-effective than being a martial artist. Martial artists are nothing more than the lackeys of the nobles." Yang Feng was taken aback, and couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Busso. He had always looked down on Busso, who fled at the mere sight of him. Now that he got to know him carefully, he realized that Busso wasn't a pure waste. Yang Feng obtained a lot of first-hand information about the Morance Empire from Artai's side. In the Morance Empire, there were dozens of human sacred swordsmen. Many human sacred swordsmen served the empire, or became enshrined by greater aristocrats. There were very few sacred swordsmen who had a transcendent status. The ultimate goal of the human sacred swordsman who served the empire was to become an aristocrat, preferably a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with a fief. Since Busso was already a greater aristocrat, he naturally wouldn't abandon his current foundation to learn martial arts. Busso hesitated for a while before saying, "Master Ian, you are now an aristocrat of the empire. I have brought you the appointment document. However, you have to prepare to go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty in the near future. This is a necessary procedure. Any hereditary peer, aristocrat, baron, and above must go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty within 2 months from the date of being conferred the title. Otherwise, your appointment will lose its legitimacy." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. To the imperial capital. The Morance Empire was one of the 2 human empires of the Feisua Plain. In the imperial capital of the Morance Empire, experts were as common as clouds, and there were more than 30 sacred swordsmen. The legendary sorcerers and the legendary priests of the major temples were all gathered there. Yang Feng had just promoted to a level 3 warlock. In a place like the Red Earth Wasteland, which was far away from the Emperor, his strength was enough to dominate. Once he went to the St. Toulon city, he would only be regarded as a first-rate expert. In a divine city like the St. Toulon city, even Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be suppressed and killed by the gods if they behaved atrociously there. Busso said with a smile, "Master Ian, you don't have to worry. This is just a necessary measure for His Majesty to meet you. It's not to lure you to the imperial capital and then ambush you. The news that you were conferred the title of an earl has spread throughout the aristocratic class, and your appointment as an aristocrat has already been approved by the aristocratic senate. If His Majesty set up an ambush to kill you, it would only chill the hearts of the aristocratic class. With all due respect, you don't have the qualifications to make His Majesty do this." Yang Feng thought carefully for a while, then revealed a smile and said, "In that case, I'll make some preparations to go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty." The people that the Morince Empire had to destroy its credibility to lure and kill were basically demigod rank or even god rank powerhouses. In front of the behemoth known as the Morince Empire, a great wizard like Yang Feng was just a nobody. He wasn't worthy of the Morince Empire doing this. Busso said with a smile, "I'll go back with you. It just so happens that I also have to go back to have an audience with His Majesty." Yang Feng agreed. "All right." 3 days later, a convoy escorted by 100 cavalrymen left the Miracle City and headed for the Melinson province. 15 days later, the convoy appeared in the Baroman city. Before long, a huge convoy escorted by more than 1,000 cavalrymen slowly headed for the St. Toulon city. Along the way, Yang Feng experienced the prestige of the Orthex family. Wherever Governor Busso passed, numerous officials welcomed him warmly and scrambled to offer him local specialties, gold, silver, and jewelry. Yang Feng, the newly promoted Earl of the Morince Empire, also received a warm reception. Numerous officials sent all kinds of beautiful women to Yang Feng and Governor Busso. Yang Feng didn't refuse anyone along the way. Together with Busso, he accepted all the gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful women. In any case, he could settle those beautiful women in the Miracle City, so he had no worries. Along the way, while tasting the delicacies of various places and experiencing the customs of the Morince Empire, Yang Feng leisurely headed for the St. Toulon city. Chapter 252. In a carriage brimming with fragrance, Yang Feng was carefully studying a book on Level 3 extraordinary plants. This was a book he got from the demonic fighting sect, which recorded the knowledge of many kinds of Level 3 extraordinary plants. Many third-order transcendent plants came from different planes, and each of them had a miraculous power. The offensive power of Level 3 extraordinary plants couldn't surpass that of great warlocks. However, many of the Level 3 extraordinary plants had special abilities that even great warlocks couldn't achieve. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred slightly. He closed the book in his hand, flipped his hand, and put it into a storage ring. Andro's voice came from outside the carriage. "Sir, there's a fight ahead." After Andro made a great contribution, Yang Feng promoted him to the vice-captain of his personal guard. Yang Feng had to carefully observe this young man. If he was of great use, then he would do his best to groom him. On this trip to the St. Toulon city, Andro, as the vice-captain of his personal guard, commanded the 100 knights as Yang Feng's guards. "I see." The carriage stopped, and Yang Feng alighted and looked into the distance. A peerless beauty, Faldina, wearing a silver dress, with dazzling blonde hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to speak, as if she had walked out of a painting, was panting heavily as she frantically fled in this direction. A dozen men with knight-rank cultivation bases dressed in black, armed with pitchforks, lasso sticks, fishing nets, ropes, and other capture weapons chased after her. So it's an acquaintance. Yang Feng glanced at Faldina and saw at a glance that she seemed to have been poisoned, and her magic power was almost sealed. This was why she was being chased by the dozen knight-rank men. If Faldina still had her cultivation base, she would have been able to kill the dozen knight-rank men with a single hand. Busso alighted from the carriage. When he saw Faldina, his eyes lit up and he said with an excited smile, "What a beautiful girl! How about we grab her and enjoy her?" Yang Feng was speechless. Busso beside him was clearly not a good person. As soon as he saw a beauty, his first reaction was to grab her. Busso's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "No, this is Faldina, the personal disciple of the legendary wizard Alvita of the Titan Empire. Master Ian, she was a forbidden descendant of His Majesty the Emperor. You can't kidnap her." Although Busso was a bit lecherous, he also knew that there were some women he could touch and some women he absolutely could not. Yang Feng nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards his carriage. "Let's go." Although Faldina was a beautiful woman, but she and Edith ambushed Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't have a favorable impression of Faldina, a stunning beauty from the Titan Empire. He had no interest in her life or death. Busso heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yang Feng would take Faldina for himself. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. Few people in the entire Morince Empire could withstand the wrath of Morince 2867th. "Master Ian, save me. Save me. As long as you save me, I'll tell you the location of a god armament." Faldina's mournful pleading voice came from behind Yang Feng. God armament! Yang Feng's heart palpitated with eagerness when he heard that. The so-called god armament was a mystical treasure forged by the gods of the Feisua Plain and contained a certain law power. Every god armament had a strange and formidable power. If converted to the secret treasure grades of the Zhangji Plain, then every god armament would be a level 6 secret treasure at the very least. At present, Yang Feng didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. There were a few level 6 secret treasures in the Tyrannid subcontinent, but they were all secret treasures used to enhance people's soul aptitude or warlock rank strength. There was no level 6 secret treasure that could be used for combat. A god armament. If Yang Feng could get a god armament on the Feisua Plain, then his trip to the Feisua Plain would be a huge gain. Even in the main continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, a divine artifact was absolutely a rare treasure. It was a secret treasure that could only be made by alchemists who were rated as divine craftsmen. Every divine craftsman rank alchemist was a terrifying existence above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Each of them had a distinguished status and formidable strength. In the Great Cloud Imperial Court, even Moonlight Warlock rank experts might not have a god armament. "Go save her." Yang Feng turned around and ordered Andro faintly. "Yes, sir." Andro turned around, drew his sword, pointed at the dozen-plus men in black, and barked, "Charge!" The 50 knights instantly burst forth with powerful combat aura and followed behind Andro as they charged at the dozen black-clothed men. The dozen black-clothed men were also shocked. Chi erupted from their bodies, and they hastily resisted the attack. Under the charge of the 50 knights, the dozen-plus men in black only resisted for a while before they were killed. Andro escorted Faldina to in front of Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew out, pierced Faldina's delicate arm, and injected the elixir into her. Faldina's pretty face flushed slightly, and a mysterious force erupted from her in a flash, killing the liquid metal nano-robots in a flash. Yang Feng's complexion flickered. The liquid metal nano-robot elixir could even be easily controlled by great warlock rank expert. Faldina was just an arch-wizard, and her physical constitution couldn't even compare to that of many level 3 warlocks, yet she was able to kill all the liquid metal nanorobots. This was simply heaven-defying. Faldina smiled sweetly. I was blessed by the gods when I was born. Mind-enslaving spells, control-type spells, control-type poisons, and control-type magic medicines are completely ineffective against me. Yang Feng said lightly. Are you mocking me? I'm a wizard proficient in pharmacology. I think that the miraculous pharmacology should be able to make a beautiful lady give me the information I want. If pharmacology isn't enough to make you talk, then the knight Andro next to me is an interrogation expert. He should be able to make you tell me the information I want to know. Andro took a step forward very cooperatively, looked up and down Faldina's private parts, and let out a creepy, lascivious laugh. Faldina's pretty face changed, and she took 2 steps back. Looking pitiful, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she said, You bullied me. You bullied a weak woman like me. Are you still a man? When Faldina cried, it was truly heartbreaking and destabilizing. Andro's eyes also trembled slightly, revealing a hint of infatuation. Yang Feng said coldly, It's no use. Faldina, where is the divine armament? If you tell me that the divine armament is in the all-gods sacred mountain, then I can only send you to meet the gods. If that's the case, then I can only send you to meet the gods. The all-gods sacred mountain was the headquarters of the churches of the Zalia divine system. The all-gods sacred mountain was the place with the most powerhouses in the Morince Empire. It was also the most sacred place in the eyes of the countless believers of the Morince Empire. The all-gods sacred mountain of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire's Titan sacred mountain both had divine armament rank treasures. Those who looted the divine armament treasures in these 2 places had all turned into corpses. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses could die in these 2 places if they were careless. Yang Feng wouldn't go to such places to court death. Faldina's tears stopped, her face turned serious, and a trace of misery appeared on her dignified face. She sighed faintly. Of course not. I can tell you the location of the divine armament. However, there's a condition. I need you to escort me to the St. Toulon city to meet Edith. I want to ask him personally why he poisoned me. Yang Feng was shocked. Edith poisoned you? That's impossible, right? For Edith, Faldina even gave up her duty as an emissary of the Titan Empire. She was even willing to follow Edith to assassinate Yang Feng. For Edith to poison Faldina, that was somewhat cruel and unscrupulous. Faldina said faintly, I'm tired. Yang Feng pointed at a carriage and said, You take that carriage. Faldina nodded silently and stepped into the carriage with graceful steps. Yang Feng took a deep look at Faldina's carriage, then turned around and entered his own carriage. Let's set off. The huge convoy started moving towards the St. Toulon city again. At the same time as the convoy started moving, Faldina's carriage suddenly shook. Along with the shaking, a grain-sized mechanical flying ant flew to the edge of Faldina's skirt, attached to it, melted, and transformed into a part of the skirt. 5 days later, the magnificent and huge St. Toulon city finally appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. This St. Toulon city, this city looks like it can contend with the Tsangji Plain. Yang Feng looked at the huge St. Toulon city through the carriage, and his eyes flashed with admiration. In front of the St. Toulon city, a huge convoy lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for permission to enter the city. The huge convoy stretched for more than a dozen kilometers. Yang Feng's convoy barged through and sped towards the passage reserved for greater aristocrats. Along the way, the complexions of the people in the convoy changed dramatically when they saw the crest of the Orthox family on the carriages, and they consciously made way. This was one of the privileges of greater aristocrats. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant and despotic voice came from the front. Fuck you lowlifes, you dare to block my way? Do you want to die? Chapter 253. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. He saw a fat middle-aged woman dressed in rags fall in front of an aristocrat's luxurious carriage with a young girl in her arms. A young man dressed in luxurious aristocratic attire, escorted by 6 guards, came up to the middle-aged woman and swore, "I'm sorry, Lord Aristocrat. We were jostled by the crowd. We'll go now. We're very sorry for offending you." The fat middle-aged woman embraced her daughter and apologized in a low voice. After scolding, the young aristocrat felt very comfortable. He was about to wave his hand to have the 2 people leave, when suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he stared at the middle-aged woman's daughter, unable to shift his gaze away. Although the middle-aged woman's daughter's face was covered in a faint layer of dust, but if you looked carefully, you would find that her eyes were bright and spirited, her facial features were delicate and attractive, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was very beautiful. The young aristocrat's eyes lit up and he said with an unbridled smile, "What a beautiful girl! It seems that my luck is pretty good today. Take her away. Take it as a punishment for these 2 lowly commoners offending me." 2 guards immediately stepped forward and forcefully pulled the young girl away from the middle-aged woman's embrace. They then kicked the middle-aged woman, causing her to fall to the ground. The young and beautiful girl let out a mournful cry, "Mother! Save me! Mama!" Some commoners who still had a conscience couldn't help but turn their heads, unwilling to see this scene. When the warriors of the St. Toulon city standing a dozen meters away saw the family crest on the young aristocrat's luxurious carriage, they fell silent. "Stop!" At this moment, a stern shout came from the side. Gazes focused on the place where the voice came from. The young aristocrat turned his head and saw Yang Feng alight the carriage. "What a beautiful little girl!" Busso also alighted from the carriage. As soon as he saw the beautiful and charming girl, his eyes bloomed with excitement. The young aristocrat turned around and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Andro took a step forward and shouted, "How dare you? The distinguished sir in front of you is Sir Earl Ian, the hereditary Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland conferred by His Majesty the Great Emperor." "Sir Earl? That's a hereditary Earl." When the people near the city gate heard Andro's voice, they immediately revealed a trace of reverence in their eyes. These people mingled in the St. Toulon city, and were much more knowledgeable than people from small places. The power of a hereditary count was more than 100 times greater than that of a court count. A hereditary earl, even in the imperial capital, was an extraordinary person. The arrogant young noble immediately changed his demeanor. He became courteous and said, "So it's Count Ian of the Redlands. I'm Angelo, the 3rd-in-line heir of the Andino family. What can I do for you?" Yang Feng said lightly, "I've taken a fancy to this woman." Angelo's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated. Busso also came over and said arrogantly, "Angelo, since the Count of the Red Earth Wasteland has taken a fancy to this lowly person, just let him have this lowly commoner. Otherwise, I'll have a talk with your father, Andino." When Angelo saw Busso, his pupils constricted slightly. He revealed a graceful smile and handed 2 invitations to Yang Feng and Busso. "Since you like her, Earl Ian, then you can have these 2 lowly people. Earl Ian, Governor Busso, it's my father's birthday in a few days. Please do me the honor and come for a chat." Yang Feng and Busso took the invitations. "Then I'll take my leave first." Angelo smiled, turned around and boarded his carriage. After boarding the carriage, his face darkened and was shrouded in a layer of haze. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Busso's slender eyes had been staring at the beautiful girl. A hint of covetousness appeared on his face as he chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Earl Ian. You got yourself such a top-notch little beauty. Her figure, appearance, and skin are all top-notch. With a little polish, she can become a superb beauty in the future. If you don't want her, can you sell her to me? I can pay 300,000, oh no, 500,000 gold coins to buy this little beauty. Yang Feng said, 500,000 gold coins. That's enough to buy an elven slave. Busso, you're really willing. Busso chuckled and said, elven slaves aren't fun to play with. If discovered by the Elven Empire, there's the risk of being assassinated. Besides, this little beauty is even more beautiful than elves. It'll definitely be fun to train her. Mom, don't go, don't leave me alone. Don't go, please, don't leave me alone. How can I live if you leave me alone? Mom, don't go. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from the side. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the cry and saw that the very pretty little beauty had thrown herself on top of the middle-aged woman, crying her heart out. 2 streams of tears washed away the dust on her pretty face, looking extremely pitiful. Yang Feng sighed slightly and said, forget it, I'll keep this girl for myself. Busso sighed with some regret, what a pity. Yang Feng came up to the girl and said lightly, do you have anywhere else to go? The girl raised her tear-stained face and continued to sob, Master, I don't have any relatives other than my mother. My lord, please help me bury my mother. I'm willing to stay by your side and work like a cow or a horse for you to repay your kindness. Yang Feng said, Andro, go and bury her properly. Andro took a step forward and said respectfully, yes, sir. The girl showed a look of gratitude and said, thank you, master. Yang Feng said, my name is Ian, what's your name? The girl replied, Master, my name is Alarina. Alarina, come with me, let's go into the city together. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. He grabbed Alarina's little hand and strode towards the gate of the Saint Toulon city. There was a very powerful barrier at the gate of the Saint Toulon city, which was blessed by the gods. Anyone who entered the Saint Toulon city would be subjected to a magic inspection. Fiends, devils, kindred, dark elves, and other dark and evil life forms would be discovered once they entered the Saint Toulon city. Alarina's pretty face flashed with shyness, and she struggled slightly. Seeing that she couldn't break free from Yang Feng's arm, she let him pull her into the gate of the Saint Toulon city. As soon as Yang Feng arrived at the gate of the Saint Toulon city, a resplendent divine light shot out from the gate and shone on him. The nano-robots of blasphemy hidden in Yang Feng's head immediately simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Inside the gate of the Saint Toulon city, even if non-believers entered, they would be discovered in an instant, and then burned to death at the stake. On the Feisua plain, non-believers were unwelcome and regarded as heretics in any country of the human world. They were like stray dogs, unable to be active in the central area of human power. Yang Feng's spirit was taut, his gaze fixed on Alarina, and he was ready to fight. Alarina had a naive look on her face, as if she hadn't sensed anything. She allowed the divine light to shine on her body, but it didn't trigger any reaction. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with a glint of doubt. Did I guess wrong? Was I really lucky to meet such a beautiful girl? A girl of Alarina's level could already be called an absolute beauty. On the Feisua plain, once such a beautiful girl was discovered by an aristocrat in a territory, she would either be pocketed by the aristocrat, offered as a gift to a greater aristocrat, or sold to a slave merchant for a big profit. After entering the Saint Toulon city, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at Alarina, and a single target evil detection spell fell on Alarina. Strands of pure white light radiated from Alarina's body, showing that this young lady was a pure person who had never betrayed her conscience and killed any intelligent beings. Yang Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that I was being paranoid. Shortly after entering the city gate, a handsome young aristocrat with short blonde hair, surrounded by a dozen guards, blocked in front of Yang Feng and company. The young aristocrat blocked in front of Yang Feng and company and said with an arrogant expression, "Ian Busso, get out here." Yang Feng frowned slightly and slowly alighted from his carriage. Busso also alighted from his carriage. When he saw the young aristocrat, his complexion couldn't help but change. Yang Feng asked, "Who is this guy?" Busso immediately whispered to Yang Feng, "He is Bel, the eldest son of His Highness the Great Prince Andrew." Bel smiled coldly and ordered, "Sure enough, Busso, you colluded with the fiend Ian to harm the interests of the Empire. Men, capture the fiend Ian." "Yes, Your Highness." The dozen knight-rank guards laughed fiendishly, burst out with tyrannical chi, and rushed at Yang Feng. "You're courting death. Don't interfere." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, a king's sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a step forward, erupted with firmament knight-ranked chi in a flash, and sword rays shone like stars. A mist of blood burst out beside Yang Feng and splashed in all directions. Chapter 254. When he saw this, Busso's heart trembled and his eyes shimmered with fear. "What a scary guy! That's the fiend Ian for you." Ever since Busso and Yang Feng reached a settlement, the relationship between the two parties quickly became closer. Busso's fear of Yang Feng slowly faded. Now that he saw the blood mist and pieces of corpses exploding around Yang Feng, fear welled up inside him, and he finally understood the terrifying meaning of the name Fiend Ian. Andro's eyes flashed with fanaticism and excitement. "This is our Lord, perfect, powerful, callous, and benevolent, how wonderful!" There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the warriors who followed Yang Feng on expeditions. To them, only such a powerful monarch was worthy of following. As if a god of death walking in the secular world, Yang Feng walked up to in front of Bel, looked coldly at Bel, and unleashed the divine energy of fear in a flash. As if on the verge of life and death, as if one wrong word, one would be burned at the stake, a great fear enveloped Bel. Bel's face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, his body trembled, his mouth was dry, and he didn't dare to move his eyes away from Yang Feng. "Your Highness, these rebels tried to assassinate you. I'll help you kill them all." Yang Feng looked at Bel with an aloof tone and barked, "Your Highness, are you satisfied?" Face pale, Bel took 3 steps back and said tremblingly, "Satisfied? Satisfied? Satisfied?" Overbearing, divine energy of fear permeated his body. Yang Feng took a step forward and said threateningly, "I killed these people, are you satisfied?" "Yes." "Still not satisfied?" Bel said tremblingly, "Well done! Well done!" Yang Feng smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, you can go now." "Yes. Yes." With a look of fear on his face, Bel mounted his horse and frantically fled into the distance. Busso said with a look of worship, "Ian, you're really amazing." Bel was an idiot who didn't even understand the rules of the aristocratic game. It was really difficult to deal with him. You scared him away with just one sentence. "You're really amazing." Ordinary princes still basically followed the rules of the game, and at least on the surface, they were very respectful to the greater nobles. As for Bel, he directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Feng, which in the eyes of aristocrats was the most foolish behavior. However, Bel was of noble status. Busso did not have a good way to deal with him in a short time. Sirens came from afar, and the police of the St. Toulon city's Imperial Garrison Hall were finally dispatched. Dozens of police who had been lurking nearby quickly rushed over. As soon as the policemen arrived at the scene, they saw more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Many of the policemen turned pale and their bodies trembled. An inspector hesitated for a moment, then took more than a dozen policemen to block in front of Yang Feng and his party, before saying with a gloomy expression, "I am the Garrison Hall's level 1 Inspector Bessio. I suspect that you are related to this vicious murder case. Please come with me to the police station." Busso smiled coldly, then pulled out a whip and mercilessly lashed it at Bessio's face, leaving a deep whip mark. Busso hugged his face in pain, curled up and howled in pain. Busso said condescendingly and contemptuously, "I am the governor of the Malinsan province, a baron of the Busso Empire. This is the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, Earl Ian. We just killed these assassins who tried to assassinate His Highness Bell. This is justice, this is self-defense, understand? You lowlifes." The policeman suddenly turned pale and trembled, realizing that they might have been involved in a struggle between bigwigs. The struggle between bigwigs of the Morince Empire was extremely cruel, so it was normal for the aftermath to kill some nobodies. Busso barked arrogantly, "Everyone here is our witness. If you want to arrest us, wait until you get an order from His Majesty the Emperor or the aristocratic Senate. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you lowlifes." With a brush, the dozens of policemen quickly dispersed, revealing a path for Yang Feng's group to walk on. Yang Feng sighed inside. This is the power of power. If Yang Feng didn't have enough power, then he wouldn't have been a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire. Even if he was a great wizard, others didn't know that he had promoted to a level 3 warlock. He would have been hunted down and had to flee in a sorry state for killing people in the St. Toulon city. However, with the status of a hereditary peer earl of the Morince Empire, only His Majesty the Emperor, the aristocratic Senate responsible for aristocratic affairs, and the temples of the churches had the right to adjudicate and try Yang Feng. Only after the Garrison Hall and other authorities had collected sufficient evidence, submitted it to the 3 major forces, and obtained approval, would they have the right to arrest Yang Feng. This was the privilege of greater aristocrats. Countless people in the Morince Empire yearned to become greater aristocrats because of the various privileges greater aristocrats had. Even many sacred swordsmen and legend wizards served bigwigs for the sake of hereditary aristocratic titles and fief. In the Morince Empire, which was an ancient empire with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, it was very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat step by step. Even sacred swordsmen had to serve the empire and make enough contributions before they could become a hereditary peer aristocrat. Otherwise, they could only carry the title of a court aristocrat. If Yang Feng hadn't occupied the remote Red Earth wasteland, developed it into a fertile land, and decisively chosen to annex it, he would have satisfied the Emperor's vanity to expand his territory. If he satisfied the vanity of the Emperor of the Morince Empire to expand his territory, it was basically impossible for him to become a hereditary peer aristocrat of the Morince Empire. The Orthics family had great power in the St. Toulon city. Busso quickly arranged a large, well-equipped villa for Yang Feng and his party to settle in. After Busso arranged everything, he invited Yang Feng with an apologetic expression. "Ian, let's go for a drink. I owe you an explanation for today's matter." Yang Feng replied with a smile. "Okay." Along with a few guards, the two of them left the villa, entered 2 luxurious carriages, and went inside the St. Toulon city. The carriages stopped in front of a magnificent hotel that covered an extremely large area and looked like a small manor. Yang Feng and Busso alighted the carriage. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel is one of the 4 best hotels in the St. Toulon city. It's very distinctive. Let's go in, Busso said with a mysterious smile. Yang Feng smiled and followed Busso into the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. As soon as he entered the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel, Yang Feng saw elves, foxmen, catmen, dogmen, and other beautiful women of various races dressed gorgeously. It was a dazzling sight. When some relatively pure men saw such a scene for the first time, they didn't even know where to put their eyes. Welcome to the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. Distinguished guests, we will serve you wholeheartedly and give you a wonderful night. When the dozens of beautiful women of various races saw Yang Feng and Busso enter, they humbly prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke in unison, as if they were holy maidens serving gods. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Elves? They dare to use elves here? Isn't the master of this place afraid of being assassinated by the experts of the Elven Empire?" Elven slaves were one of the most precious female slaves on the Feisua plain. The Elven Empire hated people who used elven slaves the most, as it would bring them decades or even centuries of pain. Once someone was found to be using elven slaves, the Elven Empire would send experts to assassinate them. Busso said with a smile, "This is the St. Toulon city, not the Elven Woods. If elven experts dare to come here, they'll just give us a few more playthings." The St. Toulon city was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if Starry Sky Warlock rank experts came here to behave atrociously, they would be suppressed. No matter how angry the experts of the Elven Empire were, they couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, a mature woman with a voluptuous figure, long wavy blue hair, a charming and enchanting appearance, and a touch of fragrance wafted over. She said with a refreshing smile on her face, "Governor Busso, you're here." Busso's eyes flashed with infatuation, and he caressed the hand of the mature woman twice, saying with a smile, "Annie, take us to the heaven-grade private room." Annie smiled sweetly, looked at Yang Feng, and asked curiously, "Okay, who is this?" Busso replied with a smile, "This is the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian. He's a hereditary peer earl, so don't neglect him." A dignified look welled up in Annie's eyes. She smiled sweetly and said with a faint hint of respect, "So it's Earl Ian. Hello, I'm one of the managers of the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. If you need anything, you can ask me. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel will meet all your need." Yang Feng replied lightly, "Okay." Under Annie's lead, Yang Feng and his party entered the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. Along the way, Yang Feng's horizons were broadened. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel was filled with beautiful women and had a variety of ways to play. Even he, who came from Earth, couldn't help but widen his horizons. Eventually, under Ain's lead, Yang Feng's group of 2 came to a spacious, secluded, and completely different from the outside world. Busso said with a wretched smile, "How about it? Are you interested? Let's go out and have some fun after dinner?" Chapter 255. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Sounds good. However, I don't intend to indulge myself before I achieve my goal." Busso asked curiously, "What's your goal? Can I have a listen?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "The pursuit of truth and eternal life." Busso couldn't help laughing, and his eyes revealed a trace of disapproval, saying, "The pursuit of truth and eternal life? That's the dream of all wizards. Right, you're also a wizard. Even gods didn't dare to say that they could live forever. For a trifling great wizard to set such a goal, it was somewhat unrealistic in Busso's view. Busso said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ian. Belle should be looking for trouble with me. After all, the Orthox family supports His Highness Garca, the 6th Prince of the Empire. Since you came to the St. Toulon city with me, they regarded you as one of His Highness Garca's men." Yang Feng was mentally prepared. The Orthox family worked so hard to help Yang Feng get the precious hereditary peer earl title, making Yang Feng a greater aristocrat of the Morans Empire. Of course, they also wanted to get something in return. Seeing the expressionless face of Yang Feng, Busso felt uncertain and quickly said, Ian, the sixth Prince Garca is talented, intelligent, and amiable. If he can ascend to the throne in the future, it will be a great boon for the entire Morince Empire. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. I don't care what will happen to the Morince Empire after he ascends to the throne. I only care about what benefits I can get if he ascends to the throne. At this time, Yang Feng was already a hereditary peer-grader aristocrat. Like Busso, he already had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the highest power in the Morince Empire. He would become a behind-the-scenes manipulator, unlike the nobodies who were forced to get involved in their plots. Haha, as long as you support me to ascend to the throne, I'll confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief. Following a hearty laugh, a handsome young man with short, dazzling blonde hair and dressed in white casual clothes walked into the room with a smile on his face. Behind the young man was a beautiful girl with a golden ponytail. She was dressed in men's clothing, but her breasts were bulging, and she exuded a beautiful and noble aura. It was a young man with an ordinary build, short blue hair, and an ordinary appearance. He exuded a capable and experienced aura of a soldier. A tall, handsome, and arrogant young man with a long sword hanging from his waist appeared. He was about 27 or 28 years of age. Busso hurriedly got up and saluted the young man. Greetings, Your Highness. Yang Feng also got up, gave the young man an aristocratic salute, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Greetings, Your Highness. All right. Don't stand on ceremony. Garca wore a smile that gave people a good impression at first sight. He walked directly to the main seat and sat down. The girl exuding a noble temperament sat on the left side of Garca. The tall and handsome young man sat down next to the girl. The man with an ordinary appearance sat on the right side of Garca. Garca enthusiastically praised. Let me introduce you. These two are Governor Busso, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, who accomplished what countless legendary heroes wanted to do but failed to do. He built a city of miracles in the desolate and silent Red Earth Wasteland. When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a sense of familiarity towards the sixth prince, who he was most proud of when he heard this. The tall and handsome young man stared at Yang Feng with deep jealousy in the abyss of his eyes. Garca said with a smile, Earl Ian, this is my sister Elena, this is my good brother Goina, and this is Jiran, the chief disciple of the lightning sacred swordsman. Jiran, who is less than 30 years old, has cultivated his lightning chi to the Star Knight rank. He is the most promising young martial arts genius in the St. Toulon city to promote to a sacred swordsman. Jiran, who was sitting next to Elena, showed a proud smile at once. To be able to cultivate to the Star Knight rank before 30 years old, this cultivation speed was extremely astonishing even in the Morince Empire. Even with the guidance of a famous teacher, his cultivation speed was so fast, which proved how formidable Jiran's talent in the way of the sword was. Garca said directly, Earl Ian, as long as you support me. In the future, after I ascend the throne, I will definitely confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief. The Funès province, which bordered the Red Earth Wasteland, was a sparsely populated, resource-poor province of the Morince Empire, and was covered in ice and snow all year round. Although the area of the Funès province was 2 to 3 times that of other ordinary provinces, but its population was less than 1/20th of that of other provinces. It was the most barren province of the Morince Empire. This was why Garca was so generous as to confer the Funès province to Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and swept Elena, Goina, and Jiran with his gaze. Garca roped in Yang Feng's side in front of these 3 people, which made Yang Feng worry. As if seeing through Yang Feng's thoughts, Garca said with a meaningful smile, Earl Ian, you don't have to worry. Elena is my half-sister. Goina is my good brother since I was a child. Jiran is my good friend. They won't betray me. Besides, my imperial father is well aware of our affairs. As for you, in the eyes of many people, you're already one of my people. The Orthix family was a hardcore supporter of Garca because Garca was the biological son of the South royal consort Katerina. If he ascended the throne in the future, the Orthix family would be able to become extremely glorious and gain great power. In fact, Busso was Garca's uncle. The Orthix family protected Yang Feng in the court and made him the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. In the eyes of many people, Yang Feng was already a member of the Sixth Prince's party. Once this imprint was made, it was very difficult to remove. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said decisively, "I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness." In the Morince Empire, Yang Feng had already offended Duke Iser and the Great Prince's party. If he didn't find a backer immediately, it might be difficult for him to even leave the St. Toulon city alive. Garca said with a forthright smile, "Haha, good. Good. From today onwards, we're on the same side." With a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with 20,000 private troops, more than 100,000 slaves, and his own fief joining his side, Garca's odds of ascending the throne increased by 2 to 2 points. Garca clapped his hands, and beautiful human top beauties with their own style walked in from outside, a fragrance wafting from them. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. These beauties with light makeup were extremely outstanding. On Earth, they would be the prettiest girls in schools and classes. Garca coquettishly crooked his finger, and a beautiful woman who looked like a ripe peach came to his side and snuggled into his embrace. Garca said with a somewhat unrestrained smile, "Pick whichever you like. If you want elves, foxes, or catwomen of other races, just say the word and they'll come." Busso laughed and directly picked a tall, big-breasted beauty. Goiina picked a beautiful woman who exuded a coquettish and unrestrained aura. Yang Feng smiled and picked a petite, well-endowed blue-haired girl with a pure and pitiful temperament. Elena and Jiran, on the other hand, rejected the women and made them leave one after another. Garca pinched the chest of the beautiful woman in his embrace, smiled slightly, and clapped his hands. "Earl Ian, you came at the right time. I'll let you experience the most wonderful show of the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel." Suddenly, pleasant music, like the tinkling of spring water flowing in the mountains, sounded. A stunning beauty with dazzling blonde hair, shrouded in a layer of beautiful light, full of mystery, charm, appeared in the center of the stage in the private room like a goddess who had descended from the god realm. 36 very beautiful human girls surrounded the stunningly beautiful woman. As if setting off the green leaves of a red flower, they used their beauty to set off the stunningly beautiful woman in the center. The moment the stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the center of the stage, accompanied by the melodious music, the room seemed to have become her domain. All eyes were deeply attracted by her. In the private room, she seemed to be the only protagonist. Yang Feng's gaze was also deeply attracted by the stunningly beautiful woman. When the stunningly beautiful woman moved, as if moonlight had fallen on the earth, a beautiful elf who was favored and blessed by the gods performed a beautiful dance to please the gods. The graceful dance was full of endless charm. With every leap and turn, the dancer's beauty and charm were displayed to the fullest. The dance of the 36 beautiful human girls in the center of the stage was also very beautiful and moving. But in front of the stunningly beautiful blonde woman's dance, as if in front of the sun, they were dim. Everyone's gazes were focused on the beautiful sun. They couldn't take their eyes off it, as if even breathing was a great waste. Finally, the stunningly beautiful woman stopped. As if the sun had restrained its radiance, she bowed towards Yang Feng and the others, and then retreated together with the 36 beautiful girls. "Who is she?" When the stunningly beautiful blonde woman retreated, Yang Feng finally couldn't help but ask. It was the first time that Yang Feng saw such a beautiful and moving dance. He, who had always let nature take its course, couldn't help but be slightly moved and coveted her. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.